Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being with us at the Tuesday, November 17th, 2020 Montgomery County Council meeting. We have three different presentations this morning, and we're going to get started. The first one is a proclamation recognizing Bonnie Fogel's retirement from Imagination Stage by Council Members Albernaz, Councilmember Rice, and Councilmember Friedson. And if all of us could have been as someone that was a part of this, we all would be, because you certainly have been an person for Montgomery County and certainly for Imagination Stage, but for the rest of Montgomery County as well. And with that, I'm going to call on the three council members to please begin, because council members Albernaz's name starts with A. We're going to ask him to start. How does that sound?
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I think Andrew's going to kick us off. We organized in order. I think it goes Andrew, followed by Councilmember Rice, and then I'll bring up the rear. So Councilmember Friedson.
I appreciate that. It's I get the as the youngest and also a former person who participated in BAPA at White Flint Mall with Bonnie and her team, who's benefited from the incredible opportunities that she's provided so many young people and all of our dear friend. So excited to have you here with us. Wish we could be in person, but glad we can recognize you for such an extraordinary career and legacy and all the impact that you're making. And it is just such a privilege to be able to honor you, and especially somebody who is has played a role in my life, has played a role in so many lives of people who I know, people around me. My neighbor at Imagination Stage, just walking distance down the street, where I've been able to enjoy so many activities and shows and see the local talent, go with my nieces and nephews to appreciate it. 40 years of service to our young people, inspiring them with creativity, with opportunities, and making sure that children achieve what we teach them to believe, and you've taught them to believe so much. And it is just such an inspiration to so many. And we know that although you may be stepping down from this particular position at Imagination Stage, that you will be an integral part of the Montgomery County Arts Foundation here, as you have been for so many years, and you'll continue to be a prominent voice, not just for Imagination Stage, but for arts education and for arts opportunities in the region, in the county, and beyond. And it's just amazing to see what started as a dream for more arts education from a PTA project has now become a globally recognized arts platform that has and continues to change the lives of generations in our community. There are so many people who have been through your program, who have been to your shows, who have been to the various educational opportunities that you've been to, from education workshops, classes, camps, all of which bridge the cultural division and bring a voice to so many who are often left behind and forgotten. And by providing that safe and inclusive environment, young people are empowered to discover their voice and identity through performing arts and education, and to be able to experience professional theater, which is a huge opportunity for so many. So thank you for your dedication, your passion, your talent, and your friendship. It has been a true inspiration to me personally, and has been an amazing motivator for so many in the Montgomery County and regional arts community. So thank you so much. I'd like to turn to my colleague now.
Well, thank you very much, Councilmember Friedson. And you're so right. We often get caught up in the acronyms. And so for those who don't know, Bethesda Academy of Performing Arts is what BAPA is. And it was designed around the youth in our community. And so as chair of the Education and Culture Committee, Bonnie, before we were doing it, you were doing it. Understanding that education and culture go hand in hand, understanding the need for us to make sure that we provide opportunities for our children to get involved in the arts, and the great value that it has in creating well-rounded community members here, growing in appreciation and an understanding that integrating people with some of our invisible disabilities, whether it's dyslexia or hearing impairments, sensory integration disorders, all those kinds of things were things that you were passionate about in terms of inclusion. and making sure that our children would play a role in being an integral part of Imagination Stage. And then, look, exposure to the arts, we know, can help our youth develop more positive skills and capacities, their persistence, their drive, their collaboration, creative thinking, problem solving, confidence, all of those things. I speak from experience, being the father of two young performers who have both participated in the arts since being very little. When they first wanted to sing The Little Mermaid and forced me to put it on YouTube. So it's clear in terms of how that translates in truly helping our children. And also when it comes to civic engagement. It's just really, there are no bounds when it comes to arts and its partnership with education and the things that we can do. The great thing about it is that, Bonnie, you not only grew in organization, Imagination Stage, but you also grew a culture. One that meant bringing arts to our kids is just incredibly important. And so we thank you for that. Albert Einstein said something, and it plays on Imagination Stage. Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination encircles the entire world. And there it is. You've encircled the entire world with everything that you've done, with your creativity, with your passion, with your drive to make Montgomery County and this world a better place. And we thank you for that.
So that was beautifully said by both of my colleagues. 6 years ago, when news began to spread that hundreds of thousands of families were sending their children across the border, escaping extreme violence, ramifications of climate change, and extreme poverty, to come to the United States, kids that were experiencing trauma in their home countries, on their travels here, and trauma with the complicated reunifications of their families. Bonnie reached out to a number of folks in the community and said, I want to help, I want to do something, and came up with the concept of a beautiful performance called Óyeme. She put together an impressive steering committee that included Armando Truel, Antonio Tijerino from the Hispanic Heritage Foundation, Councilmember Navarro, myself, Luis Cardona, Diego Uriburu, and many others. And not only commissioned this remarkable piece that helped provide context and describe the plight of these children, but also created a workshop that Luis Cardona and the Street Outreach Network utilized to connect with youth who had experienced that trauma. It was classic Bonnie. She saw a problem, she saw a gap, and rather than just sit around, she did something about it. And she's been doing that for over 40 years. How amazing is it that somebody sees the plans for a parking lot in downtown Silver Spring and thinks to herself, that'd be a great place for a world-class theater, and actually raise the funds and make it happen. I've known Bonnie since I was 11 years old. Her son, David, and I are very close friends to this day. We went to middle and high school together. We played soccer together. And so I can speak in the first person, not just of the incredible visionary leader she is that we've all grown to welcome and respect, but what a wonderful mom and what a wonderful grandmother she is. You have inspired generations of people, Bonnie, not just to imagine, but to act. Not just to act, but to do. And I am proud to say I am one of those people. There are many of us that over the course of our day and weeks and months and years have what would Bonnie do moments, because you have been such an inspiration. And so it's an honor and privilege to have the opportunity to give this proclamation to you today. I wish it could be in person. And in true Bonnie fashion, when we reached out to her to let her know that she was going to be receiving this proclamation, she said, I'll accept it, but only on behalf of my staff and the volunteers and the kids we've served for so many years. And also in true Bonnie fashion, she said, Gabe, does that come with a grant or any support for Imagination Stage? She's a rock star on every level. We love you, Bonnie. I love you, Bonnie. And so we'd love for you to say a few words, and we will then read the proclamation.
Gosh, thank you so very much. I hope I can quote you. I think that comes with the territory of being word spoken in the public. I'm certainly going to make sure my children hear it because they don't have any sense of my value. And maybe we can even use it for my funeral, which may not be so far off, right? At this point, thank you. These words were extraordinary. I can't thank you enough. You know, I've enjoyed a supportive relationship with the county council for 40 years. And I have a photo in my office where I was receiving a recognition in person with Howie Dennis and Steve Silverman. I mean, that's got to be 20 years ago, but it has a privileged place. And the reason is because I consider our relationship with the council to be that. And extraordinarily important always through our lifetime has been our relationships with the county council. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Just a few words about the importance of the arts, although nobody could have said it better than you have said it, and Chairman Katz, thank you. You know, I'm an immigrant, and I've always acknowledged that it was extraordinarily good fortune that brought me to Montgomery County 50 years ago. And I always felt privileged that my children grew up here. That said, there was always one thing that saddened me, and that was the absence of comprehensive arts education in our schools, because the arts were my personal salvation. I moved 9 times before the age of 13, and consequently, I had little to no basic education. And the only way I could level the playing field in yet another school was literally on the playing field. I was a super champion on the hockey field and by participation in arts activities, where I also ended up being a bit of a star. So for me and for so many others, the arts were one and are one of few avenues to success, which is why I created the Bethesda Academy of Performing Arts in 1979 for children, for all children, for whom every child needs imagination, creativity, and joy in their lives, but especially for those children who have a more difficult pathway, such as I had. And really now it's been 40 years, and I can't believe it myself, 40 years of bringing these gifts to our children. And yes, Gabe, you're absolutely right. I take very little credit for anything other than facilitating an extraordinary staff of associates. They are the vision and the power. And I recognize the families who valued what we offer, wise and resourceful board members, and the fourth most important leg is the public officials. You have always been the wind beneath our wings. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Now more than ever, our children need the resiliency that the arts can foster. I'm stepping back, but I'm doing it knowing that our leadership of accomplished professionals will maintain our current work. Our board will stay strong. Our families will still need us. And I do it knowing that we can always count on your support. So thank you so very, very much. So appreciate it.
We're going to go ahead and read the proclamation here to offer you the praise that you certainly deserve. Whereas Bonnie Fogel has gifted Montgomery County with over 40 years of dedication to children and the arts, as the founder of the Bethesda Academy of Performing Arts in 1979, in response to the urgent need for arts education for young people. And
whereas Bonnie had great foresight to empower our youth through arts education by creating a well-known and cherished regional institution known as Imagination Stage, an organization that highly motivates young people to discover their voice and identity through the performing arts and professional theater. And
whereas Bonnie has guided Imagination Stage from a handful of children in a single classroom to a full spectrum theater arts organization with internationally recognized and awarded theater productions by professional actors and artists. And
whereas Bonnie's lasting impact in our community includes establishing as a founding member the BCC's Cultural Arts Committee and the Committee for Bethesda Cultural District, receiving the prestigious honors of the Washingtonian of the Year, Maryland's Top 100 Women in 2006, and the Gelman, Rosenberg, and Friedman Excel Award for Nonprofit Management in 2015 for her vision and dedication to youth. And
whereas Bonnie's vision to instill hope, courage, and above all, creativity in our youth from all walks of life and abilities, and embrace the complexity and diversity of our world through the arts, will support our next generation of leaders to overcome challenges with confidence and success for generations to come.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland hereby honors Bonnie Fogel on her retirement as Executive Director of Imagination Stage. And be it further resolved that the County Council recognizes that Bonnie Fogel's commitment to arts education for more than 40 years has been crucial in making Montgomery County a distinguished arts community as Imagination Stage continues to impact the lives of children and adults all over the world. Presented today on the 17th day of November in the year 2020, signed by my colleagues, Councilmember Andrew Friesen and Council President Katz. Bonnie, congratulations, and thank you again.
Thank you so very much. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was most well-deserved, and they all did a good job. I think they all deserve an Academy Award. What do you think, Bonnie? There you go.
Absolutely. I'll give you one in person next time I see you.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. It's so good to see you. Next, we're going to have another proclamation recognizing Dr. Harvey Alter on his 2020 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine by Councilmember Friesen.
thank you so much. Is Dr. Alter with us?
I see his name.
There he is. Dr. Alter, thank you and welcome. I am so privileged and excited. This is a celebration of the extraordinary talent that we have in Montgomery County. And Dr. Harvey Alter, who is with us today, is chief among them. I never take for granted just how fortunate we are to live in and grow up, and for me to be able to represent a community of such talented and purpose-driven people. And so I am so excited this morning to be able to honor Dr. Harvey Alter of Chevy Chase, who last month got the 4:15 a.m., I'm told, phone call from Sweden that he has been named the Nobel Prize winner in physiology or medicine for 2020. His curiosity, his perseverance, his dedication to answering unanswered scientific questions are extraordinary and led him and his team at NIH to discover a strain of viral hepatitis that couldn't be explained by hepatitis A or B, a discovery that has saved millions of lives and will continue to save millions more. Dr. Alter's story is particularly important in this moment as we are seeing the rapid development of potential vaccines and treatments for COVID-19 so that we can understand the work and skill that it takes to hunt down and ultimately fight a deadly virus. It was more than 50 years ago that Dr. Alter started at NIH and then co-discovered the antigen to detect hepatitis B. Given the support by NIH to keep up his research, to keep pursuing the science, he and his team stored blood samples and were able over the years to identify a disturbing trend of hepatitis associated with blood transfusions. That later became known as hepatitis C. This is decades of pursuing the science that resulted in the effective elimination of hepatitis cases from blood transfusions and medicines that have cured countless people from a disease that still leads to the deaths of 350,000 to 500,000 people a year across the globe. As Dr. Alter has said, this award also speaks to the extraordinary people and institution that we have right here in our backyard at the National Institutes of Health. We are lucky to live in a community with the world's best clinical research center and so many people committed to improving the health of millions around the world that they'll never meet, like Dr. Alter. We are so proud of Dr. Alter, who has lived his entire adult life in Montgomery County, and we are incredibly excited for this extraordinary and well-deserved accomplishment. Dr. Alter, welcome. Thank you for bringing such great pride to our community, such great research to our world, and please, if you would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Councilman Friesen. After hearing this session this morning, I wish I was Bonnie Fogel. She was an amazing woman, and I send my congratulations to her as well. My children and my grandchildren went to Imagination Stage, and so it's a great thing. For me, this proclamation is another surprise in a month that has been full of surprises, all pleasant surprises, but I'm very grateful. As Councilman Friedson said, I have lived almost my entire adult life in Montgomery County. I've had 3 houses, an apartment, and a condo, all in the county. My children went to public school here, both elementary and high school, and they've come out very well. So their education was excellent. And as mentioned, I've worked for 50 years in NIH, kind of the jewel, perhaps, of Bethesda and Montgomery County. Absolutely amazing hospital and research facility, the best in the world. And the county is to be congratulated for housing just this remarkable, remarkable institution. And I owe everything to NIH. I could not have done any of what I did anywhere else. This was it's just a spectacular place. So I have made Montgomery County my home, my workplace, basically my life, and I wouldn't change any of it. It's been a remarkable and extremely rewarding experience, and a great place to live. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I can't say that I quite have a Nobel Prize to offer here on behalf of my colleagues in the County Council, but I will say that we didn't reach out at 4:15 a.m. and wake you up either. We called during regular business hours, so hopefully that counts for something. But here we go with your well-deserved proclamation. Whereas Dr. Harvey Alter joined the Clinical Center's Department of Transfusion Medicine as a senior investigator in 1969 and has spent more than 50 years at NIH, becoming chief of the Infectious Diseases Section and associate director of research in the Department of Transfusion Medicine at the NIH Clinical Center. And whereas Dr. Alter co-discovered the Australia antigen, a key to detecting hepatitis B virus, spearheaded a project at the Clinical Center that created a storehouse of blood samples used to uncover the causes and reduce the risk of transfusion-associated hepatitis, was elected to the Institute of Medicine, and that same year became the first NIH Clinical Center scientist elected to the National Academy of Sciences. And whereas Dr. Harvey Alter noticed a significant number of patients receiving blood transfusions still developed chronic hepatitis due to an unknown infectious agent. And as principal investigator, he and his team identified non-A, non-B hepatitis, now called hepatitis C. And whereas Dr. Harvey Alter's dedication, persistence, and creative approach to research on the occurrence of hepatitis in patients who had received blood transfusions has led to new diagnostics and medicines, which have virtually eliminated post-blood transfusion hepatitis cases and cured countless patients across the globe. And whereas Dr. Harvey Alter has been awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine for his groundbreaking research in identifying hepatitis C, a major global health problem, which is now recognized worldwide for his accomplishments to further the medical community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland, hereby recognizes Dr. Harvey Alter on his 2020 Nobel Prize in Medicine, and be it further resolved that the County Council honors Dr. Alter's current and future achievements and life-changing contributions to the world through his research in medicine. Presented on the 17th day of November in the year 2020, signed by myself, Councilmember Andrew Friedson, District 1, and Council President Katz. Congratulations, Dr. Alter.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. That's beautifully worded. I really appreciate that. I hope I'll get a copy of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's on its way.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Friedson.
Thank you. I wish I could follow you as a doctor, but unfortunately.
Yeah, well, Councilman Friedson.
I can. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final proclamation this morning is a proclamation honoring Transgender Remembrance Day by Councilmember Glass.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. This Friday is the Transgender Day of Remembrance, and it's an opportunity to honor and mourn members of the transgender community who've been lost to violence or suicide, both of which continue to disproportionately affect this community. And according to the Human Rights Campaign, 2020 has been the most violent year for the transgender community within the last 5 years. And many of the most celebrated icons in transgender activism have been trans women of color. Yet both Black and Latinx women remain some of the most vulnerable in an already marginalized community, making up a majority of those lost in recent years. And before we proceed with the reading of this proclamation and hearing the special words of our honoree, I would like to ask for a moment of silence to remember the lives lost across this country to violence or suicide. Coming up on our screen are going to be the names of 45 members of the transgender community who have passed in this last year. But what is not listed are the many more whose true names and identities were incorrectly reported upon death. Thank you. And so receiving this proclamation today is one of our own MCPS students, Ruben Pegas, who is founder of the Black Kid Speaks movement. And Ruben, if you'd like to say a few words, then I'll read the proclamation.
Thank you, Councilman Glass. Trans rights are Black rights, they're gay rights, and they're human rights. Thank you for inviting me to this event and gathering for a Transgender Day of Remembrance, even in the first place. The right to be is universal, and in 2020, we see the call to justice on the many horrific and inhumane issues facing the Black and queer communities. I can personally relate to the continued need to fervently exercise our First Amendment right to assemble as one and to forcibly speak out against all injustice. The Black Kid Speaks empowerment movement is fully committed to the perpetual empowerment of the transgender community. Recognition and acceptance is the first step to a more just and equal society. But I urge everyone watching and participating today to follow up on this action for a trans community and especially the Black trans community. We all must continue to speak up for the right to be. Trans people have every right to just be, to be free from transphobic aggressions, to be free from discrimination in the workplace, to just be free to live. But sadly, in 2020, we have already seen the murders of 34 transgender siblings. The only way to prevent further violence is to take action now. We exist, Black, gay, brown, and trans, and join us in the street at demonstrations, at mutual aid events, and in demanding that our elected officials pass legislation to protect the trans community. As we will continue to be, Rita Heister just wanted to be. Her brutal murder in 1998 sparked this movement, the Transgender Day of Remembrance, and I'm honored to receive this proclamation in her name. And I pay great respect to the memories of Rita Hester and all who have fallen while simply wanting to be. Thank you, Council Member.
Well, thank you very much, Ruben, for those beautiful words. And my colleagues and I and all of us here in Montgomery County government and leadership want to create a community where you and everyone here in our community feel safe to live as who you are and to be free with your own personal expression. And so thank you for speaking up and being a leader within MCPS and within our community as well. And so with that, I'm going to read the proclamation. Whereas Transgender Day of Remembrance began in 1999 by transgender activist Gwendolyn Ann Smith in memory of Rita Hester, a transgender woman who was killed in 1998. The vigil paid tribute to all the transgender people lost to violence since Rita Hester's death. Today, we continue this tradition. And whereas non-binary and transgender residents are an active and integral part of the Montgomery County community, but continue to face marginalization, discrimination, and violence. And whereas 2020 has been the most violent year against transgender and non-binary individuals, with 45 lives lost in the United States through violence or suicide, with the majority of these individuals being Black and Latinx trans women. And whereas Montgomery County pauses today to remember these individuals and reestablish its commitment to dismantling transphobia, misogyny, racism, and xenophobia, and creating a safer home for all transgender and non-binary individuals. We honor the work and activism of trans individuals and wish for their well-being and safety. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland, hereby recognizes November 20th, 2020 as Transgender Day of Remembrance and affirms Montgomery County's commitment to the lives of non-binary and transgender residents. Presented on this, the 17th day of November in the year 2020, signed by myself and Council President Sidney Katz. So, Ruben, thank you again for your activism, engagement, speaking up, and living life as you are.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ruben, and thank you, Councilmember Glass. And we too applaud you as well. So I don't know if you can see everybody on the screen with this with their Zoom calls anymore, but we all certainly thank you and applaud you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, President.
And with that, we are going to go to our general business. Madam Clerk, do we have any changes to our, do we have any announcements, changes to the agenda or petitions?
Yes, good morning, Mr. President and council members. We have an addendum number 2 on the consent calendar for F. The council has added introduction, special appropriation to the county government's FY21 operating budget, Department of Health and Human Services, $312,455 for children, youth, and family services, therapeutic recreation services for school-aged youth, source of funds, general fund reserves. Public hearing is scheduled for December 1, 2020 at 1:30 p.m. Added 4G, introduction, special appropriation to the county government's FY operating budget, Department of Recreation, $406,000 for youth development, after school youth support, and engagement hubs. Source of funds, general fund reserves, and amendment to the FY21 operating budget resolution section G, FY21, designation of entities for non-competitive contract award status, Montgomery Collaboration Council for Children, Youth, and Families. Public hearing is scheduled for December 1, 2020 at 1:30 p.m. Added for H, introduction, special appropriation to Montgomery County Public Schools FY21 operating budget, $750,000 for restorative justice training for school staff. Source of funds, general fund reserves. Public hearing is scheduled for December 1, 2020 at 1:30 p.m. Added for I, introduction action, resolution to amend resolution 19-557, COVID-19 Human Services and Community Assistance Non-Departmental Account, COVID-19 Response, Rental Assistance and Eviction, and Homelessness Prevention. Added 5A.1 to the council sitting as Board of Health, discussion MSDE rejection of waiver request for relaxed childcare teacher-child ratios. Added at 11:45, legislative session day 35, 6A, introduction of bills, Bill 4520, police, community policing data, lead sponsors, council members Juwanto, Katz, Hucker, and Albanaz. Public hearing is scheduled for December 8, 2020 at 1:30 p.m. Added 6B, Bill 4620, Police School Resource Officers Prohibited. Lead sponsors, council members Juwanto and Beamer. Public hearing is scheduled for January 12, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. You also have announcements. Announcement number 1, the council is seeking applicants for a vacancy on the county's Charter Review Commission. The deadline to apply is Wednesday, November 25th at 5 p.m. Another announcement, the council is seeking applicants for a partial term on the Merit System Protection Board. The deadline to apply is Friday, November 27th, 2020 at 5 p.m. In addition, the council has received a petition, the following petition from residents of Montgomery County supporting Bill 39-20, Taxation Recordation Tax Amendment. That is all, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The minutes have been distributed for October 6, 2020 and October 13th, 2020. And unless there are any corrections, they will be approved as received. Next, we're going to move to our consent calendar, and we need a motion for it, please.
So moved.
It was moved by Councilmember Rice, seconded by Councilmember Jawando. And with that, we're going to turn to Councilmember Jawando, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. And thank you to my colleagues for all those really wonderful proclamations. That was a great way to start the day. We have another really important consent calendar as we continue to have during COVID. I just want to speak to a couple of items that were added and were just kind of listed by Ms. Singleton, our great clerk. We know that our students and their families are facing difficult times during COVID. We know that their mental health is among some of the most paramount issues. There's not a town hall or a session that we're on where we don't hear about the impact mental health is having on our students and our families, all segments of our population. We also know that when our students go back to school, which will happen, and hopefully it'll happen sometime in the new year, that those strains and rigors are going to be even more exacerbated. And I'm really proud that this council has taken actions to address that and to invest in supports for some of our great partners like Everymind and the like. We also know that just like we're seeing rises in domestic violence and other things, that as students adjust back, there's going to be issues that they're dealing with that could lead to disciplinary situations. And we already have a significant challenge with disparate school discipline and arrests. And this funding in items F, G, and H is addressed at that part of the problem. We'll talk later about the legislation that Councilmember Reamer and I are introducing related to SROs, but these investments, I think we all will agree on, I hope, no matter what. And this will invest in things that we believe are more effective solutions to disciplinary issues and help reduce, in a research-based way, challenges our student population has. So this will invest in restorative justice training and therapeutic services. And we're going, you heard the amounts, $750 for restorative justice training for school staff. This will help ramp up and really get all of our adults that are interacting with students, all of our educators and staff in the school building trained on restorative justice, which focuses not on punishment, but on making everyone in the situation when something does go wrong and something does happen whole and seeking to restore those individuals. And the school system has made a commitment to this, but this will help them ramp it up at a time when I think we significantly need them to do it and get more people trained more quickly. We also are going to be providing $312,000 to therapeutic recreational services. We know that getting active, interacting with peers in a therapeutic setting is another research-based way to reduce discipline and to support student mental health. And then another $406,000 to support a great program through our Collaboration Council for after-school programs for some of our most at-risk and disconnected youth. So I think together these are going to be really important investments, particularly as we head into the spring, the late winter and the spring, and have the opportunities for students to start re-entering and adjusting back. So I want to thank Councilmember Reamer for his partnership on these items. And I just wanted to briefly note also, I'm very supportive of the increase from $4,000 to $6,000 for the rental assistance. Really glad we're doing that and appreciate everyone who's been involved with that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments from Councilmember Jawando. I thought he really laid that out nicely, and I appreciate his partnership on these amendments and the legislation. And as he said, I think, I know I've heard from Councilmember Rice, his enthusiasm for the appropriations. I think that ideally these three will be measures that everybody does, embrace, because they're very consistent with the work that we've been doing, across the spectrum of support for students and families. So I can just add a few data points to the conversation. Normally, we would have about 3,000 youth served in our Excel Beyond the Bell programs right now. Those kids are, not getting the benefit of programming and guidance and structure in their lives. And I don't know that we know much about what their lives are like at this time. So the idea behind the therapeutic recreational programming is to try to reach into those families, to find those kids and give them a way to, be in person and get the benefit, once again, of structure and guidance and positive engagement. So I think that's a really important step for us to take. The Collaboration Council hubs would be 2 12-week after-school clubs. There would be 3 locations in 4 high school clusters, Montgomery Village, the East County, Gaithersburg, Wheaton. They'd operate from 3 to 6 o'clock daily, collaborating with community partners and school administrators and mentors. So again, trying to reach more deeply into the families and find the students and provide support to them. And we'll talk about the SRO, legislation in a bit, but I think we all understand that diversion is crucial, that meeting the needs of children is one of our greatest responsibilities. Councilmember Jawando and I are bringing this forward as an attempt to, I think a really well thought through attempt to begin building that diversionary model, and in companionship with the restorative justice training, which I think in the long term is going to be one of the most crucial functions, is working with our school system so that the administrators, the principals, the teachers, the coaches, everybody, has ingrained a new approach to disciplinary issues, working with students, working with the school community to find a better way. When you put all of these together, I think it's a cohesive strategy for dealing with the challenge that presently results in arrests and in the future might result in better outcomes for the kids and for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. And I did want to highlight and touch on the items that were discussed, as well as a few others. So let me just jump into FG&H, because I think that there's a lot of conversation and maybe some confusion about some of the information as well. These are all practices that we've been doing. When it comes to restorative justice, and I'm all for increasing, it was Councilmember Reamer, I think, who said that, we're embarking on something new. It actually was the 3 years that I spent on the current commission. We ensured that not only for Montgomery County, but every school within the state of Maryland would have these standardized restorative justice practices. But the school system itself has been talking about this for a very long time and has funded it internally to make sure that that happens. I do support absolutely us encouraging them to continue on that track of doing more when it comes to restorative justice. But I just want to level set that they've already been doing this and certainly continue to need to do more in terms of training, just as we do for all the other trainings that are given to Montgomery County Public School employees, teachers, staff, administrators, because it's incredibly important. So we need to continue down this pathway that started some time ago. So I completely support the ideology. When it comes to the after-school hubs, I think that it's great building on what we already did when it came to the education equity hubs at our schools and continuing to expand the support outside of the full day where we have with our collaboration council and do a little bit more in terms of ensuring that there's additional time that students might be able to spend with their colleagues and peers to be able to deal with a lot of the stresses that they're encountering right now. I do agree that from a mental health perspective, it's going to be incredibly important for us to make sure that we stand up those supports. So much so that it's the reason why I partnered with Councilmember Albornoz and Council President Katz. And, we've been very adamant about increasing mental health and have done that since the beginning of this year, before the pandemic even hit, making sure that that was a priority. So again, these are all things that we've been doing. We still need to expand them, but I want to make sure that folks understand these aren't new. These are things that are incredibly important for us that we know we need to double down in our efforts and making sure that we continue to do more. And then when it comes to school resource officers, it'll be interesting to talk, and we'll have that conversation a little bit later about how the two may tie or may not tie together, because these are principles, as you heard from Councilmember Reamer, that folks support regardless. These are things, like I said, that we've been doing and that we want to make sure continue because they are incredibly important to the success of our children. And I'll just close with talking a little bit about some of the other supports and really give kudos to Montgomery County Public Schools. They have continued to try and figure out ways in which they can advocate and get additional funds, CARES funding, whatever the case may be, whether it's MCPS, whether it's Montgomery College, to try and make sure that they're standing up the great work that's being done. And so really just want to say thank you to our leadership within Montgomery County Public Schools and Montgomery College, who continue to meet the needs of our students in these incredibly challenging and troubling times. They really deserve a tremendous amount of credit, and I just really want to thank them for everything that they've done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Claes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate my colleagues' leadership on the items in which they talked about on this consent calendar. And I just want to take a quick minute to discuss item I, which will increase the amount of CARES Act funding that individuals in need of rental assistance will receive, increasing that limit from $4,000 to $6,000. And this is an acknowledgement of two things. One, the need in our community exists. And secondly, that there is a deadline approaching and we need to use all of the CARES Act funding by the December 30th deadline. And so I think this is a smart way to use these funds in the time that is remaining to recognize the need that exists. And then the second component of this item is to provide $5,000 in assistance for people who are currently in shelter. And they can opt into this program to accept $5,000 in assistance to then go find permanent housing of their own. And the studies, national studies, show that this is a very smart, effective strategy for reducing and ending homelessness. And the ability for us in Montgomery County to employ this program, utilizing some of the remaining funds from the CARES Act, I think is a beautiful thing. And I look forward to working with DHHS and all of my colleagues to see how this program has turned out. But I think this is a really good opportunity for all of us and many in the nonprofit community who have spoken with so many of us about providing direct support for individuals in need. And that is what this program essentially does. So much more to come in the months ahead to see how this program worked out. But I think we're using these CARES Act funds properly in the last remaining weeks that we have them available. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Navarro.
This is an incredible consent calendar once again. I think that the remarks that have been made are so on point. I definitely want to highlight item F, G, and H. As Councilmember Rice pointed out, it's always heartwarming when I see how our departments, Department of HHS, Recreation, our partner organizations like the Collaboration Council continue to come together to build on what has been done to continue to put forth really creative ideas. And also when we're able to seek funding to expand it, because the need continues to grow. But the commitment that these departments, the leadership in these departments, these organizations, the commitment is still there. And it is important to remember that this is a county that doesn't lack a lot of efforts, initiatives, and extraordinary creative ways to serve our youth, all our youth. And like Councilmember Rice said, these are not new efforts. These are efforts that build on quite a bit of work, a lot of strategy, a lot of coming together, collaborating, a lot of learning from best practices. And so, again, I think that there is a theme here. And I, as one of the other veterans on this council, want to make sure that the message is clear, that this builds on many of the efforts that we've put in place and continues to enhance. That's the one thing about us here in Montgomery County. We're all about continuous improvement. But it's not like we're just today woke up and decided that, this was important. And I need to say that again, because it is wrong not to acknowledge the amazing work that all the staff, that all these folks who have been in the trenches for decades, some of them continue to come forward and say, this is where we should invest, this is what should happen. The other issue that's important to remember, and I think it's important for my colleagues to remember, is that, because I've said this time and time again, scalability is important. And so just like we did with the Early Care and Education Initiative, we need to start thinking about how do we scale up some of these programs as well. And I think right now, given this crisis, we have been able to come together in some important ways. So I appreciate very much the comments as well as our continued support for these very creative, but also very well-established interventions, because they will make a big difference to our youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Albornoz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a footnote, I'm having an issue with my audio today. I apologize up front. It's a long story, but anyway, so hopefully you guys can hear me. I want to start with item I. We received a report recently that over the last 2 months, the number one issue that 311 call takers are receiving is related to housing. And we also heard in the Public Safety Committee recently that there are almost 200 families that are facing eviction once the moratorium is lifted and the emergency order is lifted. This problem is profound and it is growing. And it is, we are heading towards a cliff here. And so this is a very important appropriation, and probably there will need to be more moving forward, because preventing families from losing their homes has a cascading effect on so many other services and programs. And so I want to thank all of my colleagues who have been working on this issue, and also Councilmember Glass, who is our lead on homeless and special needs populations, who has also been working diligently with Amanda Harris and the team at HHS on this. And so this is important, and further evidence that we get its importance and we got to evolve. And on the other measures, I agree with everything that's been said. There are days when I miss being at the Department of Recreation, being in a position to carry out programs directly. But then there are days like today where I appreciate the opportunity to be in a position to appropriate funds to give the frontline staff that have been working on these issues, people like Luis Cardona, people like Elijah Wheeler, people in our community that really get it, that roll up in their sleeves, and their staff are engaged every day with our youth and need additional tools in the toolbox, need additional resources to expand on the incredible efforts that have been underway now for a number of years. And so we're all keeping our fingers crossed that there will be more federal funding in the near future. Clearly, my colleagues have all committed that this is a priority, and it's absolutely appropriate for us to draw down from reserve general funds for this effort, because as was eloquently noted by my colleagues, Council Members Jawando and Reamer, This is a huge challenge, and really a drop in the bucket when you consider the amount of social and emotional needs that, as was noted, we're not even aware of right now because we're not able to engage our students in the ways that we were before. And so we have to put our staff at MCPS and all those providers in the best possible position once we do reopen, and to engage our students in very meaningful ways. And so I'm very supportive of these appropriations. There will be more that needs to happen, but it's an important component to an ongoing conversation. Thank you. I yield back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Reamer.
Thanks. I just wanted to also comment on the housing appropriations, particularly the very innovative approach for providing a $5,000 grant to exit homelessness, as Councilmember Glass described. The county has been a leader on homelessness policy in recent years, getting to functional zero with veterans, families. It's been one of our, I think, success stories. The approach of providing a lump sum to exit homelessness was indeed, tried in, I think it was Vancouver, maybe, and it worked. It worked. And if we can provide a lump sum to someone and then not have to provide very expensive services throughout the rest of the year, from a fiscal point of view, it's, I'm sure, a significant win. But more importantly, it's giving someone the tools that they need to get their lives in order and to rely upon themselves rather than county services. So I know that we'll be watching this closely, and I don't know how many other jurisdictions may be also trying this at this time, but I really want to thank HHS and Amanda Harris and the whole team working on homelessness issues together for bringing this to us. And thank you, Councilmember Glass, for your continued focus on this issue. It's so important to us, and I'm really hopeful about what this will achieve. Thanks.
Thank you. And I too want to say that there's not one thing on this consent agenda that anyone should be in disagreement with. This consent agenda truly does change lives, and it truly is the right thing to do. We've all talked about, and I'm not going to repeat it, but F, G, H, and I, but we can start with the letter A, because each one of these is the right thing to do, and it's the right way to do it. So with that, we have a motion by Councilmember Rice. We have a second by Councilmember Juando that we approve our consent calendar. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Next, we are going to be sitting as the Board of Health. And as always, we're welcoming Dr. Stoddard and Dr. Gales. I don't know who else we're welcoming at this point. I can't say I see Dr. Gales. I do want to, we're going to hold people to the 5-minute rule, because as always, we know that they're under a time constraint as well. But Dr. Gales, we and Dr. Stoddard, as part of your discussion, we have added the MSDE rejection of the waiver request for the relaxed child care teacher-child ratios. And I know that you're certainly working on that, and I know that you're certainly aware of it. But if you could please let us know what you're suggesting and how you're suggesting it as part of this update, we would appreciate that as well. And with that, I'm assuming Dr. Gales, you were going to go first.
Good morning, everybody, and happy to be here. I'll try to keep this very succinct. And I know that we have a couple of representatives from our Children, Youth, and Families team here that will be able to also address questions related to the child care ratios, both in terms of the parameters of the program as it stands, as well as any pertinent updates. And I'll try to provide some insights about the waiver as well. Just briefly, in terms of where we stand related to COVID cases, this morning it was reported that we have 2,149 cases across the state, which represents the second highest daily total throughout the pandemic. The highest total throughout the pandemic was on Saturday, when we had over 2,300 cases. The average positivity for the state has increased to 6.9%, and the average case rate for the entire state is now 29 cases per 100,000 residents. All 24 jurisdictions have case rates now above 10 cases per 100,000. 18 jurisdictions have case rates that are above 20 cases per 100,000, and 6 jurisdictions have case rates above 30 cases per 100,000, including Allegheny County, which actually has a case rate this morning of an average of 110.6 cases per 100,000 based upon the updates. Now, as it relates specifically to Montgomery County, today we have a daily total of 361 cases reported. Our test positivity is at 5.4%, and our cases are 22.6 per 100,000. Of note with the test positivity, one of the things that is actually helping with that measure, and you don't see it increase as much as the others, is the fact that our testing apparatus is very strong here in the county, and we're testing lots of people. We're now averaging, just from the county sponsored sites, anywhere between 1,500 and 1,800 tests a day. And as we previously talked about, as a collective county, we have reached or close to suppressive level testing per the different public health algorithms. When we talk about our R0 value, our R0 value has, as of this morning, is 1.36, I believe. And in addition to that, a couple of the other numbers that had not increased as much in our last conversation relates to hospitalization. So when we look at hospitalization utilization is increasing, in particular looking at acute bed usage, ICU bed usage, and emergency room visits for those who have COVID-like illnesses showing up to our emergency rooms. Additionally, when we look at our overall numbers for the county, 27 of our 45 zip codes have case rates greater than 20 cases per 100,000. So I put that out there because I want folks at home to understand the seriousness of where we stand. We continue to get emails, and it's the privilege of everybody, but we continue to get emails about nuances about the different restrictions that are put into place. I cannot emphasize enough the seriousness of where we stand in terms of the numbers and in terms of the potential actions that may need to be taken to curb the continued and sustained increase in cases that we're seeing right now. And to that end, we are continuing to look at our contact tracing data to determine the potential next steps that we may have to take, given the way the numbers are trending right now. We will get an updated report on contact tracing on tomorrow from the state. We will look into that further. We, in terms of a couple of other updates and key areas related to vaccines. So the state has convened a commission of experts to look at that, including experts from industry, academics, and public health. As the chair of the State Immunization Advisory Committee, I am a member of that committee. We had our first meeting on yesterday. We are getting more specifics from the federal government as we talk through how we will disseminate the vaccine throughout our community. And something that I want to also emphasize is that this process is heavily regimented. There will be 4 phases of priority groups. And the way this will be disseminated is it will be heavily regimented and in concert with the state. There will be lots of guidelines and expectations that we have to follow as designated by the federal government and the state that will determine how we can roll this out. Now, at least in the early stages of this, the process will be very much defined by public health teams and distribution processes. There will not be opportunities to dole out, to give out vaccines and say, here's to this group, here's to that group, at least in the early stages. There are partnerships being formed with pharmacies to be able to provide vaccine coverage for our assisted living facilities and nursing homes, at least for staff. We can say all of our nursing homes and assisted living facilities in Montgomery County have partnered with and signed up with pharmacies to provide that support. And again, we're continuing to work with the state and our regional partners on larger distribution strategies. Now, we are working on pulling together different task force for different areas and components of the distribution process. And one of the key areas where we will need the community's support the most at different organizations is around education and outreach to, one, dispel rumors and myths about vaccines in general, but to make sure that folks are educated and understand the importance of why these vaccines are needed and necessary. And there will be opportunities to partner with groups as well to be able to utilize those resources, at least in the early stages, to get the vaccine out. There are 2 candidates so far. They have not made it across the finish line. I want to be very clear about that, that have shown promise. A vaccine candidate from Pfizer and a vaccine candidate from Moderna Pharmaceuticals. They are different in their storage requirements and how they will be rolled out, but each of them at this point, what we know, will require 2 doses approximately 1 month apart. And the anticipation is that we will potentially get some vaccines, at least for the first priority group, to start disseminating that potentially as early as late December around the winter holidays. So I will stop there, but just wanted to give some broader updates. We'll turn the floor over to Dr. Stoddard. Happy to answer any questions you all may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Stoddard.
Good morning. A few things I want to touch on today. So we're going to work on a release related to this, but we did post on the county's website the guidance around ventilation and filtration. I want to say a few things about that publicly so that everyone's clear. Number one, not all buildings, in fact, most buildings will not be able to meet all of these guidelines, and they're simply guidance. Depending on the design, age, and layout of a HVAC system, one or more of these may be meetable without any substantial increase in or any capital costs, essentially, for replacing those systems. We're not interested in having people go out and do wholesale changes of their HVAC systems. Number one, it would be incredibly expensive to do so. Number two, you likely could not get the work done in a timely enough fashion. And number three, we're concerned about making any long-term changes that would substantially change systems to make them less energy efficient, given the threat of climate change that we're also having to respond to. We're going to do some more media to get those out there more publicly for all of our businesses to see. In addition, we have been, we actually started last week, had a webinar with our business community, Dr. Gales and I did on Friday. I will be attending the next one on this Friday, and we will actually be having some experts come in from outside the county to talk about the ventilation and filtration guidelines and how businesses can aim to improve their ventilation and filtration at a low or at low or no cost. We're also working on a houses of worship webinar. We're tentatively planning that for next week as well. Obviously, having made changes to our houses of worship guidelines with the past executive order, as we did with several other categories. In addition, Dr. Gales referred to the Wednesday contact tracing report. And as we've been tracking the contact tracing, we have seen an uptick in the contribution of people participating in religious services and attending religious facilities in the overall contact tracing numbers that have been observed. I think that's something that we want to be able to talk to the faith community about, and how their role in keeping the virus in check is incredibly important. So we're actually actively working on that. One of the other big areas of emphasis in our enforcement side, and we are going to be pulling in some additional inspectors from various agencies within county government to assist surge in enforcement, is number one, we're going to have a meeting with our construction site managers. I'm already coordinating with Department of Permitting Services to coordinate a meeting with our construction site managers, because we know that those frontline workers are have been viewed as essential from the beginning of the event, but we also know that they are, by being essential, they're being put at adverse risk. We want to make sure that we're working with construction companies to be making those work sites as safe as possible. In addition, and we've talked about this a bit before, an emphasis around the big box stores is going to be coming as well in enforcement and in education, because we do know that while grocery stores and some other major retailers are important cogs in keeping the community running, they bear a significant responsibility in making sure that their locations are safe and accessible for the public as well. We have had to do some interventions to keep the numbers in check. Obviously, those are large buildings and can typically have a fair number of people in them, but there is a limit to that as well, and we want to make sure that that is enforced as well. This past weekend in our enforcement, we only had to issue one warning. We visited, about 25 different locations across the county, including the 3 streeteries, and we made, some observations in visiting those locations, but generally things were being done at a relatively safe level. And then our next community recovery advisory group meeting is actually on, it's tomorrow, Wednesday night, the 18th. We're going to talk about some of the innovations that we've undertaken during COVID-19 in the way county government delivers services, and talk to our community representatives about those things and what are the things they'd like to see us innovate in. So, those are all the things I have to address. I will note one thing, and this came up for those who were on our morning call this morning. Joni Menek from HHS, who is part of the contact tracing team, did share a few key things that they are seeing in the surge in contact tracing. And I believe it was yesterday they had 61 investigations that involve either child care facilities or private schools. And so just as a reminder that is an ongoing issue that we face, and frankly has been, it's not disproportionately larger than the other things, but it is a surge that we are seeing, just as we are seeing across the board in cases and other things like that. So just wanted to share that, and obviously have to take questions.
Thank you. I did want you, and whoever is going to bring it up, please, but about the waiver rejection for childcare, who is going to discuss that and what our next steps are and what we can be doing?
Sure. So I actually was writing down a note to realize I forgot to address that. So the waiver that the council president is referring to is that for those folks at home, is the state put in capacity limits for child care facilities throughout the pandemic. They were allowed to continue to operate, but due to different levels of community transmission, the state put in different requirements and capacity limits for operation. And we moved along with the state, and we were actually in phase 2 through most of the pandemic. And phase 2 is at operating at 50% capacity. Now, several weeks ago, the state made a decision to relax the capacity requirements and go back to full capacity. We at that time did not support doing that due to the levels of community transmission at that time, and as a result, during that time, we made the recommendation to not move past phase 2 to go back to the original capacity. The state put in a requirement that at the end of the month, effective at the end of the month, there are certain ratios, teacher to student ratios, that the child care facilities had to follow. That is easier to absorb when you have a higher number of students, not students, but children coming into your facility. And then if you have a smaller number of folks. So if you only can, if you're operating at 50% capacity and you increase the number of staff that have to be there, that decreases the number of students effectively who can come in and use those resources. Now, since then, we filed a waiver request from MSDE as a jurisdiction, requesting that because we, as the governor has laid out, each jurisdiction has the opportunity to make comments and make those decisions, and requested a waiver from that requirement. We were denied that request by MSDE and received that on late Friday, I believe. And since then, since that determination related to capacity was made, we have seen what the case numbers have looked like in the state. Our local numbers have doubled and in some days tripled from where we were when that determination was made. And the state numbers have increased, not exponentially, but have increased significantly as well. So as a result, I know that there is, the county executive is working on a letter in response to that, again, to request consideration for that waiver. In a separate action, we, in our health officers' conversations with MDH, I pointedly asked on yesterday, will the state consider changing those capacity limits due to the significant increase in cases? Which is why they put the capacity limits in place in the first place, as a response to community transmission levels. So that's where we currently stand. I know we have representatives from the group as well, from CYF, the team that works with the child care facilities, and we will continue to have conversations to look at some alternatives. But I want to be very clear. Again, the recommendation to stay at phase 2 was informed by high levels of community transmission And when that determination was made, the numbers have gotten even more significantly worse. And to Dr. Stoddard's point, we have had active investigations in a number of child care facilities. I do recognize that there were some facilities who testified approximately a week ago who have not had instances in their places. That has not been the universal experience across the board. And the reason why we're concerned about it is higher levels of community transmission, much like we put in restrictions to businesses, schools, and other places, could potentially lead to increased cases within those child care settings, not just for children, but also for staff, and lead to further closures of those facilities.
So just so I understand, we're asking again for a waiver. We're asking for a reconsideration of the waiver that was rejected. And then if that reconsideration is not given, then Ms. Barnes or whoever else is on, I can't see everybody on the call, but who's ever else on the call, what would be our next step? I mean, could really be a crisis for families in Montgomery County. And so we need to, and I don't know if you can comment on everything that you're attempting to do, but we need to figure out what our next steps could be if we don't receive the waiver that candidly we should be receiving. Ms. Barnes or whoever else is on the call, please. Ms. Andrews, go ahead, please.
This is Joanne Barnes, Chief of Children, Youth, and Family Services. I would like to turn it over to Barbara Andrews. Dr. Andrews is the head of Early Childhood Services, and she and her staff are working closely with providers and clearly understand the impact that this has on a typical provider. If the state does not approve the waiver, I think at this point we'll have to put our heads together and see what other remedy we can come up with within the guidelines of the law that the state has provided. What's confusing to us is that the state has given us, through the public health officer, the ability to do some things locally based on what's happening in our community. And then at the same time that we ask for requests to help fill the needs based on the statistics in our community, then they deny that. So it does put us in a bit of a quandary. Barbara Andrews, if you're there, could you talk a little bit about what that means to a typical provider? I know we know of some instances where it is going to have an immediate negative impact.
Right. So this is Barbara Andrews with Early Childhood Services. The one thing, sorry, Dr. Gales, I need to correct one thing. They were never at 50% capacity. You know, we had that whole issue before. They're at 15 in a room is phase 2, or 15 in a family child care home. And that's 15 people, not 15 children. So you have to factor in the teachers. And in family child care, it includes the number of people they have in their family who are in the home. So it limits their enrollment. And the issue with the waiver was they did deny it. And what we don't completely understand is that in phase 1 and phase 2, they were able to reduce the ratios. We're still in phase 2. It's no different than what we were doing before. And yet they're requiring across the state is requiring that across the state by the end of November that everyone go back to normal ratios, which would be in place if you had normal enrollment. The state has gone to normal enrollment as a whole. And so that's where we are. In terms of child care programs, we know a couple of different things. There are programs that have the infrastructure to have that additional teacher in the classroom, but that's not a lot of programs. Some have had additional teachers in the classroom anyway, because that's the way they operate their program. It is very difficult for family child care. You know, we're talking about people who may only have a couple of children in care. In terms of other programs, there are some that are choosing to say to a parent, I can't have your children here because I can't hire another teacher for this ratio requirement if I can't go back to full enrollment. So that's where the situation sits. Another letter, the second letter, is going to the state this afternoon. It's a very strongly worded letter. And then beyond that, the county executive has to decide what he wants to do.
Thank you. We are all very, very concerned about this, and we know you are as well. And so we stand ready to work with you in any way that we can to help in any way that we can. And with that, I'm going to turn to my colleagues. We're going to go to the 5-minute rule. So Councilmember Navarro, you are the first council member, please.
Thank you so much. A lot of important information. So definitely, I'm trying to figure out how to triage my comments or questions. I continue to go back to this notion of communication. Obviously, now we've entered a different stage. And people are trying to figure out, of course, what that means for us locally, but also the issue of vaccines are really important. Dr. Gales, thank you for mentioning the fact that the state will be providing that guidance. I know DC has its own task force. I assume it's because they're not a state, so they do it locally. And it was something that I know at COG that has been discussed. I'm wondering, you know, when I look at the portal, it's very content rich. And I do wonder if it's possible to somehow redesign the portal so that if a resident wants to click on there, we have the numbers, the number of cases, et cetera. We are obviously in this fluid situation where we may have to make some changes, et cetera. I'm wondering if it's possible to not only have the case numbers and all, but to have some type of way to signal why it is that at this point in time, we are monitoring and really truly entering a second wave. And as things begin to change vis-a-vis an executive order or anything like that, that can be sort of front and center versus making it so content rich. I mean, I know we do Twitter, we do all these things, but I still feel that the issue of communication is going to be so central for us as now we're, you know, trying to navigate this next wave. Has there been any thought about taking another fresh look at the portal with that, you know, sort of angle, that kind of being able to say to folks, hey, we've entered a new phase here. This is different now. It's, you know, it's a little bit somber, of course, but we have got to understand that this is where we are. Has there been any conversation about that? Because I think it would make it a little easier for everyone to get everybody on that sort of mindset.
Yes, I know the comms team has been taking the feedback that you all have provided and in additional conversations. I know that the PIO met with Councilmember Glass last week to talk through some strategies, how to distill the information in more palatable, digestible ways. And I think it's, you know, it's an ongoing task. So I don't handle that piece, but I know that they're working through that. And I know that, in fact, they're trying to, you know, put out more simple messages just to say, you know, here are the numbers, here's what this looks like in many different ways. So I would say, you know, if you all have, you know, continued suggestions or recommendations, to continue to send those to the team and think through. I know that there have been discussions about, you know, for example, related to messaging around vaccines. So at the state level, thinking about how we can identify key stakeholders within different communities who can be vaccine champions, if you will, to communicate that effectively. You know, and you know, from a cultural perspective, I have had conversations with my family members like, do we need to get that? Is that saying, you know, vaccines don't work for us, you know, historically. And so having to have some of those informal conversations, you know, to break through some of those very well-founded concerns, you know, to be able to encourage people to get it. So I say all that to say that I think that there is multiple opportunities to engage a broader audience to be able to help to do that work. And I know that the comms team has been trying some different strategies to think about how to do that best.
We just add that one thing about communications that we know is that different audiences have different expectations for information. And some of our audience want a lot more information and more detail. Some of our audiences want the quick and dirty, you know, what's happening and how. And obviously the cultural and other diversity that we have in the county requires different messaging in there too. I will note that the LHI initiative and the AHP initiative has specific communication strategies tied to those that you all are very, very well aware of. I see Dr. Corral, he may want to comment on that as well. But we've been really trying to tailor our messaging, reflecting that one message that the county puts out will be heard and received by one set of population, whereas a different messages will be better received for a different population. I think we've been really trying to diversify rather than go down if we make a change to the dashboard, we're trying to be cognizant of the fact that if we make one change to the dashboard, it may make it better received for one audience, but less well received for another audience. So we're really struggling with how do you have a single dashboard that speaks well to all of the different audiences. And I don't know.
I just wanted to share that, when I, council member, look at the dashboard, it's busy, right? And that may be okay when we're sort of in a plateau, but I'm concerned about the fact that we have entered a total new wave. And so if there's a landing page of sorts that kind of distills that information so that it signals to me, whoa, we've entered a new stage now, this is where we are. The rest of the content-rich information can still be there as an archive so that if I want more, I can go search that. But I think there needs to be sort of a landing page that signals to me and to every resident that we've entered a new stage, and this is why, and this is what we're trying to address with that. That would be super important. The tailoring of the messaging to our different communities is obviously something that folks are doing really well. But I think we need to do this because, as Dr. Gales was saying, as we enter into the vaccination, possibility and stage, et cetera, there is a lot of mistrust in many communities. And so I think preparing the stage and the mindset, it's going to be important. Given the fact that we talk about fatigue, given the fact that folks, just feel like it's just so overwhelming, all the information that you're getting and the signals, et cetera. If we could do that, just make it a little simpler in the landing page with that information up front, basically signaling this is different now. And then we do the same with our, LHI, the African American Health Program, which again, they're doing extraordinary work. We could tailor the message as well so that these communities also understand that, hey, everyone, this is different. This is different. It's okay. We can get through this. And I've said this, publicly, right, when I've been interviewed. We can do this because our residents have been amazing, but there needs to be a recognition and an ownership that this is a new day. And therefore, we have to continue to do what we're doing, but also be even more mindful because we have the flu season upon us. This winter, we're going to be indoors. That combination, it's really troublesome, and everybody needs to kind of understand that. So that's, that I just offer that. I mean, I'm not a super expert on communications, I can just tell you that, again, as a council member, when I open it, I can get to where I want, but I put myself in the shoes of a mom that's trying to navigate all these things at once, and it's not as user friendly, or it doesn't give me that signal that I think I need, or everybody else I think needs in order to, get everyone on the same page. But Councilmember Glass is an expert on this stuff, so he can help.
Well, Councilmember, I just wanted to, before you jump in, I wanted to just weigh in on this a little bit, if I could, for a second. And that's just to say that a couple of things. It'll be interesting to go back and look at the evolution of the pages of our landing pages over the last 9 months to see how to see and recognize that it is a continuous process of evolution and changing. One of the things, just so you know, that is happening now is that we are working with MC311 to try to identify and simplify our webpage for referrals for resources. So we'll roll this conversation into that conversation to see what makes sense in terms of ways to simplify, balanced against the number of clicks that people are willing to go through to get information that they need. So there's a balancing between putting sufficient information there and keeping it clean, so that people don't get overwhelmed, but also can very quickly see what they need and find what they need. So we will add that to the conversation that we're having with 311 about revising our process with them.
Thank you very much, Councilmember.
Last thing, Councilmember, I'm sorry, Councilmember, just real quick. The state of Florida has not done a very good job at dealing with COVID, but the Miami-Dade website, their portal, you should take a look at that. because it is much simpler and it is much more user-friendly. So I'll offer that as an example, just very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll use 10 seconds on Councilmember Navarro's point. I think if you had like a green, red, yellow, red, or some sort of indicator that said we're like in a really difficult zone and then all the information, I think that is a good point and might be an easy way to keep it and add something. I want to apologize to Ms. Barnes and Dr. Andrews. I am furious that the state superintendent and Governor Hogan have played politics with something that we were already approved to do. You were very kind to say it doesn't make sense. I'll go further and say it's just absolutely ridiculous. The idea that we couldn't have the same ratios because we chose to have a safer option and keep our families and student and childcare providers safe, and now you're punitively punishing us with not approving the waiver for something we were already doing is absolutely ridiculous. So I just want to be very clear that I know the governor is going to speak at 2 p.m. today. He needs to direct and speak with Dr. Salmon, and they need to reverse that. That makes no sense. It makes your job difficult, and it's not safe for our children and families. I'm very disappointed. I also wanted to ask Dr. Gales, did you say that we've had some of the highest case counts since the pandemic began statewide and locally? Could you just repeat that if that's the case?
So the 3 of the top 5 daily reported cases have been in the last week. Both over the weekend for the state at 2,300, 2,100 today, and I think there was also a day earlier this week of 1,800. And on a local level, the 364 that we have today, I believe, is the 3rd highest total that we have had. And we did have another day earlier this week or over the weekend where we had over 330 cases as well.
I appreciate that. I think just people need to understand the severity of where we're in. As people congregate inside, as we're at the holidays, we're at a critical moment. But we also are at a moment that's different from back when we had those high case rates, where we have potential hope of a vaccine on the horizon. And I yesterday and I want to get your thoughts on this to the extent that you're willing to comment. I yesterday called on the governor to issue a stay-at-home order statewide. And I know I think other colleagues have mentioned that as well. I think he has to do that for 4 weeks at least. Let's get through the holidays and then also give money to our businesses, release that remaining funding. At this point, do you think a stay-at-home order statewide would help? Additionally, mask order or any other things, curious what you think, would help limit the spread at this critical time as we head into the holidays with some of the highest case rates that we've had throughout the entire pandemic?
Well, I think it's one thing to observe too is what's different about the case numbers we're seeing right now is we're seeing the highest numbers that we've seen through the pandemic, and we're open. When we were seeing comparable levels like this back in the spring, everything was closed down. And so we're having to deal with that and balance the high numbers in a setting where we still have a lot of things open and lots of potential contact. I think from an epidemiologic standpoint, a shutdown of some time period could have significant benefit in terms of limiting exposure to other individuals and potentially minimizing and mitigating transmission as much as possible. So I do think there would be significant value and benefit to that. At this point, as the numbers continue to creep up, we're putting ourselves in a very difficult position without taking potential further restrictions if we want to get the number down. Now, as you mentioned, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, if you will. We use this analogy in our business call on Friday that it's, if you can think of a tennis match, best 3 out of 5, we're at the beginning of the 5th set. You're tired, you're exhausted, you're cramping, you're physically just, you don't have it left, but you've got to get through it if you want to win it. And so we do see promise of vaccines coming within the next 6 weeks, potentially as early as 6 weeks or so for those most vulnerable in our population. But there's a lot of time and there's lots that can happen between now and then to get there. So we've got to continue those public health practices. And we're going to have some further restrictions really ultimately to curb the numbers where we are.
Well, I appreciate that. And I thank you for being honest and candid with your opinion. I think we are willing, we have shown we're willing to do what we need to do here in the county, but as has been said, what at this point, with the case counts statewide, it would be more effective to have a statewide order. And we have that light at the end of the tunnel, and we can tell our folks confidently, hey, buckle down. This won't be forever. We know what we need to do. So I just really hope the governor says that today. I appreciate all the work that you all are doing. And I saw that the letter from the county executive came on the child care issue. So we'll keep pushing on that as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Councilmember Joanna, I'd like to add one comment to the question of restrictions. If you want a really clear example of this, look at what's happened in France. On October 29th, they instituted a national lockdown in France because their cases were skyrocketing, and their cases continued to go up until approximately 8 days after that lockdown went into effect, which is about the time it would take to see a lockdown taking effect, and they have since fallen off a cliff. And so the lockdowns or stay-at-home orders or closures are terrible, terrible things to have to implement. There is no question about them. They hurt businesses, they hurt the economy significantly, but they do work from a public health perspective. You can see it time and time again. It's these half measures that often do they do a lot of harm, but they often, don't get as quick a public health benefit at the same time. So it's sort of like, how much, what balance of hurting the business community versus hurting people are you comfortable with? And it's, you hurt businesses a lot, but you help people a lot. And that's the choice that is being faced. But doing nothing and letting people get hurt obviously is not a great solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you. Let's just continue with that thread. First of all, I also called on Saturday, I think, for Maryland, DC, and Virginia to institute a shutdown, a stay-at-home order. As you were just saying, we are now in the worst scenario where we have substantial shutdowns, but it's not really reducing the spread of the virus sufficiently. And so businesses are hurt, people get sick, and we're heading towards a cataclysm, it seems to me, with the health system, in a few weeks. If we could act together as a region, we could have the most effect in the shortest duration. If Maryland, Virginia, and DC could act together with a stay-at-home order, it could be a shorter order. We could, as you said, put in a cliff on the transmission of the virus, and then we can resume. But if we just keep clamping down on it incrementally, we're going to spread the pain without getting a lot of benefit from a health perspective. What we're doing now doesn't seem to be working, and we have cases that are through the roof. I wanted to quickly say, I really would like to see a written strategy, like we had a written testing strategy, a written strategy on the vaccinations. I think Councilmember Navarro was making a lot of really important points about vaccine confidence. Let's not sugarcoat it. Donald Trump has reduced confidence in the vaccine. People don't trust it as much as they should. They don't trust the science as much as they should because people are afraid that it has been politicized, that there are decisions that have been made along the way which have not been made, but that are not in the best interest of health. And so we have to have a concerted effort to get deep into our communities where that confidence and that trust is diminished. And we need a plan to do that. So I'm glad you're working on the communication side. I know you're very aware of this. So really it's calling on the rest of the county government to come forward with a strategy that will achieve the goal. So again, I really would like to see a written strategy, both around distributions, like how the first 25,000 doses will be distributed, but then bigger picture on how to combat vaccine confidence and ensure that people are ready to take it where they most need to take it. I'd like to just go back to the case rate. Another day of more than 300 cases is alarming. Can you talk to us, Dr. Gales, Dr. Stoddard, where will we be in 2 or 3 weeks with hospitalizations if this is the new plateau of case rates, if we're staying at this rate? Right now it sounds like hospitalizations are not yet at a crisis level, if I'm interpreting the data correctly, but that's, there's a lag there. So talk to us about what you might foresee.
Well, we are fortunate to be a part of throughout the state. We get estimates from a number of different places, and Johns Hopkins actually does a weekly hospital projection model based upon the different parameters and restrictions that are put into place. And the most recent model that we received on Friday, they do optimistic, moderate, slightly less moderate, and then catastrophic scenarios based upon the level of restrictions. And their current outlook suggests that the growth of hospitalizations, that we are on a path right now similar in magnitude to the growth of hospitalizations that we experienced in March and April. And efforts to dampen transmission will likely take weeks to take effect, but should be implemented immediately to reduce the likelihood of a catastrophic outcome. And I've shared these slides. I just sent it to you all actually anticipating this question. And you can look at the different charts to show the impact of different levels of restrictions on activities and how just, for example, limiting an infected person's contacts by 50% could decrease the risk of a catastrophic hospital overload by approximately 25 to 30%. And so I would encourage you to take a look at those models. These are the types of things that we look at as well to help inform what we put forward in terms of recommending guidance to adhere to. And so the other thing I wanted to mention quickly is related to the vaccine distribution plan. There is a plan. So let me just reiterate that this is a heavily concerted effort that goes into effect working with the state and the federal level. And so lots of the steps, at least in the early phases, getting the vaccines to those folks who are in the priority group 1 will be done heavily regimented, working with the state and the federal government. And so those strategies will be in part consultation with them. And the state has convened an expert committee again that I'm working on and serving on to iron out those details, as well as the local team has been working on how to implement that strategy on a local level. So a lot of the activities and actions that we will put into place here will be informed by the specifics we get from the state. That will then again be informed by once we get more information about the specific vaccine candidates that we'll be utilizing.
Thank you. Councilmember Albornoz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to try to stick to 5 minutes, but I've got several categories of questions. I'll start with the waiver, and I echo Councilmember Jawando's frustration and deep disappointment in the governor's decision not to grant the waiver. But I'm also not surprised that he didn't grant the waiver because that seems to have been the track record, and our relationship with the governor's office feels like it's regressed since the beginning of the pandemic, and communication has been an ongoing challenge, as we know. And so at our briefing last Tuesday, when we discussed this matter, it seemed clear that the executive branch, and I appreciate and respect your understanding of the deep challenges that our childcare providers face on this. I know you're feeling the same pain they are, but there was a discussion then about a plan B, but I'm not hearing like we have developed one. I just want to confirm, and Dr. Andrews, I have such respect for you. I've known your work for a long time, and so I have to hope and assume that we've at least laid out some options for the county executive to consider in the event that this second letter, as sternly worded as it may be, is probably not going to succeed. Let's hope it does, but I'm not confident that it will. And so can you confirm that we have developed options for the county executive to consider?
Well, let me first mention the letter has now been sent to all of you and to your staff. It was CC'd not just to Dr. Salmon and to several legislators. And the county executive, as of yesterday anyway, had intended on making it public. So I think the next step is pressure. And it depends on how the county executive's office and the intergovernmental relations wants to go with that. I don't think we can, I agree with you, I don't think we can change the governor's mind through this, but that's our first attempt, is to take this approach. And we have a lot of legislators who have been pushing for maybe not this specific issue. I don't know if they're engaged in this specific issue of the ratios, but they have been pushing for things related to child care ever since the beginning of the pandemic.
but I'm still not hearing a plan B. And that is really disconcerting because it's November 17th. This expires in less than 2 weeks. The practical reality is that 4 out of 14 families in classrooms, multiply that by classrooms, multiply that by childcare providers, right now are anxiously wondering what the next step is with Thanksgiving in between. And so if we don't give those families a sufficient amount of lead time and are just hoping that this waiver is granted, then that's not a plan. And I understand that the numbers are stark and alarming on every conceivable level. And if the difficult decision is going to be made that we're holding the line at 10 families plus 2 additional staff, either we need to appropriate emergency reserve funds right now to help with the additional staff that childcare providers are going to need to be able to continue their services, or there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of families who in 2 weeks are going to be left trying to find a different location for their child when capacity is already an issue. You know, we heard repeatedly from childcare providers, families being impacted by this, people in tears, people just overwhelmed about the you know, what this means and impacts families in a way that's very deep. And I know we all understand, but I think that we have to get a message out by tomorrow and not wait. You know, let's hope that this letter and pressure works. But if it doesn't, then we need to get something out to families by no later than the middle of this week so that they can plan accordingly. And if there is a need for a special appropriation of some kind, you know, just to support those childcare providers that are continuing to support these families, I think that's really important for us to get that word out. So I know that we're stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I'm not saying anything you all don't already know, but I think it's important that we reiterate those points.
Councilmember, this is Raymond Kroll. Just to say to you that we are aware of the urgency, and the team is always working to look at options around this. They have not put anything on the table for discussion in this meeting. Doesn't mean that we're not thinking through some possible options, including how are we using our current funding and funding streams and appropriations, and how might we shift some things around to address some of that. So it's a conversation with Joanne and Barbara and the team, and with the second floor to come up with some options. This letter and our response is the first step in that process, and hopefully we'll get some sanity in this in the response rather than what we're getting in the moment. But there will be something that we will have to put out and try to put out to families as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you, Dr. Crowley. I appreciate that. And I just needed to hear that. I knew that you guys were working on, you know, different plans for Plan B, but I also think it's important for our residents to hear that as well as they, you know, devise and plan. And I think that's relevant. The second. Yes.
I would feel pretty comfortable saying that Plan B will not be getting rid of our public health protections. So just, you know, I don't think we're going to acquiesce and just suddenly say we're going to full capacity because we can't. No. Because the governor won't approve our ratios. So, you know, I think we should be crystal clear about that. We're not going to sell short on the public health benefits. Just, you know, that will mean we will have to provide some sort of assistance or other things to our childcare providers. But we've got to be able to just articulate that we're not going to reduce the protections in public health because of the ratio change.
I think that, yeah, I think that's kind of axiomatic. I mean, that we will not do that, and that I don't think that families would particularly feel comfortable sending their children to settings where the ratios are, where the number of students are twice as high as they have been, and the risk is therefore even greater.
Understood, and I don't disagree with any of that. And there's got to be something in between, you know, allowing those 4 families per classroom to continue to have the support that they need on so many different levels, but still adhere to the guidance. You know, I know you guys are going to come up with solutions. I look forward to hearing what they are, and messaging to families as soon as possible is really important here, as we've all acknowledged.
Thank you.
I apologize. Just 2 more, Mr. President. I'll be quick. I'll try to be quick. The second question is, Dr. Stoddard, I've been reading reports. Boris Johnson, who already had the virus, is now quarantining because there's a concern he may have received it a second time. We're 9 months into this. From a medical perspective, are we seeing evidence that people who have contracted the virus are getting it again? There was this feeling that people, once you got it, you were never going to get it again. But it's looking like that's not the case. Can you confirm that and just state what we're seeing nationally on that?
Dr. Gales, I think you can start.
Sure. So the new recommendations and guidelines actually say that if you test positive for COVID-19, that you have some level of immunity for approximately 3 months. And for example, the recommendation was that if you test positive, they don't recommend that you get another test again for 90 days. So the suggestion is that your immunity period is approximately somewhere in the 3-month window, meaning that yes, ideally you could potentially contract it again. There haven't been a ton of cases reported that I'm aware of, but there have been some cases reported in the literature where folks have become reinfected in the future.
Thank you. Our public needs to hear that. Once you've gotten it, that doesn't mean you aren't going to get it again. And then finally, with regards to hospital bed capacity, I know at the beginning of the pandemic, when Nexus Montgomery and the hospitals worked together, they took steps like eliminating elective procedures. They looked at communal rooms within hospitals that could be added with additional bed capacity. Are those steps being taken right now, Dr. Gales or Dr. Stoddard? I believe they are, but I think it's important for our public to hear that our hospitals are prepping and getting ready for this next wave if what is happening in other states happens here, which unfortunately looks likely.
Fortunately, again, we have a great, robust healthcare system and enterprise here with great leaders and clinicians providing service delivery. And so much to your mention, they have continued to utilize the playbook that was worked on so heavily and put together in the early stages of the pandemic. We met as recently as early last week to discuss that playbook and update that playbook. And the state has provided additional guidance since that conversation related to parameters around elective procedures and encouraging hospitals to not engage in those processes as much as possible to, one, be able to free up capacity for COVID-related illnesses or others. But the other thing I want to take this opportunity to encourage folks is, even when we're talking about reducing elective procedures and those kinds of things, if you are at home and you have a health condition, please go to the hospital. Do not wait and sit at home and, pass it by or wait for it to worsen. If you need medical attention, please seek medical attention as appropriate. The hospital will provide the services, and we don't want you to sit at home out of fear for utilization or fear for COVID in the event that you need those services. Please seek them as soon as possible.
I would also note that as it relates to elective surgery, one thing they have to keep in mind is that elective is a term that is often a little bit misleading. Elective includes things like transplants. And so I'm not sure how elective people would view things like transplants. But obviously it's a very intentional decision to cancel those procedures. And frankly, when you're starting to see those warning signs, it's a real concern. It's not just something you do because, it's just going to affect hospital profitability. There are real lives affected by cancellation of elective procedures. And therefore, I think it's just important that we, keep in mind that, when we're starting to see those signs, that's when we all should be very concerned now, but that really represents a tipping point when we're starting to do those, make those intentional decisions to cancel things like that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for going way over.
And every question you had was certainly on everybody's mind. So Councilmember Friedson, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to build off of the child care questions and concerns that Councilmember Albornoz raised. The first is, this is obviously disappointing. We all share in the disappointment that the state did not issue the waiver. I will say that relationships do matter, and this is one of the challenging circumstances that we have found, a clearly deteriorated relationship between the county executive and the governor, and the serious consequences that has on families and on our residents. And it's just a disappointing result. I hope that we can get a change, but I, like others, am not optimistic, unfortunately, about whether or not a strongly worded letter is going to impact that. I'm just curious, we're 13 days away from when this is going to go into effect. We had an executive order that caused a lot of confusion and disruption for families and providers already, which I'm glad we were finally able to clear up. But some of that damage was already done because of the false starts and the miscommunication that occurred. What are we doing right now to notify parents and providers of what is happening, what the options are, what the steps are going to be, and what the timing will be, so that this most important thing that is happening in their lives will be, so they have some knowledge of where things are. What are we doing to notify them?
Jennifer, do you want to talk about the communication with providers?
Sure. So Jennifer, our NICE manager with Early Childhood Services. So we did a few things with the order informing the community that we had requested a waiver. We sent it to all 7 child care associations recognized in this county so that they could share with their members. We sent it through our e-blast. That's over 3,000 child care educators in our county. We also sent it to our commissions and councils that are targeting early childhood as their topic or their focus. So we spread it out into the community. We've used stakeholders and partners to inform so that they could also share that information. And most importantly, I also sent it to our regional office manager for the Office of Child Care so that they are informed. So now the next step is sharing with them that it was the waiver was rejected. And if the letter that was sent out is made public, we would also include that in any communications.
When will that happen?
Well, so I just saw the letter now to the superintendent and the governor. So if I can work on that this afternoon, I can do that.
Okay, it'd be helpful if you let us know what's being communicated, because I am concerned that the communication has not been what it needs to be and what it should be. So I hope that we can get ahead of that. I will say, like I said, the strongly worded letter, I'm not optimistic that it's not really how most decisions in state and county government get done. I mean, it's a public advocacy effort, but it's not really what moves the needle generally. And schools are going to have to either hire more people, which means they're going to have to charge parents more money at a time when they can least afford it. Students may be kicked out because they have to follow the guidelines, or providers will be forced to close, as the county executive in his own letter said is likely to happen. I mean, these are really serious, dire consequences. And I've got to say, from what we're hearing here, it feels very reactive and not very proactive in terms of where we're headed and what we're planning to do. I understand these are challenging circumstances. We all disagree with the state and the decision that's being made. I don't think it was the right decision. I don't think there's any disagreement here on this virtual dais about that. But hearing things now about we're going to put our heads together, we're thinking through our options. The letter was the first step in the process. The county executive now has to decide what he wants to do without any real plan B of what we're going to do besides a strongly worded letter and the attempt at this late hour to try to gin up public advocacy in order to pressure the governor. It just seems inadequate for the importance of this issue, for the seriousness that it has on families and on providers. And it's just not a very good response that we're able to provide for families and providers who reach out to us when they say, what now? What's going to happen? What's going to happen for my kids? What's going to happen for our organization? And the answer is, well, there's people in the county who are putting their words together, putting their heads together. And the county executive has sent a very strongly worded letter to the governor. It just doesn't feel like that is sufficient. So I hope we can get a plan. I hope that we can have something that we can move forward. Everybody here is willing and interested in working with you all to make that happen, but it has to be done yesterday. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ms. Barnes, did you, please? And I saw your hand up, but you can also just let me know you want to speak. I mean, speak out, but please, Ms. Barnes.
Thank you so much. And Councilmember Friedson, I really do appreciate your comments. I just want to emphasize, we have been meeting regularly now to continue to monitor what's happening in the child care situation, with a focus both on early childhood as well as the school age child care. And one of the things that we have to do is really assess the providers that we know are open. As Jennifer mentioned, we're constantly in contact with them to find out what the immediate impact will be to the provider community, and that will inform the recommendations that we put forward. So I don't want you to think that we are not actively working on this, but for both your comments as well as Councilmember Albanon's, I want to assure you that we will come forward with some good recommendations that we hope will not only meet the needs of the providers, but the families too.
I appreciate that. I just hope we can take the analysis and turn it into action, because families are desperately waiting for it and providers are trying to figure out and struggling to understand what this means for their organizations. Thank you.
Councilmember Friedson, with the help of the council, that is what we have been doing for 8 months, and we will absolutely continue to do exactly that.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
So a lot's already been said. So let me just jump into a couple other things that haven't been. Dr. Gales, when it comes to travel, understanding that many children, including my daughter, will be coming home from college. What are recommendations that you have for families, those that are picking up their children, coming back into the area from another area, to try and, again, minimize the community spread that's out there? These are all important messages so many folks have, and just trying to understand what the best practices are for people in those types of situations.
Sure, it's an excellent and timely question. We're encouraging folks, particularly if you are traveling from somewhere else, to get tested before you leave that destination and get tested when you get to the destination where you're going. And it is also prudent to consider quarantining yourself as much as possible while you're awaiting those results. And so quarantining doesn't mean that you have to go necessarily stay off by yourself. You know, that can be an option for some. It could mean when you are in a household around your relatives is, you know, wearing a face covering and, you know, minimizing your time around others and making sure that when you're observing those physical distancing principles. Those are just, again, a host of strategies that we would recommend folks to do while they travel and come into contact with other family members. But testing is the key component.
Thank you very much. And again, testing is available not only at our county sites, but also via private providers, and the multitude of availability in terms of rapid testing. Is there any difference between the efficacy of rapid testing that normally gives you the results in a day versus those that sometimes take between 3 and 5 days?
Well, the issue with the rapid testing technology is that there had been, you know, concerns about, you know, the confidence level in terms of, you know, some false positives. And so, you know, there are, in some spaces, the recommendation algorithm is that any, you know, result that you get, you should follow that up with a confirmatory PCR test, particularly those for positive tests. The concerns with the rapid test are, you know, we feel pretty confident if a symptomatic person gets a rapid test and it comes back positive. The concern is, you know, making sure they're really accurate for asymptomatic individuals. Because we don't want someone, you know, to get a test, it comes back negative, and there's the sense of, oh, I don't have it. And then, you know, subsequent testing reveals that they actually do.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And then my last question is just still regarding our school system. You heard about childcare, but obviously, as I filled out a questionnaire last night from Montgomery County Public Schools as a parent about what my preferences are when it comes to children possibly returning in January, understanding that the main months that the flu is actually at its most active is January and February. And that's when we're looking to actually send children back to school potentially, should the numbers and the metrics work out. What do you see as the practicality of that? And are there recommendations for families in terms of what we should all do for our children? And then I've got one last question about vaccination.
Well, I would say the practicality is MCPS has put out a very well thought out, comprehensive, algorithm and matrix to think through those decisions. I think one of the things that will potentially help facilitate that better is potentially having a vaccine available in terms of offering protections for those who are most vulnerable. Because, most of the actions that we're taking are, in a broad perspective, we're trying to keep everybody safe, but ultimately it's to keep numbers down as much as possible to protect those who would be most likely to have a severe outcome if they contracted. So, if we're talking about going back to school with decreased numbers in the presence of a dissemination strategy that has already started to distribute vaccines to the community, at least to the most vulnerable, I think that's a very different conversation. And, so the hope is that that's the conversation that we're having in January, even in the setting of flu season. That would, offer more optimism in terms of being able to successfully do that.
Excellent. And then my last question. Sorry, Dr. Stoddard.
Yeah. Sorry. I also note that typically flu season is actually starting to by let's say the third week of January, it's actually started to go on its downhill slope, and so it's I think by mid-February, late February, we're typically. And I would also say we're already starting to see, and this is like I try and be optimistic where we can be optimistic. We're actually seeing a little bit lower of a flu season, a fair bit lower than a flu season so far, which means that some of the public health measures, as you might expect for COVID, are also playing a role in reducing influenza. And so that's not to, the uptick that would normally occur around this time and, really mid-October through, say mid-November, we have not seen the incline that we would normally expect to see during this time of year. And so that does bode well that we will not see the height of the peak. It means we need to keep doing what we're doing in terms of, washing hands and face coverings and distancing, all those things. But it will have that collateral benefit during flu season as well. So,
thank you. I just have one last question. It's really important about vaccination. So I had heard, so Dr. Gales, Dr. Stoddard, please correct me if I'm wrong, that the current studies for vaccinations did not include a cohort of children. And so where are we when it comes to vaccinations and children and returning to schools if we have a vaccine that hasn't been tested on them for side effects, effectiveness, whatever the case may be?
You are correct. So the two studies that have gone out have been on adult candidates. There will, based upon how, so the short answer is science will continue to study that and to conduct those tests based upon how the priority groups are laid out. Now, certainly any children who have severe illnesses and medical conditions who would fit the criteria of the early stages would likely receive some type of vaccine strategy and schedule that's tailored to them. But as it currently stands, pediatric distribution is scheduled for the third priority group. So that would allow for opportunities to conduct some more trials within that age group to have a better understanding of what those impacts might be.
I will also clarify one point. So while the initial results announced both by Pfizer and Moderna did not include tests in children, there are tests in children that are ongoing, and the results of those have just not been reported yet. I think Pfizer, for example, I think they started their trial in children, I want to say in the University of Cincinnati Hospital at the end of October. And so they're just lagged behind the adult tests, but they are doing some limited level. Obviously, and for good reason, we apply a lot more scrutiny to the trials that we do in children because, number one, because they're children, but also because they give some sort of strange results sometimes because, children's immune systems are developing and things like that. But I say that there are trials that are being done to test the efficacy of vaccines in children. We just don't know the results of those tests yet, and that's why they weren't included in the early comments.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, and that's vital information. Vice President Hucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a lot here, as usual. I agree with Councilmember Albornoz that the communication from the governor's office on this, to me, is just, it's incredibly bad and disjointed and disconnected from our response. It just continues to baffle me. I think it's easy for us to lose sight of that fact and of the state's responsibility because in Montgomery County, we are so used to stepping into the void and doing for our residents what the state is charged with doing under the Maryland Constitution, whether it's providing an adequate and equitable education system, or doing healthcare delivery, or inspecting our nursing homes, or providing a high quality childcare system. Those are all state responsibilities, but we have to do them in Montgomery County to backfill. I'm so used to, I agree with Councilmember Friedson that a strongly worded letter isn't insufficient as a government relations strategy. We have the largest and the most powerful delegation in Annapolis, and a very large and well-funded Office of Intergovernmental Relations. They're our lobbyists. They, I think, should both be engaged in this discussion of how to get the state to meet its responsibility. It's not just on the Montgomery County government, to be fair to everybody here. I can't think of any other governor in 20 years who did not have routine conversations with the county executives of the largest jurisdictions in Maryland, particularly so during every natural disaster and every public health emergency and every recession. I've never seen any governor be so disengaged from local leaders during those types of emergencies. For Governor Hogan to conduct only conference calls with the executives of the largest jurisdictions, and to do so through staff, not personally, is just absolutely bizarre and is not serving us well. The governor, I know, likes to show that he's in charge. The way to do that is he should be having televised weekly briefings with his cabinet present, for all the executives of the largest jurisdictions in Maryland, and going through in detail everything on their dashboard, everything they're doing to meet their responsibility to address this emergency, and taking questions from county executives as well as from the media. That's what ought to be happening, and it's not happening, and it certainly doesn't happen in conference calls through staff. I agree that the denial of the waiver is really unwise as well, and I absolutely agree the governor needs to provide more funding. $250 million was a start. It took way too long. We asked with the comptroller of Maryland, our chief fiscal officer, we asked for $500 million. We said that was needed statewide. It took months to get the $250 million, and there are hundreds of businesses that are now out of business because the state's response has been so parsimonious. Those state tax dollars that have been wisely put into the rainy day fund during an economic expansion by state legislators are not doing any good in a bank account in Annapolis. They need to be on the street, keeping our small businesses open and protecting our residents, but they're not. So I think we need to redouble our efforts through our government relations office and our delegation to get the governor to release more funding. And
Can I answer your question about intergovernmental relations? They have been very involved in this process, and I know Melanie Wenger has already had conversations with several key legislators in both the House and the Senate this morning that are in leadership roles around this issue this morning. And I'm
not being critical. We make that part of these briefings.
Yes, and I would also note that Dr. Salmon even rejected an entreaty from the Senate president about a child care guidance. So it's not just, he's not paying attention to us. He's not paying attention to County Executive Elrich. He's not responding in a positive way to other key political leaders in Maryland.
I know he's not. I've talked to many that feel the same way. I agree. And I'm glad certainly that Prince George's and Anne Arundel, followed our lead. And thank you, Dr. Gales and Stoddard, for pushing us to take, and saying and reassuring us that others would step up. But of course, this should be coming from the governor's mansion. Montgomery County should not be leading the public health response for the state of Maryland. It's not our job. It's his job. So, that's, I think incorporating briefings from our lobbyists, our elected lobbyists and our staff lobbyists in these briefings would be helpful, Rich. Can I just ask about nursing homes? I'm going to run out of time. They're particularly a state responsibility. The issue got a lot of attention in the beginning of the pandemic. It's gotten less attention recently. It is still a large percentage of our caseload and our deaths. And it's important to ensure that our state staff are working in a coordinated way, obviously with the county staff that, as I said, are backfilling. I noted that there was new guidance saying that visitors have to get tested and staff should avoid large gatherings and facilities should stockpile PPE. That's great. Can you comment on how that's being enforced and how we'll know whether any staff are avoiding large gatherings or not?
So that's a great question. So even though it has seemingly fallen off the radar in terms of the public attention, our team has continued to work with the nursing homes and assisted living facilities throughout, over the summer, related to implementing testing strategies, as well as trying to navigate the different guidance that's come from the state. Our technical assistance team that work, or go teams, ready to, however we described them before or named them, have continued that process and have there's certain kind of triggers that the case numbers trigger in terms of how frequently the state comes in and visits and provides that additional support. There also are triggers set up in that guidance to determine how frequently there should be testing in the facilities based upon the jurisdiction test positivity, those kind of things. In the last week, we have had conversations to discuss where we may need to actually create tougher restrictions around that. And those, some of the areas that you mentioned are some of the things that we're thinking about in terms of tightening things up more so than the state has so far.
Mr. President, with your permission, I'd love to schedule the briefing with involving the state's public health team could be here as well. We shouldn't just rely on the heroic work of Drs. Gales and Stoddard. I'd love to hear what the state is doing to meet their responsibility to protect our nursing home residents and their families.
Thank you. It won't actually be my permission. I believe it'll be someone else's permission coming up very soon. So, but I think it's an extremely good idea. Councilmember Glaze.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I associate myself with all the questions and comments of all of my colleagues. And following up on some of the conversation that Councilmember Navarro engaged in regarding communication, I know she and I have been beating this drum that we need to do a better job of informing our residents of the state of this pandemic and what it means locally. And I have had a few conversations with various staff members at the council side, at the executive side, and everybody, including all my colleagues, everyone on this call, everyone realizes that we got to step it up and be very direct in our communication. And with that, I just want to share real quickly, if the capacity exists, on my end, I'm sharing right now the 7-day average for the confirmed cases in Montgomery County, the chart that is on our dashboard. And it doesn't take any words or explanation to show what's happening. It is clear as day that the second wave is here. And we need to continue sharing this information, or I take that back. We don't have to continue. We need to proactively and vigorously share this information with people. We know that a picture's worth 1,000 words, and this is the image that we need to convey. And we have more data that doesn't lie, and it shows how severe this situation is. And that one chart with the 7-day rolling average is the leading indicator. It is the canary in the coal mine for which all the other data will trend poorly, from hospital utilization to the other data as well. And so we need to just really step it up so that all of our residents know, not only our residents here, but the residents in the region. And there are a number of ways that we can do that. So we got to redouble our efforts there. Switching gears just a little bit, a number of constituents have contacted me in the last week, and I'm hoping that in this public conversation, we can receive a little more clarity, or they can receive a little more clarity. The executive order that we agreed to recently changed some of the requirements clearly for restaurants and fitness centers, reducing the capacity from 50% down to 25%. And with the fitness centers in particularly, there's a 25% capacity or one person per 200 square feet, whichever is lower. Dr. Gales, Dr. Stoddard, a number of people in the swimming and competitive swimming and diving communities have been reaching out to me, curious as to why that ratio, the 25%, is different for our aquatic centers. And as I understand it, the aquatic facilities are limited to 25 people per facility. which is not the same as the fitness centers. So can you just share in public, which will save us all a lot of emails and phone calls, why the aquatic center metric is as it is?
Yeah, it was not our intent to actually have it be interpreted the way it's been interpreted, meaning, so we're gonna add some clarification. You know, as the county executive alluded to last night, there are some tweaks to the executive order that will be coming over to council this week around, you know, predominantly around gatherings and face coverings, but we will add some clarifying language to the swimming pool issue as well. It was never, it was not our direct intent, and I talked to Dr. Yales and Ms. Kinch from the county attorney's office to limit to 25 indoor swimming. I just feel the need to say very clearly at this point, though, that if we continue at the numbers that we're seeing over the last several days, I think it's extremely likely that we will be discussing cancellation or closure of those activities in the near term and not the long term. And I just want just to manage expectations, while we're going to add this clarification to allow, I think, to recognize that it wasn't an intent to say 25 limited. And we have talked to our rec director, Robin Riley, as well about this as well in terms of how the county aquatic centers are interpreting it, just to get that clarification out there. But I feel the need to say, you know, people should just recognize that if our cases stay where they're at, changes are coming, and they're going to be more restrictive than what we're correcting it to.
I appreciate the candor and the recognition of the reality. And so, you know, I started my comments by talking about the data, looking at the charts, and then, you know, appreciate your thoughts about how that will impact all of the public policy moving forward, but also appreciate you saying that the interpretation of that regulation wasn't executed as expected. So thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you. And we're going to now go to the update on the Coronavirus Relief Fund, the CRF. Mr. Madaleno, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and council members. I know we've all been here for a while, so I want to start with Dr. Kroll's piece. He's going to give you an update about a handful of the programs where spending has not moved along as quickly as possible. We want to highlight the two minority health initiatives, as well as an update on a few other of the HHS related special appropriations. You have our standard packet of information, and then when he's done, I'll come back on some of the other issues.
Had a few things blocking the mute button. Sorry, folks. So I think the main thing that I wanted to talk about this morning was just to share with you where we are with first thing, the African American Health Program Executive Committee's testing initiative for the county. To talk a little bit about the good news, I know Sonia Mora is going to talk about the Nuestra Salud y Bienestar initiative as well, following me, so then we can come back to other things along the way. This is one we've not reported on regularly, but I think that it's important to share a little bit about where they are and what we think is going to happen going forward. So the program initially set up to do testing, accomplish a couple of things. One was to expand testing in the across the diaspora with a target in 3 high impact zip codes, 03, 04, and 06, but also to test across the county to make sure that Blacks and African Americans had access to testing and resources associated with prevention and treatment of COVID-19. So they've come together to pull this process together. They started testing on November 2nd with 10 testing events. And between the 2nd and the 11th of November, they completed 469 tests. They tested over the weekend, and I don't know what the results are of those tests, but they have moved very quickly to weekend testing across the county. The other thing is that between now and the end of the year, because most of this is CARES Act funding, they have scheduled an additional 30 testing events between now and mid-December. And I think there may be a few more between then and the end of the year. The second thing they've done is develop a targeted marketing and communication campaign to encourage the Black community to take both preventative measures to recognize COVID symptoms, as well as the importance of testing and retesting. And akin to the work of Salud, they have tried to tailor that message in ways that are appealing to the Black community, and both done a website to that is focused on COVID, and they've put together a YouTube video for folks that highlights this testing process and what it would look like, including a message that I particularly like. The logo is "Don't stress, take the test," which I think is a particularly nice way of framing this. They have also set up to distribute, as part of the testing process, COVID-19 kits to allow folks to maintain safe distance, to mask up and glove up, and to check their temperature with thermometers, as well as to keep as information on keeping residents informed on COVID resources and any updates. And so the material will be updated as additional information comes out about testing and rapid testing and vaccine as that becomes available. For positive cases for COVID positive cases, they're providing support needed to help individuals successfully isolate, which might include food and additional check-in wellness checks with nurse practitioners. One of the significant things they've worked on is to establish a Black physician network to make sure that there are physicians in the diaspora that are available to provide support in a culturally competent fashion, and to provide for the program to provide economic support to address any financial barriers associated with that. And that includes veterans and homeless persons as part of the process, and to provide follow-up to residents who are COVID positive 19 or have underlying health conditions that may increase their risk of contracting COVID. So far, they've served over 250 people in that piece of the work. They've also created a mental health resources team and a mental health provider that is available to provide rapid response for mental health services for them, for people who are at risk and vulnerable. The thing I would say about, I'm sorry, phone's doing a dance here. Let me stop that. The other thing that they have, a note that I would make about this is that, and a lesson learned for us is that it's obvious over the months that there's a dearth of service systems providers from the diaspora in Montgomery County, especially those that have working relationships with county government and providing service to the public. So there's, at the start of this, there's not necessarily a ready capacity to build the kind of service that AAHP has stood up for us. They have worked with the county and worked overtime in the community to identify and pull together a team to do the things that I've just talked about, necessary to implement their planning process. And to their credit, they have gotten the core elements in place and at the same time highlighted gaps in our systems. And they've stood up a team that I think will serve us well as we continue to battle this virus going forward. A special note of thanks to NCCF for agreeing to serve as the fiscal agent for the work of the AAHP and EC. That partnership has proven really useful for us in helping to structure the work and get agreements in place with people and to track the work over time. In terms of the expenditures for AAHP up to this point, we're looking at them at this point. This is a preliminary number on this. We're looking at about $600,000 that we're projecting remaining unspent on the CARES Act funding. That's a soft number. I've asked them to go back and firm that up for me and should have some tighter numbers within the week, just to make sure that they are not shorting themselves, but also that they are actually not leaving. We have an opportunity to reprogram funding as needed. So I'll stop there and turn it over to, I guess, to Sonia Rich to talk about
It's 12 o'clock.
por nuestra salud y bienestar.
So I guess it's good afternoon. Thanks for the reminder about the time. It is a pleasure to be here. I apologize, my camera's not working very well. So I'm going to give my oral report, and then if I can come back on the camera, I'll do that. So just to remind everybody, you have been receiving almost weekly reports, oral reports, and then biweekly reports. We've done 7 reports at this point. So I'm going to go through some of the aspects of Salud y Bienestar for our health and well-being. And some of the things you probably already know, but just to get everyone on the same page, this is to remind everybody that Salud y Bienestar is a private-public partnership in which county government has come together with 7 organizations to deliver the program. Very quickly, the agencies are Care for Your Health, CASA, Proyecto Salud Identity, the Mansfield Clinic, Mary Center, and the Germantown Hub. The goal is to to reduce the impact of COVID among Latinos in Montgomery County. We do this in various ways, but one of them is increasing the knowledge to mobilize our communities for prevention, testing, and treatment efforts. Obviously, to increase the number of COVID tests performed in our community, access to human services, the wide array of services that we have. And then we also offer follow-up for clinical testing. There are several elements in the wide services that we provide. We include an information line, community outreach, our communications campaign. We also have our testing events, clinical follow-up, and case management. And another component that we have is that we provide support to our consolidated hubs. So basically what I wanted to just give you is some examples of some of the successes that we have had. For example, on the outreach front, we have our community health workers. There's about over 75 community health workers that have been conducting outreach throughout Montgomery County. The health promoters to date have reached over 35,000 people, and they have provided information on COVID and related services such as testing, and also referrals to case management services. As I mentioned in the past, the health promoters go where people congregate, laundromats, churches, apartment complexes, and other areas. But one of the interesting functions that they have been playing for us is providing support during their testing events. So they provide logistical support. They also provide education while people are waiting for the test to occur. So they're an invaluable source for us. We have an information line that operates Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. And this is a line that we have began to provide more publicity for. And it offers services about resources. It also helps people to navigate to services, offers information on testing events and others. Along with the community outreach, we're doing a communications campaign. It's pretty large. It has traditional media through TV and radio, social platforms. There are public service announcements that are being developed with a animated character. And this character was actually developed a suggestion from the community. So the community, we did some assessment early in the start of Salud y Bienestar, and one of the things they suggested was to develop an animated character that I know I have shared with you in my written reports. So the collaborations with media include Univision and Telemundo, and we have launched also social media through both of these ways. and it's been very successful. Univision's Facebook platform yielded 53,540 impressions in about a month. And we are also working with the County Public Information Office, both in the county executive side and the council side. We're working with the Facebook en Espanol and the WhatsApp en Espanol to share all this great information that we have. On the testing side, we started testing about 6 weeks after the council passed a resolution for Salud y Bienestar. And so our first tests were done in, I believe it was late August, and we began slowly going to different sites so that our idea was to actually go where people were. So to date, we have been able to provide over 12,000 tests in more than 48 pop-up and drive-through and clinic venues. So the testing has really picked up in the past month, I would say, and in particular the last week. Just so you know, in the past 2 days, we were doing testing up in Gaithersburg, and we had to come back to Dennis Avenue to pick up more test kits because the demand was incredible. So, and we're serving Latinos, but also non-Latinos as well. Case management is an essential service of Salud y Bienestar. It is so important for people that are being affected by the pandemic, whether they're COVID positive or not, or because they have lost their jobs or they're impacted, to have a place where they can come and receive individualized services. And that's what the case management component does. We have served over 3,000 clients since the program began. And these are number of clients. Some of the clients that we have served have come back for services, and those we're not counting right now. So the caseload at this point is about 150 clients per case manager. And the clients are being referred and helped to access food, healthcare, clothing, financial assistance, and housing. And then the other service that we have, the other component, is the assistance to the hubs. And this has been done in very close partnership with HHS. We have worked very, very closely. And one thing that I'm really proud to report is that we established the hub in 2006, very early in the game, within about 6 weeks of starting our program. We have been providing funding to 7 hubs in response for requests. The bulk of the funding that we have provided has gone to support their infrastructure, basically hiring bilingual English-Spanish staff, and offering supports for culturally appropriate food and other operational expenses. Some of the funding has also gone to, we hired a consultant that has been able to provide technical assistance to the hubs. And also the consultant has also helped us to enhance testing in some important sites. So as I'm closing, I wanted just to reflect a little bit on what I believe have been some of the core elements of success for Salud y Bienestar. The first one is that we have partnered with a cadre of top-notch entities that are trusted by the community and know the community really well. So they didn't need to learn about how the Latino community lives, works, and things. They already know the community, and that facilitated the work and the startup. The other part is that we have an integrated model of comprehensive services that are taking obviously into consideration language and culture of the community. But having the integrated model, having all these pieces that I just talked about, becomes really important to be able to have an impact on the community. So at this point, when we talk at our meetings, and we have several meetings with all our partners, we cannot think about not continuing a program without having all these elements that have been so successful for the community. The other part has been prioritizing areas of high risk because of incidents of COVID-19 or because of existing high risk issues such in health, social, economic, and environmental factors. So social determinants of health have played a big role in where we go. The other part of success is that we have adapted to address the needs of the community as they changed. We have talked very regularly with our community health workers who are on the ground to get a sense of what is happening in the community, to learn about the myths. For example, we learned that a lot of people in our community thought that they could get infected through COVID testing. And that helped us to inform our communications messages and delivery. With the spike in cases, we have now retrained the health promoters to convey a stronger sense of urgency to the community about what is happening with COVID. And so keeping an eye and adapting the program as needed, I believe has also contributed to the success. And another part that I think is super important is the fact that we have partnered well with other county programs in HHS and county executive's office. So it becomes a way of working together where we can bring information from the community. We can craft messages that are uniformly dispersed for the Latino community. But at the same time, for the partners of Salud Bienestar, the community partners, having staff that are liaisons, county staff that are liaisons with each of the components has been super valuable in terms of learning how the programs are working or what difficulties may be arising. So that has also contributed to the success. In regards to challenges, I think, to get started, to build such a large infrastructure that we have over 150 people working on this project. And trying to build it in a short period of time was obviously a challenge, but we, I think, did it in record time with all the support of the county. And so we had our contract within a few weeks, and we were able to get started with the work. The lack of a uniform message at the national level, and I know people have talked about this, has obviously been a challenge because people are getting confused and hearing different messages. So that has been a challenge. But as I said, we have tailored our messages to ensure that we are working with the community and trying to pass on the most relevant and factual information. All the work that we have done and anybody has done to impact COVID has been wonderful, but the living and working conditions of many of the Latino community do not allow for some of them to follow prevention guidelines. It becomes really difficult, and just their environment puts them at risk on many occasions. So we need to remember that systems do contribute to that. There is COVID fatigue, which was already discussed. And then at this point, even though it's all the staff, all the partners are super excited with the progress and are getting ready to ride this new wave, we are feeling some of the burnout and the tiredness. And so that, I think, also speaks as I see people going out on the field and working hard. And last night, our testing team had to stay until 10 p.m. trying to put all the paperwork together after testing over, I think it was 600 people that were tested, but they were there. So even if people are tired, even if they're feeling fatigued, this is an important project for us, and we love doing the work, working for the community, doing it with passion. So that's it. I want to close with that. If there are any particular questions, I'm here to answer to the best of my ability.
Thank you very much. I did want to announce that Bills 4520 and Bill 4620, the introduction of those bills under the legislative session 35, are going to be moved to the end of the day. We're not going to do them now. As soon as we're finished with the Board of Health, we will move those to the end of the day. So if someone is on the call waiting for that, please come back and visit us at the end of the day. Was Rich Madaleno, did you have any additional information?
I know Dr. Kroll was going to talk about the school-age childcare during distance learning special appropriation.
Okay, I didn't know whether or not we want to do questions around the first two of these first, but just very quickly, this was the initiative that Council appropriated funding for, you'll recall, at the end of September, the 29th of September. Because we've had a great team working on early childcare, they were able to very quickly put together a package, and because of the experience of the team in doing some earlier, putting out some earlier information, we were able to get applications, get a portal opened and applications processed starting with on October 5th, probably the fastest turnaround we've been able to do to date. But we did get it open, and as of November 10th, we've gotten approximately 291 applications for subsidy or actually I think it's now over 300 applications for subsidy from parents. 200 plus of which are approved, representing over 300 children who've been approved for payment on the subsidy. And there are still about a few more that we're waiting on customer responses for. Part of the process is that the customer has to respond back, the parents have to respond back with some additional information as part of the process. So we're waiting on a few of those. At the same time, we also launched a school age provider grant for providers that are operating in MCPS settings to expand to do school-age childcare. 68 applications as of last week that have been received, and we've approved 29 of those at this point, and something on the order of 17 have been denied for some reason that made them ineligible or not. And so we are working through that process. I think that the expectation, it is not clear at this point what will remain unspent on that. I do note that the impact of the waiver, while not specifically associated with school-age childcare, is and the low number of parents who have responded to this is, I think, reflective of a growing concern that parents may have about their ability to or the safety of their children in childcare settings. The numbers have a chilling effect on people's willingness and interest in enrolling and sending children to childcare. So we are uncertain at this point. I think over the next week we'll be able to determine what will remain unspent on this funding stream. I think that's the short version of what I wanted to say about that. So I'll stop and see if there are questions or comments.
Thank you. Mr. Madaleno, anything else?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just want to update you and the council a little bit about our FEMA submissions. As you know, 3 weeks ago, we submitted $31.3 million or $31.1 million in our first submission, covering mainly PPE purchased by the Department of General Services from March through August. We have had a very positive response from FEMA. We do not have a public announcement yet, but in their reply to us about what they accepted, what they rejected less than $100,000 worth of our submission. We are getting them some documentation, but overwhelmingly they accepted our submission. Just want to let you know, for an order of magnitude, the county had never asked for more than $10 million from FEMA for any one incident. So we're already 3 times our previous request, and we still have tens of millions of dollars to go, and we're doing it in the middle of the incident still unfolding. So this is uncharted territory for us. Mr. Gottesman, who just popped up on the screen, and his team have been doing a fantastic job pulling all of our costs together. We will be submitting over the next few days another $55 million worth of reimbursement requests. And we are already well on our way for our next 2 submissions in identifying more than 15 million that will go over, that will be submitted to FEMA before the end of the calendar year. Just so you know, since we won't be together next week, the submission going in, our next submission will cover roughly $31.5 million worth of personnel costs, both pay differential and other expenditures related to personnel, primarily, exclusively in fire, rescue, HHS, and the Department of Transportation. We'll be submitting $13.4 million in other operating expenses, the largest of which are associated with food purchases through, again, the Department of Health and Human Services. And then the final piece will be the $10 million hospital grant that we provided earlier this year, trying to seek reimbursement for that. So that's the $54 million. You have in your packet the standard presentation that we've been providing that gives you an update, appropriation by appropriation of where we've spent. You've heard the presentations about some of the various appropriations where they are still working towards spending down the money. We also provided the regular summary chart that explains, again, with a status update on each one of the program items. And then finally, this week, we provided an update and a chart about both the entire $183 million and what has been spent or allocated so far, as well as an update on the status of the $80 million NDA and where we are with spending that down. I would reiterate that the way the Department of Treasury has, the U.S. Department of Treasury has put out guidance to all state and local governments. You can use this for FEMA, but you can't, once you spend it, you can't rebook money back to the CRF. So that's why we have been so cautious, as have other jurisdictions around the state and the country, about not actually booking items to the CRF until and unless we know that absolutely this is the only place where we're going to use this is the only place we're going to use these funds for. So we're trying to be very, I think, prudent in how we book against this. And again, as you may have seen reported, many local governments and state governments are in the same situation of this accounting maneuver in order to maximize our use of federal dollars as much as possible so that we can carefully squirrel away our general funds to both meet our long-term adopted fiscal policies, as well as to give us the greatest flexibility to use our own dollars in the second half of this fiscal year, should the federal government not come through with any additional resources for us to deal with our continued response to both the healthcare crisis and then the related social services impacts and economic impacts and dislocation that have been caused by the coronavirus. So while you know I could go on and on, I probably would rather just answer your questions at this point.
I think that would be a wise thing to do. Thank you. Councilmember Friedson, please.
Thank you, Council President. Back in June, the council was asked to appropriate $80 million of the $183 million Federal CARES Act funding. And the purpose of that at the time was to be able to both charge back some of the initial relief programs that we had already appropriated, and specifically to provide flexibility to the executive branch to be able to meet and respond to the crisis, especially because we were expected to head into August recess and there was concerns whether or not we'd be able to move quickly enough in order to meet the urgent needs of COVID-19. At that time, we approved 17 allowable uses for the funds. And we later came back from what I recall and added 5 more allowable uses for the funds in July. The differential pay was included as just one of the many uses and was at that time intended to cover the 6 pay periods of the initial agreement, which was approximately $21 million. We were told that the agreements would be renegotiated for July 1st and beyond, and that never happened. Then we were told that it wasn't going to happen until the executive branch heard back from FEMA on reimbursements in mid-July. Then we were informed in late July that the agreements wouldn't be renegotiated because they didn't need to be renegotiated because there was, quote, overwhelmingly positive response from FEMA that would essentially cover 75% of these costs. For months, that has been what the executive branch has told us, has told the public, and from everything I can tell, has told our labor partners, who understandably were under the impression that this was the case. Now, according to documents we have before us today at this hearing, there is a very real possibility that closer to 75% of these costs that were told that could be funded, would be funded, were overwhelmingly positive to be funded through FEMA, would actually be funded potentially through the CARES Act funding itself, through this NDA. Funding that directly competes with desperately needed relief for vulnerable residents and struggling businesses. As recovery work groups with stakeholders that I have served on and colleagues have served on have been told repeatedly since August that there is no more CARES Act money available to help them, to help their neighbors, to help their businesses, to help the members of their communities. And because the county has waited until the absolute last possible minute to put forward these FEMA reimbursements, we have no ability to plan for these funds because we have really no idea what the answer from FEMA will be, what funds will be needed in order to put forward the 25% local match and what will be covered. And so we can't make educated decisions to be able to deploy these funds in a way that helps businesses that are desperately struggling to keep their lights on, that helps residents who are in dire straits, who have lost jobs, who have had significant health impacts, whose kids are not in school. We can't do it because we don't have the information that we would need. I can't tell you how frustrated I am by that, by the delay in the FEMA reimbursements, by the use of the $80 million appropriation that this council put forward specifically to provide flexibility for a wide array of uses to meet the crisis that we're in, and seems to be being used for predominantly other uses than it was originally intended. And I just am very frustrated. I'm very concerned, and I hope that we can get as much information as we can, but it feels like the chickens on this are coming home to roost, and it is a really significant challenge. So with that, I have a few specific questions. Of the approximately $39 million.
You don't want me to respond to that, Councilmember Friedson? Sure. Because I want to let you know that and remind everyone, the pay differential is going out to our employees who are almost every day out there dealing with the implications of the coronavirus. We are providing paramedics, EMTs, firefighters who are going into people's homes and helping them with their healthcare issues, transporting them to hospitals. We are providing nurses and other healthcare employees who are out there doing the testing, putting themselves at risk by doing the testing. They are testing the people who are coming to work at the correctional facility. You've got police officers who are out every day working with people, not knowing individually when they might be going up and dealing with someone as a result of a car accident or any other related call that they could be exposing themselves and their families to the coronavirus. So I don't think, I don't want anyone to be left with the impression that this pay differential is going to people who are sitting at home. This is in fact going to our frontline first responders who are out there actually every day dealing with our community response to the virus.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, based on the OIG report, at least some of it did go out to people who were sitting at home. But this isn't about the county's employees who are putting themselves at risk. This is about the administration's inability to put forward FEMA reimbursements in a timely manner to allow us to plan. This is about the fact that we have been told repeatedly things that are not.
We have talked about this before.
Excuse me, Mr. Madaleno, Councilmember Friedson can speak, and then after he is finished, you will be given the same opportunity. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I want to move to questions. I understand your point. So based on the FEMA reimbursements that you have discussed, the $54.9 million on the 25th, in our chart and what has been shared with the public, it says that is only for FOP and IAFF employees. Today you've shared that it would also be HHS and other employees. Is that Is that accurate? Is that a change from what had originally been planned?
Because they are doing, I think when you see the chart on, which is on Circle 8, which is in your packet, submission number 2, it says operating expenses from various departments, excluding DGS, because that was primarily in submission number 1, plus personnel costs from FOP and IFF represented employees, the Emergency Communications Center, the Department of Transportation, and Health and Human Services from March until August.
Okay, so appreciate that. So that's $54.9 million. Then on the 12/11, the expectation is $6.7 million. Does $6.7 million on the December 11th, is that covering all of public safety from August on, and then all other employees that were not mentioned? It seems like a very low number.
So if you don't mind, because Mr. Gottesman is
Sure.
Here, I was hoping he might tackle that one.
Sure, Dave Gottesman, County Staff Manager, OMB. We do expect that 6.7 to go up to approximately 10 million. What you see in front of you in that chart is what has been documented by the FARS team to the date of 11/13. So that work, continues every day and is ongoing. That 6.7 will go up.
Okay, so there we go. 'Cause I was going to say it seems extraordinarily low from what's listed there based on what we're hearing. Okay.
And one of the changes we made to this chart, working with the council staff, was putting just the documented amount in the line and not putting in a second line about what we thought would be the amount, so that we weren't setting an expectation that then possibly we could not deliver on because the documentation did not, we were not able to assemble in time in line with what we were putting forward. But of course, this chart does not, we will not stop seeking FEMA reimbursements after just submissions 1 through 4. This is just what we have planned.
Yeah, the problem is, I understand you're going to seek FEMA reimbursements. The problem is we can't make decisions based on what the answers to the FEMA submissions are until we hear back from FEMA. That's the dire fiscal consequence that has been created by the delay in these FEMA submissions. The fact that we're doing this all at the 11th hour, at the very last minute, we don't know what funds are still available to us to be able to provide additional resources to vulnerable residents and to struggling businesses. Again, this isn't about the employees that you've tried to make it about. This is about the management. This is about how the county has been fiscal managed through this crisis, and whether or not we have done this in a timely enough basis to be able to make smart, thoughtful, forward-looking fiscal decisions. And that's where my frustration here specifically lies. On the chart, I don't want to get into it, but I just want to point out what I was mentioning before, specifically on the 75% could be covered through CARES Act funding, which is directly competing with those specific programs to support struggling businesses and vulnerable residents. We have a line item in there that says that, if the full cost, which is projected now to be $74.7 million, from my understanding, by the end of the calendar year, is not covered at 75% by FEMA, we have to make up for that money out of the CARES Act funding, which takes the money away from other efforts that we could potentially do out of that. The chart here indicates that it could be the gap could be 35.2 million. So that, on top of the existing 25%, puts it over $50 million. And so it's a huge gap. It's a huge amount of money, and it's a huge difference. And yes, I know that you don't know what FEMA is going to do, but our entire response here, our entire fiscal outlook has been based on the executive branch telling us repeatedly that you got overwhelmingly positive news, that this was going to be reimbursed at 75%. That is what our labor partners have been operating under. That is what this council has been operating under. That is the impression that the public has received. And what this is telling us is that might not be the case, which is what many of us have feared all along. And now we're at the very end of the game, and it's crowding out other priorities that we would otherwise have been able to do and could now be able to do. And now we're left trying to figure out where to go from here. And frankly, we're flying blind because we don't know what FEMA's response is going to be. And I understand this is a challenge. I understand we're in an unprecedented crisis, but waiting till the last minute on this has really caused really serious and really challenging consequences, and it's incredibly frustrating. I'll just ask one final question. After we get through this FEMA reimbursement, what is the current plan by the administration on how to fund the differential pay after December 30th? When CARES Act funding is not available, when FEMA reimbursements, we'll have an idea of what those matches will be, but very clearly may not cover 75% of all of it, may only cover 75% of part of it. What is the administration's plan for what will likely be $1 million or more a week?
We are working with our labor partners who are well aware of the same dynamic that you just expressed, Councilmember Friedson, towards coming up with a new agreement.
Okay, and where will it be funded from based on that new agreement that you?
Well, with the absence of any federal funds, it would obviously be funded through our own general funds. And in order to do that, we would have to seek a supplemental appropriation from you for the second half of the fiscal year.
Okay, is there a timing of when you would expect to come to the council with a request for the supplemental appropriation?
I would love to have it. I would love to have it by December 8th. I would hope that when we're successful, even if it can't be December 8th, for example, that potentially you all have been more than gracious with your time when we've had to seek special appropriations and executive orders during times when otherwise your calendar would say the full council would be on recess. So if need be, we would work with your staff and the council leadership to figure out if that needs to happen at a date later than December 8th, but before January 1st, or if it's something that can wait until your first session in January.
Okay, I appreciate it. The sooner the better on that, because obviously we make fiscal decisions on this. And
yep.
I appreciate it. I hope that we can move forward and get a clearer fiscal picture on this much sooner than we have. And I just want to recognize you were not the CAO when some of this was occurring. And so this frustration is not necessarily exclusively directed at you. It's the same county executive throughout the entire process, but this is not exclusively your tenure as a CAO. You inherited some of these challenges. I do want to acknowledge that, but it doesn't change the really serious fiscal challenges that we're now in and the inability for us to be able to plan, for you to be able to plan. I just want to close by saying the same lack of information that we have had, I believe our labor partners have had, and has put them in an unfortunate situation as well, because they were made to believe the same thing that we in the public were made to believe. And so I just want to reiterate, this isn't about them. This isn't about our workforce. This isn't about who is putting themselves at risk and the important work that they're doing. This is whether or not the county has put itself in a position to make sound fiscal decisions and whether or not we have planned and prepared for this. And those efforts need to be improved. And I appreciate your efforts in trying to do so. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Albornoz.
Thank you, Mr. President. It looks like we've lost two of our colleagues. I'm hoping they get a briefing on this because this has been a very important discussion. I want to go back to the discussion we had earlier with Ms. Mora and the update on the minority health initiatives. And let me just say that when Councilmember Navarro and I convened a meeting in early August with really amazing community leaders who stopped whatever they were doing on a dime to meet and then followed up with Dr. Crowell and the county executive, you've exceeded my already high expectations. What the Por Nuestra Salud y Bienestar initiative has been able to accomplish is truly remarkable. what we are establishing within our African American health program is also critically important. And it's these two initiatives in particular that give me a lot of hope that there is a silver lining in the pain and the frustration that we have been feeling over the last 9 months. And to Ms. Sonia Mora, it broke my heart to hear how exhausted all of you are. And I know, Dr. Crowell, you are too, and your whole team. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, want to acknowledge and thank your leadership, your sacrifice, and all that you are doing to stand up the testing, to expand contact tracing, to dispatch our health promotores in ways that have been truly remarkable. And I think this post-pandemic, I'm confident, will represent a paradigm shift in how we approach these particular communities and these issues, to give us a fighting chance to address some of those public health disparities that existed prior to the pandemic. And so, Dr. Crowell, I want to go back to something you said earlier in your comments, which I couldn't agree with you more on. One of the benefits of the hubs of these initiatives is so many community organizations, residents, stakeholders have come forward that weren't on the county's radar screen prior to the pandemic. We have relationships with a lot of the nonprofit organizations and clinics who have contractual relationships with the county, but I think this has been a benefit to expand our outreach moving forward. Could we just talk briefly about, and I know we're still in the midst of the pandemic and we're going to have to at some point catch our breath, and I've talked openly, and we do want to have a public health summit, but this to me would be a really powerful breakout session within that summit to talk about some of these new and emerging organizations. Because as an example, on the childcare example, it's wonderful that we have gone through the 7 associations to dispatch information to childcare providers, but there are a number of providers who may not be part of those associations, often disproportionately serving our minority communities. And so could you just talk briefly about what the plan will be moving forward to help continue those relationships and what support, if any, you need from the council in order to be able to do that?
Thank you, Councilmember Albornoz. Let me just say that the collective work of the community and the providers in the community with HHS and all of the county government has been absolutely phenomenal in this process. There are a lot of different ways I could approach answering that question, but I would say a couple of things. When we put out the emergency assistance piece and we partnered with community members, with community organizations, we identified community partners that we've had longstanding relationships with and chose them as our leads for this. One of the things that has become apparent, both in terms of food security and in terms of things like the emergency assistance, is that even our partners run in some traditional veins and traditional patterns that we now have to work to identify and broaden. There were secondary partners that were in other parts of the community and reaching out to other parts of our communities of color that didn't feel like they necessarily had the same level of access. And so our task now is to identify those folks and make sure they're part of that overall partnership as we go forward. It's one of the lessons I think we learned from emergency assistance. The hubs represent, I think, a really glowing opportunity and a lesson learned around this. The hubs were organic, and partners from the community that existed together came together to do something and then expanded each other, expanded their reach. And I've been happy to be able to support that piece, the development of that. It is not here's the model and we replicate this times 7. What we've replicated that was part of the Black Rock Hub, I think, is the invitation of partners to come to the table and define what they need in the community and to have us respond and support that. And I think that is a future for us as in terms of partnerships, letting each region figure out what it is that they need, helping them to understand that and helping them to share that with us and provide it. The challenge ahead for HHS, I think, is helping to support that, and the county is helping to support and keep that going and make it and codify it into something that is an ongoing structure for the county. I think that HHS is the lesson for HHS around this is that we now have to do what I said I wanted to do at the beginning of this, was to figure out how we make sure that there is the service into HHS where partners can't do something or need our help, or where we need the partners' help. That communication, that two-way street is opened up and made and tailored to the needs of a particular region. So I think we've got something to look forward to coming in the next years.
I appreciate that. And I guess just a couple suggestions as a follow-up, not now, but for later, again, when the dust begins to settle, and who knows when that will be. But these new and emerging leaders, you know, in many instances don't have the same level of administrative acumen as some of our larger, incredible, nationally recognized community-based organizations, but are doing really good work. And so, and I look at my colleague and friend who's chair of our Arts and Culture Committee. The Arts and Humanities Council has been effective in reaching out to smaller arts-based organizations as a matter of strategy. I think that we should be looking at something similar here. Carolyn Chen has been doing a great job representing the council and reaching out to a number of existing providers who have contracts, but has also been fostering relationships with new and emerging organizations. I think it'd be helpful for us to, again, as the dust settles, evaluate some of these organizations. I'm thinking specifically as an example of this gentleman who, out of his own car, has been distributing food to some very specific garden apartments in the Long Branch area incredibly effectively. He's been literally a lifeline for these families. We need to connect him either to an existing organization or, you know, leverage the relationship he has. So I think there's a lot more work that will come from this that I think could be really positive and helpful for everyone.
So let me just the one thing I forgot to add is that one of the lessons learned out of the initiatives is that we have to also begin to think about how and who we do business with. We have a lot of long-standing relationships with partners in the community, and it would be very easy to expand and deepen those relationships. But we also have a dearth, as I said earlier, of partners that represent the true diversity, the full diversity of the county. And I think especially in relation to the Black community I'm speaking of in particular right now, that there aren't that many nonprofits out there that are doing this kind of work. And so we have to be thinking about what do we do, both in terms of what benefits we offer to a public that has not had full access and needed access, but also providers who may not necessarily have the background and infrastructure to stand up a nonprofit or our for-profits that are interested in doing some work with us. So we have to open up our frame about how we and who we partner with, and understand that the cultural histories of organizations in Montgomery County have some of the same underpinnings as the disparities that we've talked about over this last year in terms of access and equity.
Okay. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree. I think, you know, particularly in a number of our communities, there isn't that same level of organization for whatever reason. And I think there's an opportunity here through the lessons learned to expand on these relationships and help build that capacity and infrastructure. Again, it'll help all of us. And then just the last thing I'll mention is I also want to thank Mr. Madaleno, who has indicated that there will be an effort afoot to make sure that we continue these minority health initiatives going into the upcoming year so that we have a continuity of service. I think that's, as you noted in our brief conversation on this, very critical, so we don't slow down, but we keep our foot on the gas because especially through another wave and surge, that's going to be really important. So appreciate that message, and I know that all of my colleagues and I will unanimously support that. So thank you, Mr. President. I yield back to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you so much. So last night I had the privilege of joining a panel of the League of Women Voters along with Dan Reed, who discussed issues of racial equity and social justice within the land use history and practices in the county, as well as Monica Escalante she spoke about the Por Nuestra Salud y Bienestar initiative, and I spoke about our piece of legislation. And it is so important, I think, for all of us to always take a step back to understand what is it that we're facing right now, especially because of this pandemic, because all of this is so connected. It is just so connected. And the conversation that was just had about the differential pay, it's so simplistic to try to just tell us that this is about those who are out there, you know, in the front lines. We know that. There are many people in the front lines right now, including those that were just described by Ms. Mora, who are not getting differential pay. And they're out there in the trenches dealing with issues of communities that have long been completely ignored in this county. The fact that during our census conversations, we still talked about hard to reach communities, communities that have been here for decades and decades and decades. It's a testament to the fact that here in Montgomery County, we are still not willing to accept that we are a county that is majority people of color. And so these two initiatives really came as a response to the notion that we cannot continue to do business as usual, which is just out of our goodness of our heart trying to address, you know, these issues in a piecemeal way. We have to respond to the needs of our constituents, our residents, who happen to be majority people of color, who during this particular pandemic, we've seen that our inability to accept that reality actually has a real life and death impact on all of us. And so it just pains me when we're here talking about, you know, first of all, our duty to provide oversight regarding fiscal matters, that we would try to pit one group against the other, our employees versus, that is not what this is about. This is about understanding what are we doing with our precious resources and our limited resources? How are we going to respond now that we have this second wave coming, which is so real, that is really critical? And number three, how we, all of us, because this is a shared responsibility as leaders, began to transition from speaking about these communities as niche communities, as, you know, we just discovered type. This is who we are. And we should really think through how it is that our thought process translates into policies and budgetary decisions, because we are still dealing with that mentality as if, again, these are somehow hard to reach communities that have been here, in the case of the Black community, forever, and in the case of our immigrant community, for decades and decades and decades. And, you know, I still have some questions, of course, about things that are outstanding. But I have to say that this just really got to me. We seem to still just, you know, be operating from a place of complacency and status quo. And I will also say this, my colleague, Councilmember Rice, always says he's the veteran, I'm the other veteran. I am a big institution person. You know, the county council has a role to play, just as the administration. And I'm sorry, Mr. Medellino, I know it's frustrating, but I completely want to make sure we do not ever accept these types of exchanges between our CAO and a council member. It does not bode well for us. This is the second time that there's been an exchange like this with somebody from the administration at a very high up level. It doesn't look well. And to me, it's actually really disappointing, because we need to be working hand in hand, and we need to be able to examine what we're doing well and what we may need to improve. That's all we're trying to do here. So having said that, thank you, Dr. Kroll. Thank you, Sonia Mora. Thank you, partners in the Por Nuestra Salud y Bienestar Initiative and our African American Health Program. You have demonstrated that there is so much talent and so much expertise within our departments and in our communities. And you came in record time to stand up initiatives that are now considered models around the state, and I'm sure the nation, to respond to something so unprecedented. I am so extraordinarily impressed with the numbers, the results, with the strategy, which, by the way, was not just some kind of organic, spontaneous thing. This is how services need to be delivered in our communities. You came, you put it together, and now hopefully we'll codify this, as Councilman Albornoz was saying, and we can expand on these concepts. That takes a lot of leadership. And so thank you, kudos to all of you in the HHS department and leaders of the community out there doing this. Our extraordinary, faith-based organizations that have stepped up. This has been really remarkable. But as Ms. Sonia Mora said, let's also not forget the impact that this is having on those folks who are out there. And I talked to some of them who are out there until late at night, going above and beyond even what they're supposed to do to help that family, to deliver a particular service, to have to hear the complexity of the need. Our 311 operators, we've been told, have been overwhelmed by this. Imagine those folks who are actually out there physically dealing with very complex needs in communities that for so long have been really put aside or have been invisible. Just think of the impact that has emotionally, to have to go home with all of those stories in your head. This is really incredible. So I hope that all of us keep that in mind, because yes, our extraordinary employees are out there doing it, but so are these heroes out there who are not getting differential pay, who don't have the same level of benefits. Many are volunteers, and they're doing it because there's an understanding that we have to work together. So I had some questions, but again, I think this has just been a very interesting conversation, and I'm just overwhelmed right now by the whole thing. But let's make sure that we keep tracking these expenditures, because now with the second wave, we absolutely now have to create a new plan to address the same issues we had to address this year. Once again, and it's not clear to me where the resources are going to come from, but that is something that I hope, Mr. President, that we can incorporate in these briefings, thinking of the second wave. How are we preparing ourselves and positioning ourselves to respond to the same exact needs that we've already seen, but now are coming back in full force? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. And let me just say I echo the sentiments of all of my colleagues here, so I'm not going to belabor the point on too many levels. I did have a specific one, and I really want to give kudos to Por Nuestra Salud y Bienestar. You've done a phenomenal job, Sonia, in terms of really standing this up in the community. And it sets an example for what we want to try and emulate with the African American Health Program. Dr. Kroll, can you just give us, and I know you gave us a kind of update as to where we are and some of the progressive, the progress that we've made up to this point. But can you just share a little bit more about what you see for the future between now and December 31st? I know that we're trying to really ramp up testing aspects, getting out into the community. I know that I'll be attending a kickoff for testing very soon in the community, and that's very exciting to see. But just talk a little bit more about that and how we're trying to continue to follow in the footsteps of the great work that Sonia's done in terms of making sure that our African American community benefits from this same sort of great traction that we've seen in our community.
So I think that the path obviously has been and will be a little bit different, but the thing that has been wonderful to see has been the EC's struggle and success in overcoming obstacles in creating a team that would be collaborative and supportive of all the pieces of the initiative that they set out in front of us. I do think that we can expect coming into the end of the year that they will continue to ramp up the volume and number of testing and the test sites opportunities that they will create for testing. I also think that we'll see, in particular, the case management and their follow-up work that Sonia has referenced and talked about will also be a part of the work with the AHP. The unique feature from my perspective is that they are, one of the challenges of the Black community is that they are dealing with a large number of folks who have co-occurring health conditions and who may be at risk and increased vulnerability because of co-occurring health conditions. And therefore, if we don't address their needs and make them aware that they need to get the proper healthcare attention for those issues that they may face, not only contracting COVID, but they could contract a potentially fatal dose of COVID-19. So I expect them to continue to ramp that piece of the work up. I also think that the expectation is that they will continue that work into the new year and throughout the first half of 2021. So they will absolutely escalate. As we start talking about things like vaccine, one of the things that has to happen, and we will do, Dr. Gales mentioned it earlier, but we will be establishing a work group and task force to try to make sure that we are first off beginning to do a coherent process of educating and making the public aware of the need and the value of vaccine and what lies ahead, so that we prepare that ground, so that when we do have vaccine for the public is aware and ready and receptive to receiving it. So that's a piece that is coming down the pike, that I think they will play both the initiatives will play a vital role in, along with the Asian American Health Initiative, just not to be inclusive of all of those, of the minority health initiatives. So we can expect that will be happening as we end the year, but also as we move into 2021.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you. Well, with that, thank you all. Yes, please.
Mr. President, I wanted to thank everybody for the really kind comments regarding Salud y Bienestar. As I mentioned, it's been an incredible endeavor. And I do, as I'm giving credit to all of our incredible partners, I would be remiss if I don't thank our executive side for which I work. Part of the ability for us to be able to move Salud y Bienestar in the right pathway is that I was given the authority to be able to bring as many members of my team as possible. So I have been able to bring we have about 7 of the LHI staff that are working in diverse ways and supporting the effort of Salud y Bienestar. That's why when I said that this was a private-public partnership, I really mean it. Mm-hmm. I'm also super grateful because I have been working both with Dr. Kroll and with Rich. He has been, I know he came in after I was reporting to someone else, but he has given me a tremendous support. And part of the ability for us to move things so quickly with contracts and other pieces had to do with the fact that I was getting the support from the second floor and our county executive as well. So just wanted to thank everyone, but also acknowledge the contributions that everybody have made into making Salud y Bienestar a success. And as we move forward, I know when the steering committee met with both Dr. Kroll and Rich, I don't think that they hesitated for a second to say that they were going to be there to support the program, for the continuation of the program. And so as we're speaking, the steering committee is preparing a proposal that will be submitted, I believe, by tomorrow for the continuation and then consideration for the council. So again, thank you to everybody. It really, in my opinion, I've been in county government a long time, 30 years. To get anything done in this way requires collaboration from everyone, and I cannot say anything but that I have received the support from everybody here. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, and thank you for all that you are doing and continue to do for all of us. And with that, we are going to go on recess. We're going to take a 30-minute recess. So we're going to come back at 1:35. Why don't we come back at 1:35? And we'll start the public hearings. We have 2 public hearings. We have 2 different briefings. And then at the end of the day, we are going to come back to agenda item number 6, which is the legislative session day 35, where there will be the introduction of bills, Bill 4520 and Bill 4620. So right now we are on recess until 1:35. Thank you very much. We're now back from recess and we will continue our meeting. There again, before we left, I did mention that item number 6 will be at the end of the day and the introduction of bills. We're going to start with item number 7, which is a public hearing. We have two public hearings. The first item, item number 7, is a public hearing on special appropriation to the county government's FY21 operating budget in the amount of $35,636,325 for federal coronavirus relief fund, non-departmental accounts, and NDA, an amendment to resolution 19-498, special appropriation to the FY20 operating budget. Montgomery County Government Federal Coronavirus Relief Fund, NDA. Action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. Each individual will have 2 minutes to speak. Individuals will be alerted as they approach their 2 minutes and may be disconnected. Also, there may be technical glitches during the public hearing that may need to be addressed by our staff. So thanks in advance for your patience. It is my understanding, Ms. Kennedy, that there are no speakers for this public hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. No speakers.
Thank you very much. We're going to close the public hearing, and Mr. Craig Howard would like to say something to us.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. Before the council votes on this special appropriation, there are 2 suggested amendments that we received. The first was shared by Councilmember Reamer, and unless you would like to describe it, Councilmember Reamer, I'm happy to. Okay, so the first one is included in the packet, and it would amend the resolution to also allow full funding of the 3R initiative at $500,000. This would result in $41,000 of this of the appropriation going to MC EDC. And the reason is that the 3R initiative was funded by unused telework expenditures. And at the time, those expenditures were estimated, the unused amount was estimated to be about $500,000. In the final reconciliation, the total available funds from that were $459,000. So this $41,000 would just be to make that full $500,000 appropriation whole. And then the second amendment, which was distributed as a packet addendum last night, came from the county executive. And they requested to add one more authorized use of the funding to, I'm turning to my sheet right here, to allow for $1.2 million that the county spent on the Essential Provider Child Care Supplement Program. Since the program was unbudgeted and implemented during the timeframe described by Congress for the usage of CRF dollars and implemented in response to the pandemic, the executive branch has determined that CRF dollars could pay for this program instead of having to use general fund dollars. So council staff supports both of these recommended amendments from Councilmember Reamer and from the county executive. And the council could either take them up individually or take them up as a group if they want to consider amending the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Reamer.
I'd like to move, it sounds like we could do them as a group, so I'd like to move both of the amendments that were described by council staff.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Councilmember Rice. The motion, it was made by Councilmember Reamer, seconded by Councilmember Rice. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And I think we got a unanimous. We got a unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. Next is item number.
Mr. President, you need to then vote on the entire resolution as amended.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Reamer, will you move the entire resolution?
Let's move the whole resolution.
And Councilmember Rice, will you second that as well? All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that carries unanimously as well. Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Howard, for reminding me of that. The next item that we have is agenda item number 8. This is public hearing on a special appropriation to the county government's FY21 operating budget, Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation, NDA, in the amount of $8,230,497 for Restaurant Relief Grant Program. Action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. Ms. Kennedy, it is my understanding we do have a speaker for this hearing.
We do. Laura Calderon is here via video to provide her testimony. Ms. Calderon, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. President Katz, and to all the council members. Round 3, let's do this. So my name is Laura Calderon. I am a small business owner. I own Relish Catering with my husband, who is a first-generation American, and I employ a number of immigrants. And we have already utilized many of the grants that have been available to us and available, and this has allowed us to continue operations and continue to serve our community in need. We've been providing meals for shelters here in Montgomery County, for the Children's Inn, for hospital workers, and et cetera, et cetera. Frankly, our industry is drastically impacted. We're struggling. And as cold weather approaches, we are anticipating that outdoor dining options are going to decrease. As COVID increases, people are going to be more anxious about dining out. And therefore, we are going to be seeing less revenue over the next few months. Typically, when we see a boon of economic, prosperity with the inauguration coming up, which we're all very excited about, we know we're not going to have that this year, and restaurants aren't going to have that this year. And we need this financial support because not only am I a small locally owned business, my family lives here, my team members live here, but a lot of our team members have spouses who are also in the hospitality industry and have been drastically impacted economically by the pandemic. And with money from these grants, these are preventing people from going on food stamps, from going on Medicaid, from relying on social support systems that we can give them a job, we can keep them working, we can continue to help our community in need. I mean, I was just talking with Brett Myers today from Nourish Now, and we're utilizing some of the products that they're getting to help subset or offset the costs of what we are preparing for the shelters. And I'm just one speaker for the many restaurants, and I hope that I can be a voice for all of them, but we're really struggling and we need these people to keep having their jobs. This is a demographic, and particularly our team members, like I said, who are mostly immigrants, we can't afford for the gaps to get bigger with them. We need to help them, we need to help our team members, we need to help our diverse community. And this will be a win-win by providing money and finances for restaurants and catering businesses like myself who are small. All of our money goes back into the local economy. I get my car's maintenance here. I buy my products here. I brought, our team members, do everything here in Montgomery County.
Ms. Calderon.
Yeah.
So sorry, my apologies. Your time is up. We gave you a little extra time. Thank you so much, but we gotta stop.
Okay, well, thank you for everything. I appreciate all the work you're doing. So thank you.
Mr. President, that wraps up the speakers for this public hearing.
Thank you. We're going to close this public hearing. Mr. Smith, Gene Smith, did you want to have a comment?
Sure. I just wanted to note that both Ms. Benjamin from the County Executive's Office and Mr. Wu from the Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation and MCDC will be running and administering this or here if the council has questions. But given the speed with which this appropriation moved through, I thought it also might be helpful if Mr. Wu could share a little bit about administering this program so that restaurant owners in the county understand how the program will operate.
Okay, Mr. Wu, please.
Thank you, Council President. First, I wanted to actually defer to Tina Benjamin for her opening, and then I can add on.
Ms. Benjamin, please.
All right, so good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're doing well today. So this is a great opportunity for us. A couple of weeks ago, the governor announced a $250 million aid package to businesses and arts institutions and tourist establishments. As part of that $250 million, he allocated $50 million to restaurants that are really suffering throughout the state of Maryland. And in accordance with that, he also said, and I want the local jurisdictions to run the programs and disperse the funds. So that is a new source of money for us, which is just phenomenal because as our speaker just discussed, restaurants, caterers, wineries, all the food service establishments in the county are really having a hard time. So this program will be administered by our Economic Development Corporation. We will be jointly promoting this program along with the 3R program and Reopen Montgomery, trying to provide as much financial support to restaurants and related establishments here in the county. So thank you.
Thank you.
If I could add on to Tina's statement, and as Ms. Calderon had mentioned, our restaurants have been particularly hard hit during this pandemic. And so with the county executive's leadership and also the council's support, Montgomery County has been helping with creative pivots, outdoor streeteries, and regulatory changes like relaxed rules on alcohol takeout and delivery. And so this restaurant relief fund grant is just another way to help support continued operations through the winter months and the holiday season. This is a complementary program to existing programs that we already have that can help restaurants, including the 3R initiative, as well as the Reopen Montgomery grants. This is a terrific way for us to continue to support this industry that has been so devastated by the pandemic crisis. And if I could also add that our food service industry has also relied on new and loyal customers to keep them growing through these hard times. And so we're also hoping that these customers can also help spread the word about this new grant. So for those who are listening out there, please let your favorite restaurant know that they can qualify for this program, and that we plan to have information up on our website, thinkmoco.com, by the end of this week. There's always been a tremendous support for local businesses, so please continue to patronize our restaurants through the holidays, whether it's online ordering, curbside buying, or purchasing gift cards. This is a terrific way to help continue to support our local small businesses. And to make sure that we can also make the word known about this grant opportunity, the MCDC intends to partner with our local media as well as the ethnic media to ensure that more restaurants know about this program and this available aid to assist them. And as Tina mentioned, we'll be working complementary with the 3R initiative and also Reopen Montgomery to publicize this restaurant relief fund to all restaurant establishments so that they're aware of how these three programs can assist them through these difficult times.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Smith?
I believe Mr. Friedson sent an email earlier this morning noting some amendments. I can turn it to him if you'd like to share those.
I'm going to call on him next.
Okay, very good. And then the last item I have is I just want to note that the council received an email this morning from the Montgomery County Chamber of Commerce, and I'll just note that the resolution, to their concern, the resolution does allow for businesses who have already qualified to qualify for up to $10,000 under this new program, as long as the expenditures are not the same expenditures that they've qualified previously for other county grants. So it is a new money and for new expenditures, but if they have the same receipts, basically, they would not be able to use those for this program.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I just wanted to thank Ms. Benjamin and the executive branch, Mr. Wu and Mr. Tompkins and everybody at MCEDC and Mr. Smith. A lot of work to get into this on a very short time frame to be able to move forward with the governor's timeline that was put forward, and I think we're set up really well here. Also wanted to acknowledge and appreciate the fact that the executive branch and MCEDC in this proposal has taken the broadest possible allowance for what is considered to be a restaurant. Very important to note that that does include wineries and breweries and food trucks, along with a traditional restaurant, how many would think of it, that is allowed under the state's grant program that we received. And I think it's an important point that should be made, since that has not necessarily been how we have defined it previously, but I think it's a significant positive step in this proposal. I also wanted to point out the $8.2 million that we're receiving. It's the highest that any jurisdiction is receiving. It's based on the fact that we have the highest number of restaurant-based establishments in Montgomery County. It's not often when we get our fair share in Montgomery County based on the needs that we have in the county. And I just wanted to acknowledge that and appreciate the fact that in this particular case that actually did occur. And also we heard from Ms. Calderon how much our restaurants and food-based businesses are both struggling and helping. They are dealing with the worst of both worlds, where they are key to dealing with some of our most vulnerable residents, some of whom are their own employees, and also are struggling themselves, working with local organizations like Nourish Now and Manna and various local food recovery efforts. So I just think that this is an important lifeline for those businesses. And then the last thing, just to make sure colleagues received the email that I sent around, working with the executive branch and MCEDC, an amendment here, which is allowed under the state grant to utilize $400,000 of this appropriation to fully fund the 3R restaurants, so that everybody who applied and is eligible and qualified can receive that grant funding, so we don't have to turn anybody away through that program, which has been successful. And then the remainder, the $7.8 million for this new restaurant grant program to be able to support as many businesses as we can. This is not dissimilar to what we did with the arts grants, where we came back and did supplemental funding to make sure that everybody could be funded to their full, their full request, and then it could be equitable across everybody, and that's what the intention is here. So that would be $400,000 for that purpose. The $7.8 million balance would then go towards this new restaurant relief grant program, and I would move that forward for colleagues' consideration.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Reamer, and Councilmember Reamer, you're the next speaker.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to see the success of this program. Council President Katz will remember this emerged out of our business recovery group that we convened in the early stages of the pandemic. And we were particularly excited to see the amenities or the approach that BOP had taken in Bethesda to create a streetery. And we knew that was going to work, and it was a viable way for the county to support businesses. And so we conceived of the idea of a 3R program with MCEDC to bring that support to communities around the county that didn't have it. And MCEDC has administered it really effectively. And I really want to thank Councilmember Friedson for being focused on this issue throughout and making sure we didn't miss an opportunity here to keep this program growing and building and tapping into new ways to expand it. So I'm really happy about it. Thank you. Appreciate all of the effort that's going into this. And I hope that our businesses indeed will be able to take advantage of it, and we'll get the word out.
So thank you, Councilmember. So we're voting on the amendment made by Councilmember Friedson and seconded by Councilmember Reamer. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. I've gotten a text from Councilmember Jawando, who's having technical difficulties, that he's in favor of the amendment. And as he is, I don't want to let everybody know his vote, but he's also in favor of the motion in general. Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, I was just going to move the full resolution.
That was going to be my ask. Councilmember Reamer, were you going to second it? It's been moved by Councilmember Friedson, seconded by Councilmember Reamer. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that carries unanimously as well. And I'm speaking for Councilmember Jawando, who has texted me. So it is unanimous. Thank you all very, very much. The next item that we have is item number 9. And this is a briefing from the Inspector General report. County SharePoint platform exposes sensitive information of vulnerable populations, OIG publication number 21-003. And I'm going to ask Ms. Michelson to please explain that to us.
Yes, thank you. You have before you the OIG report, and you will be getting a briefing from the Inspector General, followed by an opportunity for executive branch staff to respond. And we also have Dr. Costas Torregas with us today in case you have any technical questions, which I am not the right person to answer. I will note that this report highlights the difficulty of us both trying to use platform sharing technologies, which are really critical to the work we do, but at the same time protect sensitive personal information from being exposed. I do think that there's a lot of broad level policy issues here, and then perhaps some technical details. So at some point in this conversation, you may decide that some of the technical details would be better addressed in the committee forum. But I do think this is a great place to start. And with that, I'll turn it over to Inspector General Lamarzi to start with the president.
Let me interrupt. We're going to turn first to Councilmember Navarro as Chair of Government Operations,
Yes,
and
of
then
course.
we'll go to Ms. Lamarzi.
Right.
Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you.
please.
Thank you. I want to thank our Inspector General, Ms. Megan Lamarcy, for her work on this issue. Going through the report, I was pleased with the detailed investigation and the amount of thought that went into the recommendations. As serious as these issues are, I will refrain from relitigating the issues so well laid out in the report. But of the 5 recommendations by the Inspector General, the county executive staff disagree with 2 of them and offers alternative solutions, which the Inspector General is not satisfied with. We must find a consensus of position that works for both sides and protects our systems and residents. As the Inspector General notes, though, this is not the first time there have been reports of breaches to our systems. The county government has been slow or unable to make appropriate corrections acceptable to successive Inspector Generals. In the absence of consequences, Inspector Generals have resorted to repeating their findings, and I believe that this must change. I want to also point out that the Government Operations Committee in the past has worked diligently to increase resources when it comes to issues of cybersecurity and ways to protect and mitigate risks. And we will continue to do whatever we can to support strengthening all of these particular kinds of matters. Reading through the report, there are many questions, of course. For example, issues of timeline of action. How will we ensure that the Inspector General's recommendations are responded to appropriately and promptly moving forward? What are the barriers to this? In this instance, we're talking about exposure of records and private medical details of minors. Why is this data not walled off and made accessible on a strict need-to-know basis? Do we need a thorough and comprehensive external forensic audit of our online work? Should the county investigate other options beyond the file sharing platforms that we currently use? Do we have the capacity in-house and in the Inspector General's office to do digital forensic work? And if not, what is the vision for ramping up this capability? Of course, we discussed this as well previously in our last week report as well. We need to have a conversation about our technological systems. They are in need of upgrades, and reading this report and that on the use of differential pay, it seems that there are challenges with integrating the disparate systems in our county. We need, I think, to discuss our current process for training county staff on this very important issue. In other words, what is it that we can do to help? Is it a capacity issue? I think also it's important to know that on October 7th, 2020, a Washington Post article stated that several employees of Treehouse who had blown the whistle on other issues suddenly found themselves without jobs. And they are convinced that they were retaliated against. To the extent that we give this organization approximately $1 million in funds, this is a real concern to me. And we need to understand what is the status of that situation. In other words, these are all questions that I would like for us to address, working with the Inspector General and appropriate staff as we review this report in greater depth. And of course, the Government Operations Committee stands ready to assist in any particular way to provide answers and also follow up to these issues so that we can, again, not only mitigate, but protect the privacy of our most vulnerable, particularly our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lamarcy, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Council President Katz, Council Vice President Hucker, members of the County Council. Thank you for inviting me here this afternoon to speak about our most recent report, 21003, which regards the exposure of sensitive information of vulnerable populations on the county SharePoint platform. This investigation was the result of a complaint that we received on our fraud hotline from a county employee who, while searching for one of their own documents, came across a document that included a great deal of personal identifying information, PII, as well as protected health information, PHI, for clients at the Treehouse Child Advocacy Center. For those who don't know, Treehouse is a nonprofit contractor with the county. They contract with HHS and provide evaluations, therapy, support services, and care to child victims of physical and sexual abuse. My office immediately began an investigation. I will note we did receive this report on September 23rd and were able to issue a report the very next day because we worked so quickly to address these issues. We quickly found not only the initial documents that were the subject of the complaint, but more than 260 other documents and files with PII and PHI. Our further investigation resulted in findings that there were a plethora of documents that are easily accessible to any county employee or contractor on the SharePoint site. Documents were found from other departments as well and included personal information such as social security numbers, banking information, tax ID information. And this was especially concerning because, as Council Member Navarro just said, this was not the first incident that we had raised issues of data security within the county, particularly as it related to file sharing platforms, which of course have become very important in terms of the telework that's being done throughout the county. This investigation centered on SharePoint, but in both February and May of this year, we alerted the administration to vulnerabilities related to another file sharing platform called Delve. In May, we actually discovered PII, which included a social security number, Medicare information, other personal information that was on SharePoint, that was on Delve. And at that time, we recommended, similar to what we recommended in this report, restricting or deleting documents with personal information from shared document locations. And we recommended in particular that HHS prohibit employees from sharing documents with this sensitive data without using an encrypted email or other restrictions on a sharing platform. We were not aware of any direct changes that had been taken in May, though I do know that in August, DTS began a new project mapping permissions on SharePoint in particular, but we are concerned that still did not address the security related to individual documents. My predecessor issued a report regarding the need for improved controls over access to information in 2018, and Internal Audit also issued a report in 2017, which found that there were inadequate policies and procedures in this same arena. With this report, we made 5 recommendations, and as noted, the CAO concurred with 3 of those. But for 2 of those recommendations, in particular, we recommended that the county discontinue the use of file sharing platforms until data security vulnerabilities are addressed. And we recommended that county employees and DTS delete documents that contain PII and other sensitive information from document sharing platforms. The county administrative officer has said that that would be impractical considering the need for this to continue daily operations within the county. But my office continues to be concerned that there are documents containing sensitive data that have not been secured still. And I do note that our recommendations recommended that they stop using these platforms until the vulnerabilities are addressed. As recently as Friday, we discovered documents on SharePoint with social security numbers and other sensitive information. Another county platform that we use called OneDrive had a document that appears to include the names of children and dates of birth that are serviced at HHS, perhaps with protective services. And so while there are challenges to making these changes, vulnerabilities do still exist. Our report was issued 45 days ago, and these documents continue to be available to anyone who does not have an actual need for those documents. I do want to acknowledge that the county acted quickly when we reached out to them and did shut down Treehouse's data as soon as possible. And our hope is that this project will continue and the vulnerabilities addressed sooner than later, because it puts not only these individuals whose data is out there and accessible at risk, but it is a huge vulnerability to the county itself. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have after you've heard from others.
Thank you. Is there any other presentations? No?
Yes, I believe did the county government want to
That's
Executive branch
enough,
want to
but I
provide
don't
a
see anybody here.
response?
Is Ms. Roper, did you want to?
Yeah, I wasn't sure what is the format. Hi, this is for you.
Well, I'm asking, please, Ms. Sorry.
Sorry,
Yes.
yeah. So we don't have a presentation. But we would be happy to go over what we have done to remedy the some of the, I guess I would say, technology breaches, and there are many other related issues as well. But as far as the SharePoint, of course, I'm going to turn it to Ms. Roper to go over what we have done. But just for the point of clarification, I know IG's report refers to SharePoint, but there are two other, SharePoint, OneDrive, and our group teams. And each of them going to have a different solutions. So I'm going to turn it to Ms. Roper to explain that. In addition, we actually have the expert, our consultant here, to possibly even answer some questions about what is happening in other places. And since they have done the initial scanning of the system, and they are the one that are going to implement the final solution for us, or permanent solution for us. So we thought maybe that is helpful for them to answer your questions as well. With that, I'm going to just turn it to Ms. Roper.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. So what I'd like to say in terms of my observations of our use of collaboration tools, the tools were rolled out. I think the gap between having those kinds of tools available in an organization is to have a framework around them, and also to have some functionalities in order to identify sensitive data on a routine basis. What we have done here recently is when we renegotiated the Microsoft contract, I was able to get some licensing that should be in place, called advanced threat protection, that will help in terms of protecting data leakage in our organization, and then also look at some best practices in terms of how other organizations, other municipalities are protecting their organizations. And we decided to procure Varonis, which is a tool that will allow us not only to remediate the situation, it's more or less a moving target because of the amount of data that is out there and the amount of individuals that use these sharing platforms. I think that it's going to be imperative for us to understand that it is going to be a day-to-day observation of data and tracking of data and labeling of data. I can say that we do have those tools available to us now. We're in the process of rolling those particular tools out to protect our data. We have actionable steps going forward to get these tools in place so that we have a operational way of identifying data, protecting our data. And I also can say I've had lots of conversations with other jurisdictions close by us that are using these types of tools, have been using them for some time. As a matter of fact, the Varonis tool is being used in other jurisdictions close to Montgomery County, and we want to accept the issue, understand that these collaboration tools are not going away. They're utilized in private and public sector. That the missing aspect of it for us is the framework, policy, and training around these tools. That has been my observation. As you all know, that I've been on staff now for 7-8 months, and I think that we can move swiftly in getting these tools in place and resolving these situations going forward. From a remediation standpoint, we have instructed departments to begin to look at their sites, their collaborative sites, and go back and shut them down when necessary, and to really take a look with a fine-tooth comb around those sites that do not need to be openly shared. We did have an exercise a few months back where we actually took away the option to leave things open so that if a user goes in and is sharing a file, initially the way the system comes out of the box is that it's open to anybody publicly. And we took away that option so that a person has to really think about storing that file and who they would actually like to have access to that file. We're going to have to do more of that. Some of it is user training. Some of it is being more mindful of what kinds of data needs to be encrypted, what doesn't, and then moving forward from the DTS perspective with monitoring and making sure that it's an operational part of what we do every day as it relates to the protection of data and data leakage. I have Keith Young, who is on, and Keith can talk more about the history of this issue and a little bit more about the remediation in the departments. One other thing I'd like to say is that I think that we are going to have to be stronger in terms of the remediation. It needs to move a lot faster than it has. Keith, would you like to add anything to that?
Yes, thank you, Gail. I do want to mention a couple of things going back to Ms. Marzi's report in terms of is it possible to turn off these file sharing platforms? And technically, I would say that it is. That the challenge comes with how it would impact the business. So for instance, today we have over 16 million files shared across the organization in OneDrive, about 5.7 million files in SharePoint, Teams, and Groups, and about 257 million files or emails contained in our email system. So we're not talking about small amounts of data, we're talking about massive stores of data across the entire county that would be impacted by if we decided to shut off these particular services. And another thing I do want to note, as Ms. Kassiri and Ms. Roper brought up before, is that these are three distinctly separate services that are provided under Office 365. Without getting too geeky or too technical, they share the same background, but how you manage them and how you govern them are three completely different ways. So what we've done as far as SharePoint is we've been working with each of the departments since around early May to remediate. We've got 24 departments have completely redone their SharePoint re-architecture. 3 more departments found that they weren't even using their SharePoint sites and deleted them. And the vast majority of the remainder are almost near completion. As we look at the second service with groups and teams, back on November 4th, we took all of the, so we have about 6,000 groups and teams in the county today. About 1,200 of them were public, which means that they were shared with everyone in the organization. And so back on November 4th, we turned all of those public groups to private and also instituted a process where if anyone wants to make a private group public, they have to go through my team to review the specific types of data and what they plan on doing with that site. And then finally, as mentioned a couple times before, is that we have the large amount of files in OneDrive, and we found approximately 60,000 files were shared with everyone in the organization, with a couple hundred of them containing sensitive data. And so this week, we are going to be implementing the lockdown of those files so that those aren't shared with everyone in the organization. And from a historical perspective, this goes back to the defaults that the county had prior to March of this year. So the defaults, when people would open up a file and save a file, is it would be shared with everyone in the organization. So this is going back and cleaning up these legacy files that have been around for years to make sure that, again, they're not exposed to everyone that has a logon within Montgomery County government. A couple other things to note is that, as Ms. Roper mentioned before, is we're in the process also of deploying Office 365 Advanced Threat Protection. Some of the things that it adds is email encryption for all users, 2-factor authentication for all users, being able to upgrade people's Office for nearly every user in the county, and much better user visibility so we know what people are doing and know what they're saving. Additionally, since we were talking about encryption and one of the things that was mentioned in the previous reports, 2 things to note is that within Office 365 is all files are encrypted at both in rest and in transport. So that means that when they're on OneDrive, when they're on Teams, when they're on SharePoint, they're already encrypted. If they're sent outside the county via email, then that is when users will need to use their email encryption. And again, that feature is now available with the purchase of the Office ATP license agreement in August of this year. And as we talk about, I don't want to steal his thunder, but Dr. Torriegas, one of his recommendations was to have users complete the security awareness training if they're at nonprofits or outside the county. So today we already do require that for any users that are accessing county systems, including Treehouse staff. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Stephen from Varonis to talk about what he's seen in other state, local, and Fortune 500 organizations across the U.S., if that makes sense to everyone.
Okay.
Thank you, council members, for having me. As mentioned before, I work for an organization called Varonis. My title is Director of Enablement. I've been in cybersecurity for about 10 years. I've been in IT for well over 20. I actually reside in lovely Minnesota, where, if I might offer a small moment of levity when it comes to this very serious situation, obviously, my wife is actually a county commissioner for Ramsey County in Minnesota. So I actually am more than just a little bit familiar with some of the workings of county governments. I'm going to talk a little bit about what Varonis is and what we've done and what we're seeing in the industry and how we'd be able to help. First and foremost, Varonis was founded in 2005. We are a publicly traded company on the NASDAQ. What we've designed is a data security platform that is focused on what we would hear referred to as unstructured data, sometimes called dark data, and that would be files, spreadsheets, emails, typically the type of lifeblood that gets an organization like yours moving. The downside that we have seen with this is because of the sensitivity of the information that can be contained within these repositories, be it an on-premise file share or an Office 365 repository like OneDrive or Teams or SharePoint Online, exposures tend to creep up. And what we've seen even more so over the last year, to give you a perspective on this, I remember when Microsoft in Q3 of 2019 was extremely excited because they had achieved 17 million users on Teams. And this was the first time that they had more users on that platform than Slack's 12 million at the time. Their last report stated that they are now up to 113 million users because of the change of what has happened in our world. Obviously, it's a completely different situation. I myself am also working out of my home office like many millions of other people because of the situation that's going on with COVID. The unfortunate aspect of the platform that Microsoft designed when it comes to Teams and OneDrive and those and SharePoint Online is they built it for collaboration to make it easy for us to work in different situations, in different locations, and to be able to work effectively to coordinate on documents, coordinate on information, and be able to move the business forward. The downside of that is exactly what has been discussed and what I've heard so far today. There's frequently situations where users are not maliciously, just unknowingly putting information in places that are exposed either internally to others within the organization or in sometimes the worst case scenarios where it can be exposed to external organizations. What Varonis has designed is a platform that helps close some of the gaps, basically build on top of the security solutions that Microsoft already provides within their system. So what Varonis will go through and does is it does a content classification, identification, looks inside of every single file spreadsheet and looks for information such as PII or personal information, health information, social security numbers, driver's license, credit card numbers. All of this is out of the box. It will scan all the documents that are out on these repositories and report where that sensitive data is. The next thing it does is it goes through and maps all the access that your users and groups have within your system. It understands where that exposure to a document might be overpermissible. The next step, and this is probably one of the most important aspects of this, is we track every single interaction. So anytime a user logs into Office 365, checks their email, interacts with information, creates a sharing link, coordinates with other coworkers, we have a full audit trail activity of that. And that allows us to get a couple of really key things. The first thing it allows us to do is do analysis on all the existing access that you have today. We can tell if you have 20 users with access to a document, but only 3 of those users are using that access, Varonis can then make recommendations to make changes to that access and reduce it to, as I heard referred to earlier, a least permissive model, where only the people who need access to that have access. It also shares information such as where you have private teams, public teams, where each of those team sites is containing sensitive data, so you can put additional restrictions and lockdowns on those as needed. The second piece of that, other than restricting access to only the right people that should have it, is we do a full baseline of what normal behavior is. As an example, to see if I can put this in a way that's easy to understand, our system will track. It knows that I log in from the same laptop that I have sitting on my workstation or sitting on my desk. It knows that I log in from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and that I connect into our corporate network, that I access information on Office 365, that I interact with Exchange, and I touch the same documents that I tend to touch, and I talk to the same websites that I normally talk to. So if we see any deviation from that behavior, that will start to throw up red flags in our system, in the Varonis system. As an example, if we see somebody logging in from a different geographical location to Office 365 than they do normally, that's a red flag. If they start accessing data that they might have access to, but they don't normally touch, that throws up a red flag. Also, of course, if that data is sensitive, that raises the severity of that alert. What this allows us to do is oftentimes not only the first part, which is securing and making sure you have a low risk footprint, but the second part, making sure if someone is doing something nefarious with the data, either because they're an internal actor or because an external party has gained control of credentials and is starting to do something, starting to try to get access to something to cause damage, that you'll be able to know when it's happening. You'll be able to respond to it very quickly. I don't know if there's any questions that I could answer for anyone else on here, or if you'd like some more context about what's going on with some of the other organizations. But that's the summary I came here and I plan to do.
Thank you very much. We're going to turn to Dr. Torregas, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me, President Katz? Thank you. And I wanted to start by thanking Ms. Lamarzi for an excellent report. It has highlighted something that's of no surprise to the Government Operations Committee. The GO Committee has been looking at this for over 5 years now and has been focused on data security, data confidentiality, and structures. In fact, the GO Committee started the discussions about having a chief data officer and escalating that chief data officer to the highest level, a direct report to the CIO. What you've heard from the private industry is that what we're facing is not new. It happens to every single governmental entity and has to do with managing specific network concerns and identity concerns. I think what you also heard is that our CIO, who's only been on the job for 9 months, is taking strong steps. You heard the description about Office 365. What Office 365 is a huge change from what we had before, old, outdated systems, to something that works in the cloud, something that works with online databases. And the training for Office 365 is something that we really have to take seriously countywide. The last thing I wanted to pinpoint is the fact that as the executive branch is beginning to move, and it'll take some time, there should be ways to secure the data, especially for those vulnerable populations. Mr. Young said that the data is encrypted. If they were encrypted, it would be hard for Ms. Lamarzi staff to find that data last Friday, because that means that Ms. Lamarzi should have had the codes to open up the encryption that goes on for the data. What that means is identity management is equally important to the network security that Mr. Young so carefully does for our county. So it's a complex area. I have the greatest respect and the greatest support for Ms. Roper. I think she's on the right track. She's bringing in resources. She's renegotiated the contracts with Microsoft, and she's bringing in Varonis. My hope is that we're on the track to reducing and eventually eliminating those risks, but it's going to take some time. So I ask the council to be patient, but not take your foot off the gas, as it were, from insisting that data be secured. I think we're on the right track. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, and I hear you. We need to be efficient in what we're doing. We need to be patient, but not too patient, and that's exactly where we are. And I see everyone shaking their head. Yes, Ms. Casario, is there any other presentations?
No, just wanted to reemphasize and actually repeat again, we understand the severity of this. This is a very incredibly important issue. So our promises, we are on top of it. And we are so thankful, first of all, for having Gail Roper on our team now. So only thing, just want to make sure that I relay that we do understand how important this is. We are taking it seriously. And we promise you, and actually, this is not going to be, I know Dr. Fregus mentioned, this is complex, but we believe with the software that we now procured and with how Ms. Roper is focused on even data management, I believe actually we're going to be there very shortly. So we are confident we're going to be on top of this. We're going to have a handle on this very quickly.
Thank you. Ms. Lamarzi, was there anything else from you? No. Ms. Navarro, before I call on other council members, was there anything else you wanted to add?
There isn't, but as Dr. Torregas has described, the Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee will continue to work on this issue. We will follow up. It is something that we've been working on now for years. And so I do look forward to working with him as well as the administration and my colleagues to definitely stay on top of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Albornoz.
Thanks, Mr. President. And first, Chairwoman Navarro asked all of the questions I had in advance. So I appreciate that. And most of them have been answered throughout this presentation. And I'm not going to pretend in any way, shape, or form to understand the IT aspect of this. It is not my strength. And so most of my questions as follow-ups are going to be based on operational questions. Some of this is coming as a former department head and providing a little bit of context and background in the transition that I saw over the last 10 years in terms of IT output within county government, acknowledging I haven't been there for almost 2 years now. So there may have been updates since then, but I think some of that context is relevant to this discussion. But I'd want to pick up where Ms. Kassiri left off, which is acknowledging the severity of this. These children are the most vulnerable of the vulnerable of the vulnerable. They have been traumatized. They have been abused. And so I want to thank, once again, Ms. Lamarzi and her team for handling this diligently and sensitively and aggressively. And whomever the county employee that once again has come forward to acknowledge a wrong that needs to be righted within county government, they are to be commended as well. And as Chairwoman Navarro indicated, there is of course a parallel investigation, which we're not going to get into here because it's in progress with regards to the treehouse specifically, because there are a number of layers there. And as chair of the HHS committee, we've been waiting on the results of that investigation before taking any formal action. And so as soon as that's available, we will follow up on that. But I know there are a number of county residents who are watching that case closely. And I want to assure them that this continues to be an extraordinarily high priority, but we want to ensure that we have all the information before we take a next step there. So my operational questions are this. Over the course of 10 years, a number of county government services, and this included DGS and human resources and information technology, services that had once been centralized within county government were pushed into departments in part as a matter of savings to address what had occurred during the recession when we had to let a number of positions go. And so, again, 2 years ago, may have changed. But while I was there, what I found was each department had a significantly different level of sophistication when it came to their IT infrastructure, based on the priorities placed within that department, based obviously on operational issues, but also based on the realities of their respective budgets. And so what sometimes happened was there wasn't a high degree of consistency in how policies were applied and how policies were administered, and it was really sort of catch as catch can. And so I wonder, or I'm concerned, that now that we're in the midst of a pandemic where understandably our IT infrastructure in the county has had to work harder than any of us could have possibly imagined to set up the virtual work for all of our county employees and administer new policies on the fly, some of which, again, we probably would have been very difficult to anticipate. But I'm worried that unless we have addressed those systemic and operational issues of providing the individual departments with the IT infrastructure that they need, and are we continuing to push some of this out to the departments, or has some of this been pulled back? So from a practical standpoint, what you're describing all makes perfect sense to me. But there are different layers of sensitivity and personal information, and this should have been in that first tier, has to be in that first tier. And so if HHS, which I know has incredible IT folks that have been working diligently, who is responsible for this transition in SharePoint? Is it centralized within DTS, or is it the departments themselves? I'm sure it's a combination of the two, but if you could please describe that for me, that would be really helpful.
Can I take a stab at that? So my observations are that there are many aspects of operational IT that are decentralized and some that, of course, are centralized. I think that part of the challenge is drawing that line between what needs to be centralized. I look at the whole idea of protection of data. I think needs to be, just my opinion, needs to be centralized, and then the output of that and the training and the framework and the policy associated with that needs to be shared from an enterprise perspective. I don't think that you can have rules, different rules within the organizations. I also believe that the whole idea of data leakage, data protection, advanced threat protection belongs to the centralized IT organization, because the tools are there, the competency is there, and the tools are there. And then with the tools that we have, with the Varonis tools, we're looking enterprise-wide. We're not looking by department. We're looking for PII in all departments. We're looking for social security numbers in all departments. So I think those challenges need to be centralized. I also think that we have a liaison in each of the departments, but it all depends on what that liaison is charged with. So that person could be spending 95% of their day doing something on a system. And I don't know that they necessarily would have the time and the background and to have the specificity required to look at data from the perspective that the centralized IT organization will. The only other thing I'll add to that is just from an observation standpoint that this whole consideration of technology and innovation has to happen for the entire enterprise. It can't be decisions made departmentally. We're working right now with Mitra, with the permitting department, on a new system that we're having conversations with HHS about utilizing that same system so that we're not buying two systems. So, there is a strategic value to having this conversation that is countywide rather than departmentally, my opinion. Thank you.
And I guess my other question, and again, this is somewhat operational, and forgive me, again, it's not my area of expertise, but I get working with the contractor to identify the IT solutions makes perfect sense again. And I was impressed by Mr. Fretham. I hope I'm pronouncing your name, Stephen, correctly. I get where you guys are going, and I believe in the sincerity of Ms. Kassiri acknowledging this is a priority and the administration is going to be tackling this, with everything it's got. But I do worry about capacity, and I also worry about information getting lost in translation. And so, how specifically, Ms. Kassiri, what does the team look like beyond just the IT infrastructure that is in place within each department to actually implement these particular recommendations? Who's responsible? Is it you? Is it one of our assistant CAOs? And then I guess my final question for now is, in addition to looking at internal systems, would it make sense to identify an outside contractor, or maybe the same one, that can test our system, that can be almost like a secret shopper, that tries to poke holes? And Mr. Tregas, I don't know if that's even a good idea or that's practical. I'd love to get your opinion on that. But I think that obviously, and the GO committee has done an outstanding job, and that predates my term in the legislative body. I can speak about that in the first person as a former department head. Always had the support that we needed. But now in this new environment that we're not going to shift from anytime soon, this is the new normal for the foreseeable future. Is there anything else that we need in addition to some of the solutions we've provided? So those are two questions. First, Ms. Kassiri, and then Dr. Tregas, if I would love your perspective on that.
Member Alvarez, you're absolutely right. As far as the IT resources, it varies from department to department. Today, we have David Godfrey, who is the CIO for HHS. There is him, and I believe he may have few other staff in HHS, which is different than, one example is Rick. You're very familiar with the Department of Recreation. What I can tell you, this is actually, I would say me on behalf of the CAO. What we learned from this incident, actually, I know I didn't thank IG, but I want to formally thank her. So when we actually were implementing or trying to clean up the SharePoint, I'm not talking about OneDrive or the Teams, just the SharePoint. Up to this point, we have 24 departments that have done the cleanup. So departments like HHS, they DTS, but they did the lion's share of work because they had the resources. But in the case of rec department, since they don't have IT support, it was basically Ms. Roper's team that did the work for them, to help them, to guide them. So as our office of the county executive does not have a dedicated IT staff. So they actually supported us. So your question regarding the nitty-gritty of the resources, all I can tell you at this point, I promise you, the ones that don't have it, what we are doing, DTS actually kind of creating a shared resource model and helping them. As far as getting them permanent resources, frankly, we are trying to assist to see where that should be. Should that be in a shared resource model somewhere? Most likely, if it's IT, would be in Ms. Roper's shop, or should be in departments. As far as your question, at the end, who's going to be responsible? Has to be second floor on behalf of the CAO. So that's all I can tell you at this point. What I'm promising you is we are gonna, if there are resources, they are going to be augmented by other means. And this shared resource model I'm referring to, we are actually applying that not only to IT, for all back office support related also. As you know better than anyone, not every department has, let's say, dedicated support to do the finance, budget, procurement. And considering that also, we are not considering, we're actually working on that. So, but as far as going back to IT, yes, if the ones that don't have it, at this point, we are looking at the share model. And if not, at this point, we have to consider to provide them additional resources.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the line of questioning from my colleagues and Ms. Roper. I continue to be impressed with your expertise and approach in a systematic way. And boy, I'm sure when you signed up like the rest of it, you didn't think 2020 was gonna to be what it was. And certainly Councilmember Alvernaz's point about the IT pressures and just everything. Our staff has had to deal with it as well. So Mr. Costas, thank you for your work. I have a related question. It's not specific to, I agree with the recommendations and we have to keep an eye on this. And I'm very appreciative of Ms. Lamarzi. Our loss was OIG's gain in the work that she's done. But I experienced this from the contractor side, and I know Treehouse is an example of that, but where I am concerned, and I've seen this, we had this in the case of one of our workforce contractors where they had, it was actually physical files in that case, but it could have been personnel files that were on a computer. And as far as what's your role in securing when we have so many, one of our great strengths in the county is all the many nonprofits and other services that are delivered through contractors, and the checks and balances that we have in place to ensure that their security of personal information and county information is up to snuff, and that in the sharing of documents that we limit any exposure as well as their own personal network capability. Could some, I don't know if it's you, Ms. Roper, maybe to start, but I just want to raise that and have someone address that as well. Ms. Roper, are you trying to get off mute? There you go. Okay.
So I would say that that is the area that I've described as policy. So it is not centralized. The negotiation of contracts, I would say that the more significant contracts with our main vendors are centralized in IT, and of course we partner with purchasing procurement. But I would also say that there are scenarios where contracts that departments enter into contracts with various vendors that do not go through or are not, we have no oversight of. And, that there is, I think, another opportunity for us to get more involved and to develop more policy around the content of those contracts and working more with our legal arm, our attorneys, to make certain that those contracts are strong and that they have that we lessen the risk and vulnerability of what we might be signing up for. So I do believe that you brought up an opportunity for us to look at closely.
I appreciate that. I think I don't know if Ms. Fariba, Ms. Kassiri, did you want to say anything about that? I hope that we would proceed in that fashion. I just think that's a baseline thing. We're only going to do more online, not less, and we already have a ton of vendors. So I think that needs to be, I'm glad you're putting it in that policy bucket, but I think within that bucket, it needs to be, 1A, I think, or near the top of the list.
I agree. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. That was my question.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the Inspector General for another really robust report. I'm appreciate the fact that you're doing this work. I'm a little concerned about the fact that you've become far too common a fixture at our council meetings, as much as I do appreciate seeing you, and hope that you will continue your work, but that there'll be less reason for you to have to come before us to share troubling circumstances in county government. Appreciate the leadership of Councilmember Navarro and the GO committee and her leadership there, and Council President as well for scheduling this. And I want to say, Ms. Roper, I really do have a lot of faith in you. I continue to be excited and hopeful about changes that I know we both share and you have discussed with me. I know you're working hard to implement them. It's not easy to turn a cruise ship, and county government and its technology is certainly that or larger. And so I do empathize for that. But these are concerning revelations here. both the fact that we're talking about, as Councilmember Albornoz mentioned, the most vulnerable members of our community, children who are victims. And there are just no more vulnerable people in our community than that. And we need to be extra cautious and extra careful and take greater efforts in order to protect them. There was a reference earlier about not having limitations to the business, and to the business operations. And we're county government. There is no business that we have that's more important and that's more sacred than protecting vulnerable children. And so we have to make sure that we're taking that extremely seriously. But I'm also concerned, and you recognize it, about the remediation not moving as fast as it should be. I think you said it needs to move a lot faster than it has. And so I appreciate that, but we've got to address this, and I do continue to have a little bit of concerns about the response. And so, first question: is there no alternative here for folks in HHS and other related departments to share or communicate this information other than these document sharing platforms that clearly have vulnerabilities? Is there no other process we could be putting in place to prevent these type of circumstances from happening, even if it's less convenient?
So I would say that there are always other alternatives. I would stress getting this one right. I think that you detract from the ability to share appropriately, and going into, you're going to find challenges with whatever option you use. I think there is an opportunity to get this right, and I think we're on the cusp of that, of getting it right. I would say that we could, of course, look into other options, but I think there's costs associated with that, and not to limit the opportunity for us to look at other options, but I would just say we're on the cusp of getting this right. I strongly believe that the best practice model has to be followed with these systems. It's more than technology. It includes having policy and framework and training. It's more than technology. So if you go down this path where you think it's just the technology piece, you're never going to get it right. So there's a human side to this, and there is an opportunity for us to enhance our ability to train our staff on how to use this technology. The same practices that we have at home as it relates to our own personal finances and what we put on our personal computers. I would say before we go venture out and look at other options, that we work and strive to get this one right.
Well, I certainly yield to you on your technological expertise, which you've forgotten more in the time we've been here than I've known about technology. But cost should not be the main factor here when we're talking about keeping vulnerable residents safe. If it comes to that, then I would hope that you would come to the council and request the funding, and we need to prioritize it because we're talking about keeping vulnerable children, many of whom are victims, safe and keeping their information secure. And, it sounds to me, to your point, it's not just about technology, it's about management, it's about leadership. And so, I hope that we can move forward in that direction, but hopefully cost will not be an issue. I just wanted to address a couple of things that were concerning to me. One, there's an apparent distinction when it comes to restricting access to files shared prior to March 2020. Seems to be a discrepancy between the Inspector General's views of files shared after 2020 and whether or not they're now secure, or whether or not the Inspector General and her office were able to obtain files shared in May or September without the appropriate restrictions. Can you speak to that? Is this just an issue for old documents and old files prior to March 2020, or is this a continued issue?
Keith, could you speak to this, please?
Sure. So again, breaking down the three separate platforms that are used for sharing. So for the most part, when we talk about files on OneDrive, that would be prior to the change in March. It's going to be files that when we change the defaults in March to not share widespread, It's legacy files that will be cleaned up with the Varonis tool. Teams and groups, those have all been made private as of November 4th. So that's no longer an issue anywhere in the county. And SharePoint, as Ms. Kasiri mentioned before, is we are almost complete with all of the SharePoint re-architecture across the county. So the only thing that's really remaining are those files that are that were shared in OneDrive prior to March of 2020.
And how does that reconcile with the Inspector General's comments earlier in the meeting about going on to SharePoint and having access to files that were unauthorized?
So for SharePoint, for the remaining couple of departments, or for anything that she found prior to November 4th, again, those were accessible. So if there was a search done for sensitive files on November 3rd, she may have found files in teams or groups.
Well, Friday, I heard, and I'll turn to the Inspector General. When you say Friday, I assume Friday means the most recent Friday that we have lived through, which would be after November 3rd. Is that right, Ms. Lamarzi?
Correct. It was November 13th, Friday the 13th. One of the documents was on OneDrive, and I'd have to double check the date it was created if it predates March of 2020, but I don't recall that it did. We'll double check. And the SharePoint files that we found, which had the social security numbers and other personal information, that those were items that we found. And it's my understanding that that was just happened to be one of the departments that hadn't been shut down yet.
Mr. Young, does that comply with what you just told us?
That's correct. So what she found was documents on a shared drive site that's still one of the few remaining sites. And then OneDrive, again, in working with Varonis this week, those sensitive files are going to be locked down since the purchase of Varonis was completed and everything was done as of Tuesday of last week.
Mr. Friedson, I know
Tuesday of last week was before Friday of last week.
No, I'm sorry, that the acquisition, the complete acquisition of Varonis was completed on Tuesday of last week. So
how long will it take for us to be in a situation where we're not going to get a report from the Inspector General that says that she or her team went and checked to see if there were documents like the ones that have just been, that she found on Friday that have been shared here today, that will not be an issue, that the issue will be new documents, new training, new procedures that need to take place, where obviously this is a constant thing that you have to keep up with, but how long is it going to take for that to be secured?
So we expect it to be done by the close of this week.
And Mr. Friedson, I'll just say it appears one of the documents I found was actually dated June 11th.
So after March 2020.
Correct.
Okay, so I mean, this is what's concerning to me. It doesn't seem like there is a total understanding of what the problem is, and unless you fully understand what the problem is, it's almost impossible to solve it. And so I'm just concerned that we have repeated issues here and with other reports where there are disagreements with the Inspector General's report, and the response is, other than thank you for identifying it, we're taking it very seriously, and here's how we're solving it, there's discrepancies. And that discrepancy doesn't put a lot of faith that we are addressing the problem in a timely manner. And that is, to me, the most concerning part here. It's not that mistakes are made. It's not that there are issues within the county government. It's not that people are doing the wrong thing at times. It's that when problems are identified, they're not being addressed in a reasonable time frame, particularly when we're talking about the protection of taxpayer money, and in this case, even more so, the protection of the sensitive information for extremely vulnerable populations, namely children. So that's just really concerning. Let me close this. Ms. Lamarzi, you said in your report that you continue to be concerned that the response from the executive branch does not seem to fully grasp the severity of our findings or the impact of data exposure incidents to victims, including the county. After the information that you've heard here, the responses that we've received from the county government? Have those concerns been mitigated or eliminated?
We're going to continue to follow up and test the vulnerabilities as we move forward. Actually begun thinking and having conversations in my own office about ways that we can expand our capabilities and capacity to do more IT work. Certified information systems auditors are hot commodities in the IG community, and we have to do our due diligence to decide the best, most efficient way that we can bring those capabilities into my office and continue to monitor these situations. I was happy to hear, honestly, that the SharePoint site that I found information on just happens to be one that's hasn't been cleaned up yet. But I do continue to be concerned that OneDrive has so much information out there, because when you deal with PHI, that is a huge vulnerability to the potential victims, because it's their very sensitive data. And to the county, under HIPAA, the county could have all sorts of vulnerabilities. And so we really want there to be some action as soon as possible. And again, the fact that we've raised concerns about platforms, with sharing platforms all year, hopefully this will be the impetus that things really are going to be addressed.
I appreciate that. I share that. I do hope that it is the impetus. I think that there is significant room for better responses and more confidence that we can have that it's moving as fast as it needs to, given the severity of the issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I see no other council members on this. So where are we going to be from here? You're going to get back with us, Ms. Kasari, when we're going to go through the GO committee, Councilmember Navarro, and get updates? Is that where our next step will be?
Whatever
I'm
Ms.
happy
Navarro
to do
prefers.
so. I think, yeah. I mean, I think the goal was to have this briefing and then follow up questions, et cetera. We would be happy to discuss those and address those in GO. And I'm sure Dr. Torregas has been keeping track of all the outstanding questions that we will then discuss and also report to our colleagues.
Thank you. Okay. Well, with that, we're going to move on the agenda. But thank you for being here. Obviously, this is of great importance, and we know that it's of great importance to all on this call. Thank you. The next item that we have is actually the semi-annual report of the Planning Board, which is not supposed to start till 3:45. So if it meets with my colleagues' approval, we could move now to legislative session day 35, the introduction of bills 4520 and 4620, which we deferred from this morning.
Mr. Katz, I believe that the planning board may be here and ready. You can, still choose your order, but I just wanted to let you know that we alerted them to the timing issue, and I think they are prepared to begin. So
if they are here, then we can begin. I didn't realize they were going to be 40 minutes. They planned on this. They're a planning board. Okay, very good. I'm happy to do that.
We plan on your being off schedule, so we're ready. We're ready for anything.
That's a good plan. I can tell you. Okay, welcome all from the planning board.
Nice to see you. I think we have a slideshow which has been provided to council staff.
Chair Anderson, which is the one that's coming up first? Are you showing the planning first?
I think the planning slideshow has a couple introductory slides.
Yes.
And I believe we have Vice Chair Fanny Gonzalez here too. Who'll speak to one of those slides.
Okay, give me just a second here and I'll put it on my screen and share it here in just a second.
Sure. Well, while you're doing that, I think we can get started just so we don't take any more of your time than necessary. I want to thank you all for making time in the schedule. I know it's been difficult during the pandemic, and the last semi-annual we really were left with just a slideshow. So it's great to be presenting to you live, if not in person. And it looks like we have the slides up. Could we see the second slide? I just checked our sign-up sheet, and as you know, we have the Thrive Montgomery general plan update public hearing coming up on Thursday. We so far have 89 people signed up to testify. And I think that that is a testament to the effectiveness of the outreach that we've done even during the pandemic. But I wanted to turn it over to Vice Chair Fanny Gonzalez, if she's there, to tell you a little bit more about what we've done to ensure that our outreach is both broad and deep. Natalie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. If the host can please allow the video to be turned on. Let's see.
Okay, hold on one second.
Now I see. It's on now. Thank you. So it is on.
She meant her personal video, Pam, not the slideshow.
Oh, I'm sorry, because there's also a video that they sent, so I got confused. My apologies.
It's okay. Thank you so much for having us today. It is with great pleasure that I want to talk about Thrive Montgomery only for a few minutes. As you know, this is a project that we have been working on since 2018. And there have been over 100 meetings pre-pandemic and now during the pandemic too. We have been across the county, Germantown, Silver Spring, Bethesda, Leetonsville, you name it. We've been there talking to different folks from the business community, from the civic community. We have been talking to nonprofits like Casa de Maryland, for example, Latin American Youth Center, the Middle Eastern American Advisory Group. And at the end of the day, everyone, regardless of background and language, we have been able to talk to people in, in their native language, Korean, Spanish. Everyone wants the same thing. In 30 years, they all want to have a place to live, a job, wait for them to get there. And we hope that the draft that we're working on will reflect that vision. And we look forward to our public hearing that is going to happen in a couple of days, as Casey just mentioned. With that, I'm going to let Gwen, when she gets her time, to talk more about this. Thank you.
Could we see the next slide? Thank you, Natalie. The other thing we wanted to mention is, of course, the managed lane study proceeds despite everything. We filed comments which raise many objections to the state's plans. We have tried to be very careful to be in sync with where the council is and our other elected officials, not to get out ahead of you, but we also are mindful of our fiduciary duty to protect parkland in particular. Our comments emphasize the idea that the purpose and need scope from the outset defined the justification for this project so narrowly that only a road widening project could meet the purpose and need. And as we predicted when we raised those objections initially, the draft EIS excludes out of hand the possibility of transit as part of the solution to the mobility problems and economic development and transportation objectives, particularly of the I-270 corridor, out of hand. And we plan to press this argument very strongly as we move forward. We have been asked to participate in mediation with SHA, and we will, of course, do that, but we'll be doing that in consultation always with our elected officials' positions in mind. And we really appreciate your guidance and support and look forward to our continued collaboration to try to get this project into shape that can be supported by the county and not just the people who are in power right now at the state level. Next slide. And with that, I will turn it over to Gwen.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about what we've been doing in the Montgomery County Planning Department over the past 6 months. It has been a really busy 6 months, and the issue that we can't avoid talking about is how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected everything we do. The images that you see here are actually from a staff photography contest that we hold periodically through our Design Excellence program. And these are all photographs taken by our parks and planning staff to really get their sense of how they view our time during the pandemic. And I think they're very evocative. They certainly show that we've been dealing with loneliness, that we've been dealing with how important our parks are to allow people to get out and have some activity in a socially distant and safe way, how we are still gathering to deal with some of the enormous racial equity and social justice issues that have come up during this time. But I thought these photographs taken by our own staff were very evocative of the last 6 months and what a challenging time it's been. Next slide, please. With this slide, I actually would like Mike Riley from Parks to join in. We just want to emphasize the positive over the last 6 months. We've talked about some of the challenges, but on the positive side, we have moved in to our wonderful new Wheaton headquarters building. We are so excited about it. As I describe it frequently, we're walking the talk. We're putting into place many of the ideas that we have talked about, that we ask private applicants to implement, the issues of urbanism, of co-location, of transit-oriented development, of environmental sustainability, and of design excellence. And we're so proud of this building. We have a little PowerPoint to show about the sustainability aspects of the building. I should say a little video to show about the sustainability aspects. I wanted to see if Mike Riley wanted to add anything before we go into the video.
Thank you, Gwen. I think you covered it pretty well. I just want to add that I'm really excited and looking forward to the day where we can work with Luisa Montero and the Urban District and the Recreation Department to program that great town square that's across from the building. Of course, right now we really can't do large-scale events, but hopefully once we get into next summer or fall, we'll really make that a hopping and happen place to be in Wheaton.
And so now we'd like to show a video. If you can pull up the video, Pam, I think it's actually embedded in the PowerPoint. I think if you go to slide 6 and then just click on slide 6, it should play.
I'm having trouble. I'll get there 1 second.
Great. Oh. I'm going to do some narration as we look at this. Again, this is focused on the sustainability issues. One of the most important ones is its proximity right in downtown Wheaton. The daylit stair, the high performance rain screen, some of the exterior shading elements. These are all elements that are helping us to achieve LEED Platinum, which is the highest level in the LEED system that one can achieve. In addition to the things you're seeing on the outside, you're going to see we're also on the inside, having things like electrical vehicle charging stations. We're not allowed to have individual printers at our desks or mini fridges. We use native plants and planting beds as part of the whole project. And again, the proximity to public transit. These are all elements of the LEED system is a point system, and you have to follow a certain number of points. We have our geothermal heating and cooling system, high efficiency water fixtures, and the light system's great. If you don't move around enough in your office, suddenly all your lights go off. I've had that happen to me several times. You can see the incredible green wall that we have, which again is something we carried over from the MRO building, which had a lot of interior planting areas in the atrium. And we are excited to have that in our new building as well. So now we'll go back to the PowerPoint. We are excited to be in such a sustainable building. It is, again, it's part of that walking the talk. We aren't just talking about sustainability, we're really living sustainability. So we'll go back. The slide 7 is about engagement during COVID-19. And you've already heard Commissioner Fanny Gonzalez talking about the things that we have done in relation to Thrive Montgomery, but I do want to emphasize that is only one of our projects. We've actually conducted all of our planning board and Historic Preservation Commission meetings virtually. We continue to do virtual outreach on a number of our master plans. You may have heard about some of our listening sessions for the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Community Plan. We have had virtual events, and as you can see, we've had a large number of participants in all of our meetings and our events. We're also, again, continuing to do e-letter, and that is getting the word out on a lot of our projects. Next. These are just some examples of some of our virtual events for different activities, not just for Thrive. We're involved in big projects like Corridor Forward, which is the I-270 transit plan, advancing the Pike District, which is looking at how we can move forward on many of the goals of the White Flint Plan, and our community chats related to Thrive. And again, as I mentioned, we're doing a lot of outreach for Silver Spring as well. Next slide, please. This was a wonderful comment we got from one of our community members after one of our Silver Spring listening sessions. Again, we've been working hard to figure out ways to use our technology to really allow for conversations. And we have been able to use the Teams breakout room feature, and that's been great to allow for more intimate conversations and not have it just be a series of lectures or chats through the chat function. We actually want people to be able to talk back and forth. And we did not solicit this comment, but we thought we would share it because I think it shows we're having some success. Next image, please. We also have continued to have an enormous number of development applications. Again, knock on wood, we have not seen a huge slowdown in our development applications that have been submitted. As you can see, we've had over 300 applications of different types in the last, again, approximately 6 months. And the good news is that that seems to be continuing even in the last month. or so. We have continued to get a lot of work in, and our staff working virtually continue to be fully engaged. Our development review committee meetings are conducted virtually. Our design meetings with applicants are conducted virtually. And we are, we feel like it's been very effective. Next, please. A huge part of our work, not just over the past 6 months, but really for the last about 2 years, we've been thinking about an equity agenda for planning. And we are, as you know, looking at equity as one of the major parts of our Thrive Montgomery framework. We are working on a lot of staff training. We have participated in training offered by the council, but we've also been offering individualized training for a lot of our staff. We are working hard on the council's request to look at street and park facility renaming, and we'll be briefing the council on that in January. We actually had hoped to brief you today, but the schedule was such that it needed to be delayed till January. But please know our staff has been very, very actively involved in that. We have been, again, working on our outreach to try to reach people who have not traditionally been involved in the planning process. And really, most importantly, we are creating our own, within our organization, equity and master planning agenda and framework. We are working to set up within the planning department an equity peer review group who will look at master plans and master plan recommendations as they are developed to make sure there is an equity lens to all master plan recommendations. We are also trying to identify within our 3 geographic area teams sort of equity leads who will not only be liaisons, but will help make sure the work of those planning teams remain focused on equity. So we're excited to, again, share with you in the near future some of our work on the street and park facility renaming project, but we also want to tell you that within our organization, we're working on what we think are some innovative ways of really fully making equity a part of our day-to-day work. Not just training our staff, which is important to raise their consciousness and to make sure that they have this as a focus, but to make sure that we're actually, walking the talk. Again, my favorite expression today, walking the talk, that we are putting equity issues in high focus in our actual planning products. Next, please. Thrive Montgomery, again, you all are very aware of this project and that we are working hard to keep to the schedule that we had agreed to with the council. We're having a public hearing November 19th this week. As you heard, we have well over 80 people already signed up to testify. We're very excited that people are engaged and interested and want to offer their input on this. We'll be having planning board work sessions then for several months, and then we will transmit to you the planning board's draft of Thrive Montgomery 2050 in April of 2021. Hopefully you then can take it up after your budget discussions and have your own public hearing and work sessions. So we are working hard to try to make sure that we are going to not only keep on schedule, but give you all an incredible product, an incredible plan that will have an exciting vision for the next 30 years in Montgomery County. Next. I don't even know if I should mention this, but you all, because you've all been so immersed in it, the growth and infrastructure policy.
I thought you were saying they were going to have to do it all over again.
Yeah, let's start again. It was so much fun. Let's just do it again. I know you all are very familiar with the recommendations and what this policy is doing, but again, I think it's exciting. It is definitely in line with the ideas in Thrive Montgomery. We have been, as I've said a number of times to different constituent groups who we've met with on Thrive Montgomery, we're working on this long-range general plan, but we're also sort of running and chewing gum at the same time. We're putting certain ideas into action, and we've been doing that with the growth and infrastructure policy. So we're very excited at how everything is coming together. Next. A few regulatory projects that we want to highlight for you. Again, this is exciting because there are some enormous projects that are moving forward in a very exciting way. In downtown Bethesda, we continue to have excellent new projects. Really, I'm so pleased and proud of the design excellence that we're seeing in new projects in downtown Bethesda. Our Bethesda Design Advisory Panel is working well. St. Elmo Apartments is a residential project on St. Elmo Street. Metro Tower is on Wisconsin Avenue, right next to the Wilson and the Elm and across from the Avocet, all of which are incredible new buildings and are a mix of residential and office and hotel in amongst those three buildings, which again, I think is exciting. The Wilgus project is in North Bethesda. It is part of what was the White Flint 2 plan, and it is a redevelopment of an area that is essentially empty. No housing is being displaced, but yet we're going to be getting new townhouse 2-over-2 and multifamily housing and open space, including a park in the middle that is just under an acre in size. And it's going to, we think, really add to the whole White Flint community. It's a little north of Pike and Rose, but it's really adding another element to that exciting part of the county. And I wanted to mention, just for your information, we have been reviewing some solar projects in areas of the county where solar is permitted. We've approved two, one at Cedar Ridge Community Church and another called the Fieldcrest Community Solar Project, which is near Laytonsville. And so we're excited that we're seeing some solar projects coming forward through our normal regulatory process. Next. And this is another project, again, we're very excited about, which is the expansion of Westfield Montgomery Mall. The before and after, the after is what has been approved. It's really breaking the box of those interior malls, taking the old Sears site, breaking it out into residential plus retail, sort of more of an open air Main Street type of retail, and adding that residential component that we think is so important to give new life to what historically had been just large indoor malls surrounded by parking. And this is a really innovative project. I think it is going to be a model for other places in the country. It's been discussed in other places, but it hasn't really been implemented yet. But we're very happy that this is moving forward in Montgomery County. Next. I'm just quickly listing our other projects. There are so many others, from master plans like Ashton and Shady Grove that you're going to be seeing this winter and that you'll be having public hearings on. Ones that we're just really getting started, like Silver Spring downtown and adjacent communities, Tacoma Park, Great Seneca Science Corridor Minor Master Plan Amendment, Farrell and Briggs Cheney. And we have a whole group of studies, both transportation related, like Corridor Forward and the Pedestrian Master Plan, but other important studies like mixed use development study that our Research and Special Projects Division is doing. Next. So here's our schedule. It says fiscal year 22, but this is actually fiscal year 21. I apologize that this is mislabeled, but this is our schedule for fiscal year 21. You can see that in the very near future, probably later this month, you're going to be receiving our complete street design guidelines and our Shady Grove sector plan, so that you will have some work to do over the winter before you get into your budget work, and that you'll be getting Thrive Montgomery to take up after your budget work, and that we have, again, plenty of work coming forward over the next year. We will be developing an additional work program for fiscal year 22, which we will share with you during our spring semi-annual and as part of our budget discussions for fiscal year 22. And that is the end of my presentation. I think we're now on to the Parks presentation and Mike Riley.
Good afternoon, Council President Katz and council members. I'll just wait a second till Pam gets the Parks slides up. Okay. Could you go back to the opening slide, Pam? Okay, you're looking at a picture of Sligo Creek Parkway on a Saturday in May. I took this personally, took this photo personally. I spent a lot of time out on our open parkways on Sligo Beach and Little Falls, seeing a lot of idyllic scenes where community members were out exercising for their own physical health and mental well-being, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. So next. So here's where we were back in April of this year. We closed all of our 303 tennis courts. They're relatively easy to close comparatively. They have fences and gates, and you can put a lock and chain around them. We removed rims from most of our basketball courts wherever we had observed or reported violations of the health orders. We would swoop in and remove the rims, and then we closed all of our 276 playgrounds with a combination of fencing and tape that required quite a bit of labor. Of course, we captured all of these labor and material costs in our enterprise asset management system. That photo in the upper center shows our Microsoft Power BI dashboard, so I could monitor our costs in real time, and just one piece of data, just the closure of the playgrounds and the labor and the material for the fence cost just about $65,000. Next. Here's where we are today. We've had a heavy reliance on infographics throughout the pandemic to communicate to all our park users and patrons what they can do and what they can't do. Of course, it's fluid and we're modifying it all the time. This shows you that there's a lot of things that are open, some with modifications or limitations. But you see some of the things there that are still closed because they're either indoor building activities or high-risk activities that the health orders don't want us to do. Next. Just some more. I'm not going to talk about these. These are just examples of infographics we've used. They were all translated into English and Spanish, and we've used them extensively, both physically out in the parks, on our website, and social media, and in other applications. Next. So we've tried to be really creative and innovative in designing safe activities and programs for our residents and their children to enjoy. Sometimes we plan and manage these ourselves. Sometimes we partner with community organizations or other government agencies. So I'm just going to highlight several of these events over the next few slides. The group at Brookside came up with this idea of stand-up weddings. They permitted groups of 20 or less to just come onto the wedding, onto the grounds and host a stand-up wedding. They didn't have to close the gardens. They didn't allow caterers or tables or chairs. You just came in with your family or your guests and your minister, and you could have your wedding because people still need to get married, even though we have a pandemic going on. So we had 45 stand-up weddings since July, and at Brookside, and then at our other event venues, including Rockwood and Seneca, we had 26 weddings within the parameters of the health orders that were in place at the time. Drive-in movie nights, we had 2 at Wheaton Regional Park with a 35 car capacity and 2 at South Germantown with a 47 car capacity. They both sold out within 2 hours of going online. And then the last group of photos, our Halloween hustle at Black Hill Regional Park, was themed 5Ks that had time slots limited to 40 people, and it had 118 total participants. Next, please. We hosted Active Aging Week at Brookside Gardens in concert with Montgomery County Health and Human Services. That lower picture is on your left is a cool program called Walk with a Doc, where we have walks with local doctors where people get to ask any health questions that the doctors can order. And the right grouping of pictures is really a DOT project, but it's right next to Acorn Park, where we have a picnic in the park. As you know, DOT did institute a closure of Newell Street, and I've been seeing an awful lot of activity on social media of people enjoying that space. As you can see from these photos, there's actually people dancing in the street. Next. Here's just some feedback we got about the Newell Street closure. I certainly won't read it to you, but we've gotten more like this, that people are communicating to both DOT and to the Parks Department that they really enjoy and like this space and this idea. Okay. Just a few more examples of our adaptable program. We did a Halloween walk and chalk on Sligo Creek Parkway in partnership with the City of Tacoma Park on Halloween, where the kids were chalking on the roadway in the parking lots. We've utilized COVID Corps for several projects, which is the Recreation Department's youth employment program. And we also partnered with Mid-Atlantic Off-Road Enthusiasts to do Discover Montgomery, which is a virtual hiking, biking, and running challenge designed to get people outdoors and exploring our trails. And then, of course, like everybody else, a lot of things we couldn't do physically, we did online. There's a list of things here. I won't go over them all, but I'll just thank Councilmember Joando on the last one. He participated in virtual story time with us, which I know had a lot of activity out there on social media. And I'll just also add that our summer camps, even though they were virtual, were filled up fast. And the next slide, I think, will show you an accolade we got from a parent whose child attended 2 of them. This is feedback from a parent whose child attended our Nature Girls virtual camp held at Black Hill and our Rock Creek Ecology virtual camp held at Meadowside Nature Center. Next. So during the pandemic, we began partnering with Harvest Share to recover fresh produce from 3 of our community gardens, Rocking Horse Community Garden, Briggs Cheney Community Garden, and the South Germantown Community Garden. Harvest Share is an initiative that asks backyard and community gardeners to grow a little more in their own gardens and donate the extra produce to community resources, dedicating to reducing food insecurity in our county. So far, the Parks Department has donated 420 pounds of produce to contribute to the total of 5,000 pounds of produce collected by Harvest Share just since July 2020. Next. So a couple slides on the theme of supporting local business. You know that the Parks Department has many public-private partnerships that leverage resources of both nonprofit and for-profit entities, so we can provide provide services we may not otherwise be able to supply. Is something these partnerships are something we're very proud of. Many of them, of course, had to cease or limit operations and experienced significant loss of revenue. So we established fair and consistent standards upon which we would agree to forbear rent. To date, 18 lessees have received $240,000 in rent abatement during this period with no expectation for repayment. You see a chart here. The largest amount is attributed to the loss of 2 ball field seasons at the Shirley Povich Field in Cabin John Park, and the second largest amount represents the indoor tennis facility at South Germantown Recreational Park. We did this consistently with our colleagues over in Prince George's Parks and Recreation, who have a lot of partnerships as well. And again, the whole idea here was to be consistent and fair to everybody and hopefully keep everybody in business. Sticking with, next slide, please. And sticking with supporting businesses, my team came up with the Picnic in the Park idea in partnership with Visit Montgomery. I'm sure you're all familiar with the MoCo Eats website and that effort to support our local restaurants. So in 9 park locations, we set up an app where you could go out there and scan the QR code. It takes you to the MoCo Eats website. You can pick your restaurant and either have the food delivered to the park, or of course you can always do carry-in. We got quite a bit of public and media attention when we decided to allow alcohol in these areas. As you know, alcohol is generally not allowed in the public parks, but we thought we would get more participation if we allowed people to consume alcohol with their lunch or their dinner. And I'm very pleased to report, despite a lot of concerns, we have had no negative incidents so far related to the allowance of alcohol in these 9 spaces. Next. Switching gears quite a bit, we did develop a racial equity lens in preparation of our fiscal year 21 to 26 CIP. I do believe the Parks Department plays a key role in helping the council meet its racial equity and social justice goals. We already put in place a methodology to factor capital investment through an equity lens that factors income and race. Park and recreation agencies in major cities across the country have implemented equity lenses in prioritizing their investment. And we are studying the methodologies of those agencies across the country. So our tool is a GIS-based tool developed by Parks and Planning. Just want to thank Gwen Wright and the Planning Department for teaming on this. And Jake Hole, our division chief, who's pictured here, recently gave a talk at the National Recreation and Park Association's conference about how we're applying our equity lens and comparing it to the equity lens of major park and recreation agencies across the county. If you switch to the next slide, you'll just see some of the agencies that we are talking to. Again, this is very common across the country that parks and recreation agencies, which really have always been grounded in equity, are really advancing their racial equity lens. One interesting case in New York City, what they did is they simply went back 20 years and they calculated their total capital investment in every one of their parks over the last 20 years. And if it fell below a certain threshold, they would conclude that there was disinvestment in that community. And they did a huge bond sale and went out and improved all those parks that fell below that threshold of a particular level of investment. But all these different cities have different twists, and we're trying to imitate the best of the best. Next. I won't talk much about the athletic fields. I just relied heavily on pictures to do the talking here. A lot of before and after pictures of our program. I just, with the resources you have provided us for the staff and the equipment, we've been able to build considerable expertise and get out there and do a lot more fields than we have done in the past. In the middle, you see White Oak Rec Center that was renovated this summer thanks to money you provided us through the budget, and with that will be covered in growth blankets over the winter, and then hopefully by late spring we'll pull them off and there'll be a lush green stand of Bermuda grass at White Oak for that community to enjoy. Next slide. Just more before and afters. The one at Rock Creek Forest Elementary shows you how bad a poorly built and maintained elementary school can get before we come in and maintain it. That is not an unusual situation at some of the elementary schools. So we're confident that once we renovate the field and put it on our maintenance program, it will sustain itself much better than the fields have in the past. Next. Just a few more before and afters, and I'll move on. That one in the center shows you that in addition to improving turf and field conditions, we go in and we try to alter amenities like player seating to make them easier to maintain and more accessible to lower our costs going forward. Next. This is a slide I update every 6 months. It just shows some of the major projects that have come online or coming online. Some of them I have future slides I'm going to talk about. I will talk a little bit about Maydale. Clarkmont is a developer-built park and cabin branch community. Pinecrest is a park refresher in the Four Corners area of Silver Spring. You know all about the Wheaton headquarters. Dewey Local Park is a park refresher that's completed. I will talk about. I will also talk about the Henson Museum. And then Piedmont Woods is another developer-built park in Clarksburg that's going to come online very soon. These are parks where through the development process, we leverage not only the acquisition of the parkland, but got the developer to build the park in its entirety as well. Next. So now I'll highlight just a few of those projects. Well, Wheaton headquarters was our first LEED Platinum building. We now have our first Net Plus building. That means it will produce more energy over the course of a year than it will use. The building is a repurposed trailer from our old maintenance depot that is now located, or co-located, I should say, with the MCPS maintenance depot and food service building out at the Green Farm. So that was the old trailer is the core of the building. And then we built a wraparound deck that is covered in solar panels. We have gray water flushing toilets that is harvested from rainfall on the roof and stored in an underground 275-gallon system. We have trom walls in the front and back of the facility that retain passive solar heating and many more amenities. But this is already being programmed for outdoor activities, and I think will be very popular amenity, or is already a very popular amenity in the East County. Next. This is a park refresher completed this summer. It is, we love to promote this idea of public facility co-location. This is one because it sits on top of WSSC's 5 million gallon Rock Creek sewage storage facility. It's a project I actually worked on personally when I first came to the Parks Department in the 80s. And now my original projects are reaching life cycle and need to be redone. So this one was just recently redone after just a little bit more than 30 years. My staff did a great job. It features a street hockey futsal court developed in partnership with the Washington Capitals, a large dog park that is divided into a large dog area and a small dog area, an outdoor gym, a multi-age themed playground, picnic shelters, and a really, really neat track that goes around the Washington Capitals rink where kids like to either roller skate or bike or ride their scooters in a loop around the track. And you see a mural that was painted on some of the WSSC infrastructure by one of our local artists. And I just want to really, I always like to plug the Park Refresher concept. We're trying to do these equitably distribute the resources we have among our communities and do these projects faster at a lower cost than some of the marquee projects we've done in the past. So this may be the most important project I've had the pleasure of working on during my career. We're just about to open. I don't think it could be coming online at a better time, telling the story of Henson's enslavement, his path to freedom, and his return to help others achieve their freedom. The project features a new 3,000 square foot visitor center that you see pictured in the upper left, with a retail area, theater, an outdoor terrace, and a fully restored 3,000 foot historic house with the log kitchen and second floor offices. The photo on the lower left is our museum manager, Cheryl Spicer, and our former First Lady, Catherine Leggett, who has, through the Park Foundation, been our capital campaign chair to raise money. And then the photo in the lower center is Cheryl with Mia Lewis, who is a descendant of Reverend Josiah Henson, and we gave her a tour recently. We sadly had to postpone a planned December ribbon cutting when the new health order came out. We were trying to do something within the 50-person limit, but we thought with the pandemic numbers worsening, it was not wise to go forward with any type of ribbon cutting ceremony, but we do expect sometime in January that we will open to the public. Guests will be able to make reservations to visit through Active Montgomery. We'll have a maximum of 5 slots available for each 30-minute session during the day. And guests will begin their experience at the visitor center by viewing a 13-minute orientation video. Then guests will be directed to the historic home where they will proceed on a safe guided experience. And the experience then ends with a visit to the detached log cabin that people associate so much with the book Uncle Tom's Cabin. Next, please. This is a boat launch we did at Seneca Landing. The need for an accessible boat launch was initiated by a group called Team River Runner. They're a nonprofit organization that provides adventure and adaptive paddle sports to veterans and their families. They approached Montgomery County Commission on Veterans Affairs about the need for an accessible launch, and were assisted by the commission to initiate the project. On Sundays from May to November, the group hosts a kayak program at Seneca Landing with patients from Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, as well as veterans from the community. And 2 gentlemen you see pictured here, one is a 25-year veteran of the United States Navy, and the other is an 85-year-old Marine who is a member of Team River Runner. Next. Wheaton Regional Park Master Plan update is underway. This is something we don't do that often. It's our largest down-county park, and it's the first time we've revisited the master plan in 30 years. We're trying our best to outreach to everyone. Some of our efforts include targeting multiple audiences, converting our messaging to multiple language, English, Spanish, and Mandarin. We've got bus, metro, and cell phone ads going on, online and in-person community surveys. We've already got 1,200 responses, which is very good. Community group work sessions with a bunch of different community leaders, focus groups with diverse audiences adjacent to the park, and virtual presentations to as many organizations as we can get to. So we're doing our best to creatively hear from everyone about what they would like to see this really important park in our down county evolve into in its next iteration. Next. Pickleball, I'm sure you've all heard about pickleball. It's now joined dog parks, skate parks, and our high need facilities. It's a very fast growing sport, particularly with our older generation. We've been adding them to the system wherever we can. Next slide, please. This just shows a retrofitted pickleball court on a tennis court, and on the right, our guys putting the new lines down. So to date, we have pickleball facilities at 6 parks: Bower Drive, Longwood, Meadowbrook, Olney Mills, Tilden Woods, and East Norbeck. But we are working hard to add additional pickleball opportunities in the park system wherever we can. Moving on to trails, these on the left, you see some of the major projects that are underway. On the right, the bar charts show increases in trail usage between 2019 and 2020 for the period January to November in each year at 4 different locations. 2 of them are on the Capitol Crescent Trail and 2 of them are on the Rock Creek Trail. The left column of bars shows bicycle usage, while the right column shows pedestrian usage. One data point, as you can see, shows that bicycle usage essentially doubled on the Rock Creek Trail at Baltimore Road between 2019 and 2020. These numbers clearly show that our trails have been an important refuge for our residents during a period which many other activities were restricted. And this is just one example of where we're trying to use data and analytics to better manage our extensive park system. Here's one project I just want to highlight: the Cabin John Natural Surface Trail renovation this summer. In Cabin John, just south of I-495, we replaced a hiking-only trail that was located in a floodplain with a new multi-use trail that accommodates equestrians, mountain bikes, and hikers. We try to make our trails, particular people's choice trails that may be in floodplains or wetlands. We're going back and making them more sustainable with improved design and construction methods. On this project, I want to thank Councilmember Friedson for coming out and touring the project and meeting our trail crew while it was under construction. I regret I meant to have my staff put a photo of him operating that mini excavator. We did allow him on that for a while. I forgot to check whether he had a commercial driver's license or not, but next time I'll come back with a photo of Councilmember Friedson on the mini excavator. Just a few more slides and I'll be done. So as you know, back in April, we initiated an open parkways program to close portions of Sligo Beach and Little Falls to motor vehicles. Between April and November, there were more than 480,000 visits across the 3 parkways. We know this because we have a couple different types of automated counters at various locations that can differentiate bicyclists from pedestrians. And participation has actually exceeded our expectations, and the feedback on the program from community members has been overwhelmingly positive. I want to commend my trails team for coming up with these creative stencils that they painted on the pavement of the parkways and the trails. You see one here in the slide, and the one I didn't display that was my favorite was called No Trailgating. And this picture is Little Falls Parkway, by the way. Next. So when we decided to open the parkways to people and close them to cars, we realized our gates were made to keep cars out, not to let people through. This is one the more egregious example on Sligo at the old Carroll Ave Bridge, where you can see on the right what people had to force their way through and have to go through the mud, and certainly couldn't social distance. So we immediately mobilized our tradespeople to come out and brainstorm on ways to fix it. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see how we fixed this one. And across Sligo and Beach, our outstanding trade staff did install 4 new gates and retrofitted 9 gates to improve pedestrian and bicycle access. Of course, that wasn't free. There were labor and material costs, and it's just one of many, many examples of how in trying to provide an outdoor venue for our residents, we did have to incur costs to make it work. So that's it. Here's 2 happy guys doing the inaugural closing of Beach Drive. Of course, we're fully masked and standing 6 feet apart. As I said, this has been a very successful program that I'm thrilled about. I happen to live in this community right near here, and all the feedback I've got and what I see is just wonderful. There's so much more I could have talked to you about. I could have talked to you about the success of our enterprise fund and program. I could have highlighted our Vision Zero accomplishments, our urban park acquisitions, but the breadth of what we do in the Parks Department is so extensive. I'll save some of those for the next 6 months, and I just thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very, very much. Mr. Anderson, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to see, I know we had a couple other planning board members who were planning on logging in. I don't know if they were successful or not, but if you wouldn't mind, I just wanted to see if they're here and would like to say a few words. I know Jerry had texted me and said he was having a little trouble logging in, but Pratap and Tina might be on. I'm not sure I can see whether they're online or not.
Yeah, I don't see their names, but.
Okay. Well, with that, I think we're done. I think what I'd say, just in wrapping this up, is I hope it's clear from seeing this that we really have tried to take this pandemic as an opportunity to try to see what we could do to innovate and get better, both in the Parks Department and the Planning Department. The outreach that we've done with planning, some of the things that we've done with the open parkways with parks, and some of the experimenting with food and alcohol, I think these really highlight how our staff have taken this challenge on with a lot of energy and enthusiasm at a time when we would have had every excuse to just, say, you know what, there's a pandemic going on, we can just dial it down and just try to muddle through. And that's not how this organization has responded. I'm proud of everybody that works for us for everything they've done to try to meet the needs of the pandemic and see what silver linings we could find in it. And I hope that's come through in this presentation, because I feel very strongly that we have performed at a very high level, and I just can't say enough about the people who work for us. I'm just very excited to come into work every day to work with these people.
Well, thank you, and we can't say enough either. At the last slide, there was 4 thumbs up. I think you can get 18 thumbs up from the Montgomery County Council. I mean, we're all very, very happy and pleased that of all the hard work that you do, and especially during all the time, but especially during these most difficult times. And there's several council members that want to speak, but I think on behalf of a very appreciative Montgomery County, you all are always there. And one of the things that I've often said is when someone does such a good job, you take it for granted. And that's exactly, in some cases, that's exactly what we do. We take you for granted. We take the employees for granted because we realize that it's just going to get done the right way. And you keep Montgomery County beautiful, and you keep Montgomery County green. And for that, we're most appreciative. With that, we're going to call on Councilmember Friedson, who I believe is the council lead on parks. So please, Councilmember Friedson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I've just got to say that seeing this presentation and throughout this crisis, it's really made me proud to have that designation and to be able to safeguard the 37,000 acres of parkland and our 422 parks. And always such an important part of the quality of life in Montgomery County. But I think during this pandemic in particular, it has really risen in its importance and demonstrating just how valuable and necessary it is for quality of life and for mental health and for exercise and for so many different people in so many different ways. And so I really wanted to state that. I appreciate you, Mr. Riley, mentioning the mini excavator, and I appreciate you and your team, particularly the expert trails team, humoring me by letting me ruin their work for a few minutes and then waiting until I was out of sight before they went back and fixed all the damage that I had done to the Cabin John trail. But it sure was a lot of fun for me to hop up on that mini excavator. And I will say I now use that trail all the time at Cabin John. It's one of the many trails throughout the county, and it's really been a huge asset to me and to so many. And I've loved the opportunity throughout this crisis to give people new trails to go hike and to bike and to enjoy. And it really has been something that I think more and more residents have taken advantage of because it is such a great opportunity. I am really bummed about the Josiah Henson opening, and I was really looking forward to that. I had December 5th circled about 100 times on my calendar. I'm probably looking forward to that more than anything that's opening in Montgomery County. I've been able to stop by and see the progress during the construction process, and it's just something that I think our whole county should be so proud and so appreciative of, the expertise within parks, which I also think we sometimes take for granted, the historical expertise that you and your team have, and just talking for a few moments with those folks to understand just how much they know about our local history. This is going to be such a tremendous asset to our young people in particular, but to all of our residents. I hope that every single Montgomery County resident will go and visit that. And it's such a great example, particularly in this moment, as you mentioned, of reclaiming history in the words of the person that have been perverted over time. I think Josiah Henson's story has not been told the way that it was and the way that it should be. And I think you are going to do that justice. And I really do appreciate that. And I'm also bummed, I don't want to rain on Councilmember Navarro's parade here in Wheaton, but the Garden of Lights at Brookside Garden being canceled this year as well. Always something that I know all of us look forward to, and I'm upset about that. But I appreciate the fact, given that these things are changing, how you've adapted and adjusted. I think the picnic in the park has been really successful. Appreciate you taking feedback on that. There were resident issues and concerns that you all were listened to and heard, which is much appreciated. But it just shows the adaptive uses that our parks have, and the way that we need to rethink what they are and what they can be and what they do for our residents, which I appreciated. And I will just say, Dillon Local Park and the rink there has been utilized a few times, and I'm no longer playing ice hockey indoors because of public health reasons, but I appreciate the fact that that's there for casual use as well. It has been a great partnership with the Parks Foundation, which I think shouldn't be lost here either. The involvement of our local residents who really step up and work with you and your team to figure out ways to get resources and to help to provide those efforts. And then the last thing on parks that I just wanted to say, it was noted quickly through this, but I think it really should be highlighted here. Parks has been a great landlord during this crisis, and really have stepped up to help your tenants, has been a leader on that issue of demonstrating the challenges that folks are facing. And I really think you've led by the power of your example, and that's really noteworthy, something that I hope that we will emulate across the board. I think it really shows well for the county. It shows well for the Parks Department. I just wanted to note and appreciate that. And also the open streets. I think I've taken quite a bit of advantage of the open streets. I think it's a model. It's an example that Parks and Park and Planning has really led, where the county with our streeteries and other areas have been able to take this crisis, as Chair Anderson said, and see what opportunities there are. Start with yes and figure out how to get there, as opposed to starting with no, which is what too oftentimes in government we get caught up in. And you have really led the way on that, demonstrating that streets are for people and that we should push the envelope in how we utilize our assets to serve residents, which I appreciate. And on the planning side, I just want to thank you. It's exciting to see. It's not just what we are and how we get through this current moment, but how we build the foundation for the moments that follow to come out of this. And I think planning really is planning for that. And it's exciting to see that there is continued progress that is happening on the planning side. And I think the growth and infrastructure policy that we passed this week will help to build upon that, as was noted. I'm really excited about what that's going to mean for the future of Montgomery County. And so just wanted to note that as well. Just quick question before I end this long rant about how much I love our parks and how appreciative I am of the planning staff. If you could just give a quick update on the Farm Women's Market in Bethesda and any efforts and conversations that are happening there with the executive branch and the private sector on that.
Well, that has been quiet for a little while. We had some great conversations, and I know Parks is also involved in that, about opportunities for creation of a great extension of Elm Street Park and some great open space around the Farm Women's Market. But I honestly do not know that we have had any additional conversations on that project in the last, I would say, 3 months or so.
So waiting to hear back from the executive branch and the applicant.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Actually, a last one on Capitol Crescent Park. Do you have an update? Any update there on where things stand with Capitol Crescent Park?
That would be a Mike question.
Yeah, Capitol Crescent Civic Green, we had intended to start the planning phase for that in fiscal year 21. Given now that it's, the time frame for the Purple Line staging area activities there to cease is kind of unknown and delayed. We're revisiting whether it's really wise to jump into the planning phase in 21, not knowing when we'll be able to start the construction phase. So that's a little bit fluid right now.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you for that update. Obviously, it's of huge interest to the community, but I understand the challenges with the connection to the Purple Line and where we go. It's yet another reason why the Purple Line needs to move forward and needs to stay on schedule, because there's so many related impacts on the development side and also on the parks and public amenities side. So hopefully we can move forward on that. There's also the playground and public amenity in Elm that is impacted there as well. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. And just thank you again for your continued hard work and efforts in this unprecedented time.
Thank you. Councilmember Albernoz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I apologize in advance. My 4-year-old is having a well-timed meltdown right now, and my earbuds aren't working. So if you hear something in the background, that's what it is. I first want to welcome my good friend, board member Natalie Fanny Gonzalez, who is such a great leader on so many different levels, and I appreciate her great work on the board. Chairman Anderson, Gwen, Mike, and Mike, you got to loosen up, buddy. You don't need a tie with us anymore. Appreciate all that you all have done. And I frankly needed this presentation. We have been dealing with complex, exhausting, and in many cases, depressing issues, especially over the last few weeks. And this presentation is frankly a ray of light. And all of us have been very concerned about the social and emotional well-being of our residents, particularly our children and youth. And you are part of the solution with the capital S. It is really remarkable what we've been able to stand up and produce. Beach Drive has been a godsend for my family. We hit it almost every weekend. My daughter recently learned how to ride her bike on Beach Drive. And because of the vast open space, we felt super comfortable and confident. And so to Chairman Anderson's point, both planning and parks have put your foot on the gas and continued to carry out your roles as public servants in a way that is truly exemplary. And just a couple of highlights. I want you to rethink that Josiah Henson opening. I think a virtual ribbon cutting might be pretty cool. I think you could probably pull something off. There are a lot of people who have had that date circled on their calendar and would love to come. If you had a really nice placed video camera and a few people there, I guarantee you there are going to be a lot of people that tune in into something like that. And oh, by the way, if maybe the Montgomery County Parks Foundation did a little infomercial somewhere in there, you might get a little bit of traction too. So just think about that as a former event guy and a former recreation guy. I think that would be really well received and could be a very cool event that I certainly would log into personally. And then somewhere my father-in-law is wondering, where were stand-up weddings in 2005? 20 people, no catering, in and out of there in an hour. wow. Like, and let's keep that going. I've got 2 daughters, right? Got a long way away, but let's keep that going. That's a pretty good trend. And I'm looking directly at Council Member Rice. And then I think that, there have been a lot of lessons learned through this. The public-private partnerships and collaboration, I think, are so important. And I think we need to actively explore keeping Beach Drive and some of these other closures open beyond the pandemic, because this is now something that has been set as an expectation. And I'll be honest, people are not going to want to go back because it's been such a positive element within our communities on so many different levels. And I guess the final thing is, and Gwen, I appreciate you commenting on, you've seen a large number of people continue to be engaged through the planning board process, maybe even more than usual. That tracks with what we're seeing in the council. And I think this virtual setting, particularly for our immigrant populations and populations who don't feel comfortable or have the time or know where to have their voices heard, that's opened up a wealth of opportunities. And I think there's an opportunity there for the council to work collaboratively with the planning board to double down on that and to do something comprehensive moving forward and make virtual sessions available in addition to in-person once that's appropriate. But I think that will continue to be active because the more engagement we have, the better for all of us. So those are just some general points that I wanted to make, but thank you, all of you, truly. I needed this, and I defer back to you, Mr. Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Reamer.
Thanks so much. It's great to be with you again. Planning and the council have been joined at the hip for weeks now. Maybe we'll get a break from each other soon. I don't know. Wanted to just speak to the importance of keeping the timeline with the general plan. I think we've raised this a number of times, but you're hard at work at that now, and it's a big project. But we've got to hit that timeline. The longer delay could result in inaction, and you don't start on something like this as big and significant as this is unless you can finish it. So it's just important for us to just keep that in mind as a council. Invariably, we will begin to hear a drumbeat of voices to say, don't act on it, delay it. There is plenty of time now for people to get engaged in the details. If you want to request amendments of the plan, send that in writing to the planning board. For the public hearings that are coming up, send it to the county council if you don't see the change that you're seeking. There's an iterative process here, but just want to state, and I'm going to keep saying it, that it's a big bite. At the same time, it's a policy document. It's not a rezoning document. It shouldn't actually be that difficult, in my opinion, but it's just important for us to keep it on track. Wanted to just, as you know, the COVID situation now is in unprecedented territory, and there's really kind of at the moment no end in sight of the spike that we're in. So I hope that you're looking at everything you're doing, and any way that you can stop indoor gatherings, you should do that now. I think you'll obviously want to hear guidance from the public health officer, but I hope you're preparing for that. I think what's happening now is a significant concern, and weddings and things like that need to be even more distanced than ever if they happen at all. And frankly, they probably shouldn't. But you're in a unique position as a landlord, essentially renting out facilities. One issue I just wanted to bring to my colleagues' attention and seek a quick comment from the planning, from Chair Anderson, maybe Mike Riley. The issue of lighting. We have spent athletic fields. We have spent a lot of time and money to add fields to our portfolio. And it costs a lot of money. It can cost millions of dollars to acquire land and then build a field. But we can actually significantly expand the availability of playing fields by adding lights. And my understanding is we have very, very low level of lighting on our athletic fields relative to other communities. I think I saw somewhere that Prince George's has like 100 lit fields. We have like 20 or something like that. And when you get into those fall hours and those spring hours, you know, that's the difference. Yeah, that could be a difference of 50% playing time, you know, for an after school, you know, youth athletic league or team. So I think it's something we need to look again at and figure out how to get more lights into our athletic fields, use our schools more. You know, school sites are often a little larger and may be able to host lighting. There may be infrastructure there that we can more easily tap into and so forth. So I just wanted to raise that. Something I know we've chatted about a little bit, but I think it might have been, you know, something that got left behind along the way, and we could take another look at that. So, Casey.
Yeah, well, I think I can safely say that the Parks Department is not only open to that, but thinks that's a great idea. I think our issue is, you know, we just had a meeting with OMB this morning where they're sniffing around looking for projects to chop from the capital budget, and they're you know, looking under every rock. So we're just sensitive to not lopping off other, you know, important projects. We'd like to be able to make room for, you know, to try to make some progress in what you're talking about with lighting some fields, but we just need to make sure that that's something we can manage within the context of other capital budget priorities at a time when we're already obviously going to be pressed. So we'd be happy to talk to you offline about what that looks like, but it's not that we're opposed to it. We're just trying to make sure it's
wasn't suggesting you were. I was trying to raise this issue mostly for my colleagues, you know, to kind of tune into the fact that maybe there's something we could do here that would significantly increase the availability of fields for the community by tackling something that, you know, is potentially a lot more affordable. The challenge with it is neighborhood concerns about lighting, and I understand that. And, you know, maybe technology has made some strides that can help address some of those questions. But, you know, generally speaking, I would imagine it is significantly more affordable to light an existing field than to buy or renovate, you know, buy land and add a field. So I think we ought to just take a fresh look at that question. We may need a dedicated, you know, a small dedicated item in the capital budget, you know, to make funding available. I'm not really hazarding a guess as to how to proceed, but just generally that I think it's something we ought to take a look at.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really appreciate the presentation. As was said, it was a nice moment of levity, seeing all the good things that are taking place after all the work that we've been doing today, and notably over the last few weeks, especially if memory serves, the 18 or 19 work sessions. Councilmember Friedson, I think it was 18 or 19. So thank you, 19, Chair Anderson.
Yep.
19. Well, that you participated in, yes. Thank you, Chair Anderson, Commissioner Fani Gonzalez, and Directors Wright and Riley for being here. Actually, I like that term, Wright and Riley. It's a good band name. You know, the work to complete Josiah Henson Museum and Park, I think, is really exciting. And, you know, the suggestion of doing it virtually or celebrating in some way while we can and need more things to celebrate, I think is a good suggestion. Really good stuff. And then, you know, I know it was glossed over just a little bit, but Director Wright, when you were referencing and showed the slides for the Montgomery Mall project, I think that's pretty cool, because if memory serves, and clearly the theme here is my memory is not serving, but if memory serves, I think it was the very first council session of this council, the first or second, when we approved Councilmember Reamer's ZTA that facilitated that type of development. So to see what's happened in the last, you know, almost 2 years, exciting stuff. And then, probably the highlight for me of this presentation was learning that we have 5 pickleball courts here in the county. Well, not 5 courts, but 5 parks that have pickleball courts, because I know plenty of people who actually play that. So I will definitely spread the word there, and we'll see how quickly those fill up. But getting into some of the meatier substance, I really appreciate Chair Anderson saying that this pandemic has provided opportunities to reuse and rethink our policies, right, and operations. And that's something that we all have been encouraging county government to do, whether it is procurement processes, HHS, government operations across the board, and to hear and see firsthand, quite frankly, all the innovative things that you are doing, planning and parks as well. This is good stuff. And, unfortunately, we know that the health crisis is not abating. It's only getting worse, at least through the winter time. And so in that vein, as we look towards winter and what's coming down the pike, I'm just curious if there are going to be any updates on the open streets effort. I walk on Sligo Creek Parkway quite often, see people biking and doing other things there as well. And so if you can share with us, either Chair Anderson or Director Riley, what Parks is thinking of doing with any more streets here in the county.
Yeah, well, we're, I think, about ready to announce that during the winter months, we're going to dial back a little bit on the open parkways, but our plan is to continue those indefinitely into the future, not to permanently roll them back, but just recognizing that there's a little bit less usage and that you have less daylight available, and weather obviously will limit in some ways the appeal of, being out on those parkways all weekend long. But we're going to keep going. And I think the whole thing just demonstrates not only the appeal of that project, but also that you can close those parkways and the world doesn't end. So that's been one of the really important things, is sometimes, you should never let a crisis go to waste, right? That sometimes when you have a challenge, it enables you to try some things that wouldn't have been considered or would have encountered a lot of pushback. And I think that the closing the parkways to vehicle traffic has really demonstrated that there is a lot of interest in that on the one hand, and also that traffic does not become unbearable and doesn't create insurmountable logistical problems on the other.
I did want to add one firm decision. As the Thanksgiving Day holiday, we will open all 3 parkways on Thursday. So they will be Thursday through Sunday, 4 days for the Thanksgiving holiday. And I've been using the term magical to describe what I'm seeing on these parkways. There's such diversity of use and users. There's lots of novices. There's lots of families, and there's lots of small children. And I see a lot of parents with small children either learning to ride or just doing whatever they're doing, who have found a place that they're comfortable taking their small children and letting them go a little bit. And they may not have had that place before. So it really, I've enjoyed going out there, not just for my own physical and mental health, but to just observe this phenomenon that I had not seen occurring anywhere else in the parks before. So if you haven't been out there on these parkways on peak days, make it a point to get out there.
I absolutely agree with you. And I think you just described it beautifully, that what you have helped create here is a magical phenomenon. And I know that everybody who participates in it, you see the smile on their faces, but you can see them smiling under their masks. And the joy is really there. And I appreciate you closing some of those roadways on Thanksgiving. I will most certainly talk to my husband to see if we can, after Thanksgiving dinner, go and enjoy those parks, those open streetways. And, to the point that Chair Anderson made, recognizing that it is getting dark and we want to make sure people are safe on those, perhaps that we talk to DOT and figure out if there are ways to encourage more pedestrian and bicycle safety and roadway safety in conjunction with those efforts, so that we don't have to pull back as much as we might suspect. But, bottom line, this is a wonderful conversation. Keep up the good work, and I will continue to enjoy your magical work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Director Wright and to Director Riley and Chair Anderson and board member Natalie Finley Gonzalez. It's good to see you. It's been a while. To Gabe's point, Councilmember Alvarez's point, I haven't physically seen you in a while. I just got happy when I saw your face. And Mr. Riley, I appreciate the formality, sir. Coming before the council, and you look like you're locked into the cockpit with the headset and everything too. So we really appreciate it. And I have driven a RV across the country in August with my family, so I feel like I'm qualified, maybe more so than Councilmember Friedson, to get in one of those dirt movers. So I'm going to have to punch my ticket at some point. But no, seriously, this is a great body of work that you all have embarked upon. Very on the list of ribbon cuttings is the White Oak Field, which you mentioned, which I'm hoping we can still do. I agree with Councilmember Albornoz that a virtual ribbon cutting for Josiah Henson would be great. I was very looking forward to that, but I think you're going to have so many people, even on this call, that want to go that might not be able to go. I think we still should do something in person when it's safe to do so, no matter what. And I think the work that has been done, the ambitious plan that's been laid out, it's been a lot of work. You all have worked very hard, and there's a lot more to do. So really appreciate it. I did want to ask just specifically about one thing that I know we are all interested in, and really appreciate Councilmember Friedson on this. I sent a letter to the state. He did one locally about the name changes for roads and streets as part of our racial equity work. I just wanted to take this opportunity to get an update on, I know it's not just you all, it was DOT and it's others, but anything that you can share on where that is and how that's going.
Yeah,
Sure.
we have a memo that'll be going to the Fed committee probably within the next day or two, certainly by the end of the week, that describes some of the work that we've done so far and what we think remains to be done. And we'll look forward to briefing the Fed committee on that and having conversation with all of you with the idea, I think, that we're coming to the full council in January to discuss that. But I think the plan is after that memo is sent to do a Fed committee briefing. The short answer is that I think we have concluded that it makes sense to address some of these place names in tiers because, and as you'll see when you get this memo, there's a lot of complexity to trying to differentiate, honestly, among different categories of people and places and what their significance is. For example, there are many names that are the names of former Confederates that are also common names of people who are not Confederates. In fact, there's a couple examples we found where there are prominent African-American families who shared a last name with prominent Confederates in the same neighborhood, and it's very difficult to untangle. Was it named after the Confederates or the African Americans or none of the above? So there's some difficult factual work that needs to be done in untangling the historical record. And then there are also a lot of value judgments to be made about what kinds of conduct or attitudes or behavior warrants renaming something that might be a very common wayfinding, place name within the county. Just to give you one more example, Dickerson is the name of an unincorporated community in the northern part of the county, as you know. It's also the name of a local park. The Dickerson family, at least one prominent member of the Dickerson family, I believe, was a slave owner. It raises some questions about, do you rename the park but not the unincorporated area, or both, or neither, or so there's a lot of things I think that we'll need to work through with you. But our proposal is going to suggest some of what I guess I would characterize, for lack of a better term, as low-hanging fruit, things that we think are obviously should be changed. And then there will be additional categories of people and places that I think bear some further discussion and also research. And frankly, if we want to go further than that, I think we're going to be looking for some more help with budget to support some more of the research, as well as the logistics of actually getting the renaming done, changing the signage, helping people to change their land records. All those, you can imagine that this is a lot of things to unpack. But we'll give you some of the early results of our research and thinking, and then we can have a conversation about how you'd like us to proceed.
I appreciate that. Ms. Wright, did you want to add something, or if?
Nope, I think that Chair Anderson covered it. I think we have a very, very detailed report to share with you. You'll be getting it very soon. We have sort of short-term things that can be addressed, and medium and long-term. We're very anxious to get to you. As I said, we were supposed to actually brief you all today, but the schedule wouldn't allow it. So we're going to go to the Fed as soon as possible and back to you, the full council, in January.
That sounds great. And I will just suggest, we have my colleagues and Chairman Reamer and Councilmember Friedson, that the Reconciliation Commission be involved and CC'd at a minimum, but maybe even, I think I have been very impressed with the people who are on that commission, the Remembrance and Reconciliation Commission. They have a lot of expertise and research that frankly is free that we might be able to leverage, and they could take on some of this work and analysis as part of the report. So if you weren't going to copy them, please do, and maybe we even include them in the discussion if we're able to, and the chair agrees. But I think that's great to hear, and there's certainly a lot of issues there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm going to be brief. You heard it from my colleagues. Thank you for everything that you've done. But in addition, thank you for your continued commitment to communities that were underserved and were kind of left out, and realized that, hey, we've got to put these communities back, namely a lot of ours in the Up County, like Clarksburg, and delivering on infrastructure that was promised to them and never delivered. So thank you. It really means a lot to those communities, and will continue to mean that those are places where folks can live, not just places where their homes are. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, everybody. I think what has been said is so completely true. I've seen an amazing evolution in the thinking around how do we serve our residents and how do we integrate everyone. It's really commendable, and it is awesome to see Ms. Natalie Fanny Gonzalez here because I know that she has had a lot to do with really guiding some of that work regarding outreach and engagement, which has been so important. And, it has already been said that during this pandemic, the role that our parks have played has been just extraordinary. So I'm really, really pleased with the vision, the creativity, the innovation, but more than anything, that alignment where every single one in our county feels like they can partake, that they can be heard, that they can be seen. And that is super important, especially during these difficult times. So thank you so much. And I look forward to all the other kinds of reports that will be coming our way, and the amazing work, especially with Thrive, and also the feedback for Wheaton Regional Park. It's a very exciting time, and you guys have done so much even through this difficult time. So thank you to all the staff and everyone. Gracias.
Thank you, Vice President Hucker.
Thank you, and sorry I had to step away for a minute, but I just want to reiterate the gratitude of so many of my colleagues have already outlined, but particularly Casey for your thoughtful comments on the managed lane study and your efforts, and Carol's fantastic work on that, and your dedicated efforts to stay in alignment with the position of the county council and the county executive. That made all of our feedback, I think, more powerful. And we have a ways to go, but I really appreciate all the hard work that went into that. And I think it's having an impact. I also wanted to echo what's been said about the popularity, and thanks for being so responsive to the constituent requests on the parkway closures, and the open parks program and the open streets program, and also for the Councilmember Rice mentioned the Up County for the attention to the underserved residents of the East County as well. I'll add the renovation of the White Oak Rec Center, the Maydale Nature Center, and the Down County playing fields have all been big hits, and we're grateful for your attention to those. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, just as a point of personal privilege to Councilmember Jawando, I just wanted to point out that I don't know that there's anybody who isn't more qualified than I am to use a mini excavator. So he and many others, notwithstanding the trip across the country, and I neglected to acknowledge my good friend, Commissioner Fanny Gonzalez as well. It's great to see you and appreciate all your work engaging so many people in the process, and appreciate all of your efforts here. And thank you again to the staff and to the rest of the board, Chair Anderson, the colleagues that were on here that had to jump off or couldn't get in. It really is an extraordinary effort. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to thank everyone on the planning board. We're now going to go back to agenda item number 6, which is the legislative session day number 35. It's an introduction of bills. The first one is Bill 4520, Police Community Policing Data. The lead sponsors are Council Members Jawando, Katz, Hucker, and Albernaz, and the public hearing is tentatively scheduled for 12/8/20 at 1:30 p.m. Council Member Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I know it's late in the day. And we've done a lot. I want to thank you specifically, Mr. President, in your role as President, but Chair of Public Safety, as well as Council Members Hucker and Albernaz, the other co-leads of this police data bill. This came from the OLO report that I had requested and we reviewed recently about gaps in our data collection and demographics of who is stopped and frisked, for example, who has issued trespass citations, other sorts of custodial stops, and it also highlighted some deep disparities in traffic, who's pulled over, who's issued citations, and the like. And so it kind of pointed out that we have some work to do to dig into why we have these disparities on the data we do collect. And it also pointed out some gaping holes and things that we don't collect. And you can't improve and reduce bias in policing or in any system if you don't track it. And so that's what this bill, thank you to the Office of Legislative Oversight. That's what this bill will do. It'll implement those recommendations and fill those holes and amend the community policing bill that Councilmembers Navarro and Rice and others put forward that required increased data collection already. So we're really happy to have something to build upon. And so I think this will be really helpful to the Police Advisory Commission, to the council, to the public. It requires this to be reported to us every year by February 1st, in addition to all the other data. So really happy to introduce this and appreciate the co-sponsorship. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much. Certainly, I appreciate Councilmember Jawando recognizing that, again, we need to continue. It's interesting. We had this conversation when we first introduced this bill, and it was members of the community that actually were very resistant to us putting forth all different kinds of mechanisms for data collection, because they said that they wanted the Police Advisory Commission to come up with those kinds of data collection items. So it'll be interesting to see during the public hearing where those same folks in the community are now. But I certainly support it. I supported it then. And so I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor because this certainly is something that is in line with 3319 that Councilmember Navarro and I tried to do a year ago. But, we're kind of thwarted in our efforts because everybody said you had to wait for the PAC. So I'm more than happy to support this now and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Albernaz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I think this bill in particular, I think will help with transparency, but I think it's also going to help law enforcement. Data-driven decision-making is better for our first responders and will help as we deal with very difficult budgets moving forward. But related to that, this can't be an unfunded mandate. We have to, as we look at appropriations and as we look at bills, we have to also discuss, and we will throughout the course of the development of this bill, the infrastructure and capacity within MCBD to be able to collect data and information currently, and what more needs to be done to make sure they have the resources necessary to be able to collect this information moving forward, because it's garbage in, garbage out. And so they have to have that infrastructure. And so similar to what we've done with the Office of Human Rights for other bills and other legislation, that is something that I will be looking for as a member of the Public Safety Committee, is identifying what we need to do from a resource perspective to put MCPD in the best possible position to be able to collect this information in the first place. So it will be an ongoing discussion, and I appreciate the collaboration on this particular bill. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, just very briefly, we need to be making data-driven decisions. I think this bill will help us move in that direction. It continues work that has been done and will continue to be done, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. I think I requested it, but I think I might have been after the fact, so I didn't make it onto the agenda. So I just wanted to formally request it here if it hadn't been noted prior. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is a very good step forward. I think that as we embark in this very ambitious work, there's always going to be opportunities to enhance what we've done. And as it was mentioned before, this definitely came up when we were deliberating on the community policing bill. And I think OLO did such a great job at really identifying some pieces. So I don't know that I had received any particular communication, but we've been doing so much, and I didn't want to miss the opportunity to ask to be added as a co-sponsor, because I do think that this very much enhances a lot of the steps that we have taken forward thus far, and data is always really important. To Councilmember Albornoz's point, I also do have some concerns about capacity, and so I hope that at the appropriate time that we also address this, because there's no point in, adopting legislation and mandates if our folks don't have the capacity to put this forward. So we'll have to work on that together. And thank you, Councilmember Jawando, and everyone who worked on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Councilmember Jawando and the Public Safety Committee. If we want to improve ourselves, we need the data to help guide us that way. And so that's what this legislation is geared towards. And for that reason, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. Vice President Hucker.
Same thing. I want to thank Councilmember Jawando and my colleagues on the Public Safety Committee and all the staff at the OLO who worked on this for the research and the findings that will help us guide our recommendations on constitutional policing, community policing, racial equity, and social justice. I think the bill ultimately, when it passes, will give our community advocates more confidence in how seriously we take our policymaking in this area. But as Gabe said, it'll be really, I think, beneficial to our hardworking officers as well. We ought to be making policy based on data and not based on anecdotes. This will, I think, lead the public to have more confidence in our policymaking in this area, which that's important in every area, but it's particularly important in law enforcement policing matters, where there's life or death and issues of individual freedom that we just need the public to be very confident in our decision making. So this is going to help get us there. Thanks to all of you for your support.
Thank you, Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you. Just want to be added as a co-sponsor as well.
Thank you. So that is now introduced. There again, the public hearing is tentatively scheduled for December 8th at 1:30 p.m. The next bill to be introduced is Bill 4620, which is the Police School Resource Officers Prohibited. The lead sponsors are Councilmember Jawando and Councilmember Reamer. The public hearing is tentatively scheduled for January the 12th, 2021 at 7:30 in the evening. And Councilmember Jawando, please.
No. Okay. I was going to it doesn't matter. Councilmember Reamer, would you like to go first and I can? Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I'll go. Okay, thank you. Team effort. Okay, we're introducing this legislation today and certainly inviting our colleagues to co-sponsor the bills with us, the bill with us. I think this is really important legislation, and my conviction around this issue has grown a lot over the past year and a half or so as I think we've really grappled more and more with our approach to public safety and policing, and we've heard more and more from students about concerns about having police officers in schools. I think I understand the program, a lot better than I used to, and I guess my view is that police officers are there to make arrests, and that's how principals use them. And, that's the system that we've built. We've built a very effective system to, allow for quick arrests when there are problems. And we have a police officer in every high school. I really think we need to take a different approach and find an alternative way to address incidents. And I recognize that there are at times serious incidents that may yet require a police officer to come to the school if there is a serious violent incident or a serious threat. But as a general matter, I just don't believe that we need to rely upon officers making arrests, that we can find other ways to engage with the students that are, committing are involved in incidents, and bring the school community, the parent community, and the educator community together in a bigger vision, fundamentally a restorative justice vision. And we've already talked a bit about the appropriations that are before us, and I know Councilmember Jawanda will speak to all these issues. But when you look at what happens to kids who are arrested in the criminal justice system, you will see a disparate treatment. So it's not only that Black and brown kids are more likely to be arrested, it's that once they are arrested, the outcomes are different. And I just think that is a significant issue, and I think we have to grapple with that. So, I think what we are doing today is relying too much on policing. I think it's harder to take on a different approach, to build a different system, but I think we ought to do it. And I really appreciate partnering with Councilmember Jawanda to bring this bill forward. We know the school system is preparing its recommendation, and we'll receive that within the timeline of this legislation. But let's work together to break the cycle for students and make sure that we do not have a school to prison pipeline in Montgomery County, and find a better approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jawanda.
Thank you. Round two here. Thank you, Councilmember Reamer. It's great to partner with you on this bill. I just want to underscore a couple of points. We've had versions of this debate and discussion, and it's an important one. And I appreciate all my colleagues engaging in it from a place of concern and care for our community. And I really believe that. I think that this program, and much like programs across the country, was created with the best of intentions. But when you look at the data, and I think we just talked about introducing a data-driven bill, the data we have about the outcomes as a result of police in schools and arrests by SROs individually, whether they be paper or handcuffed and taken to the station, are dramatically disproportionate. And that's the data we have. The data on the other side, we don't have to suggest, and of course there are anecdotes and interactions that are positive between a trusted adult who's a police officer who cares about a student and a student. But what we know is that disproportionate harm is happening. We also know, as Councilmember Reamer mentioned, that this school to prison pipeline, the criminalization of Black and brown youth in particular, is a significant problem here in the county. Black students are arrested at almost 4 times the rate of white students. And as was mentioned, once they're arrested, the outcomes become even worse. Black students are more than 10 times more likely to be held by the Department of Juvenile Services before their trial as compared to their white peers. Just 10 times. they are 9 times more likely as their white peers to have their arrest end in incarceration. So it gets worse as you head down the system. And we have to plug every hole in that system. And schools are one of those many holes, because many of our students leave. 55% of our juveniles that are arrested outside of school are Black. So it's a problem outside of school as well. But when you dig into the offenses, marijuana possession, fighting, disruption, they're things that I know I didn't get, thankfully, arrested for in school that I did. And when there are serious matters, police will always respond in accordance to the law. But we have to remove the proximity that is creating the disproportionate harm. And so I think that's what this bill is about. We talked earlier in the day about making investments in research-based and also data-driven investments in therapeutic services and restorative justice training and the like, that are shown to reduce the need for school discipline and to be a better approach for supporting all students, not just these students that are disproportionately impacted. And so I think in a time where we have limited resources and where we know disproportionate harm is happening, and where we created this program through a federal grant approval and expanded it, we as previous councils, it's our responsibility to step up and do this. And the school board will come with their thoughts and recommendations. But we fund this program. They're our police department. It's our role. And I think that's an important piece of this. And this is not to say that these officers, again, are bad people or don't care about kids. I know many of them, they do. This is about what is the right trusted adult with the right experience that can interact with our students in a positive way and minimize and eliminate the disproportionate harm that we know is already happening. And one of the things that isn't covered in this, and I pushed Dr. Smith on this in our school system, we need to hear the Student Government Association came out in support of this legislation. The Montgomery County Teachers Association came out in support. There's a Public Defenders Association that has support, and there's a lot of support. And it's about how do we re-envision what these officers do. They would not be fired, they would be reassigned, and you could still have a police call to the school in accordance with state law. So I know we'll have this discussion over the coming months, and really appreciate Councilmember Reamer's partnership and hope that others will co-sponsor and consider the legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And there's several council members that want to speak, but I'm going to speak first. I take great exception to the fact that you said that their job is to make arrests, because that is not accurate. Their job is to be mentors, and I have seen it firsthand in high schools throughout Montgomery County, but especially in the Gaithersburg area. In 2018 to 2019, where there was a full school year, they made 163 arrests out of the 160,000 students. Last year, where it was only a partial year that they were in the buildings, it's my understanding they made 71 arrests. So we need to look at the facts. We need to determine what is the best way. I know that Montgomery County Public Schools right now, just as you do, is having the discussions when re-envisioning what could be and what should be and the safety involved with it. But that we need to make certain that our partners, Montgomery County Public Schools, that the Board of Education is a part of this. And for us to have legislation before they can even give their opinion, to say that it would be illegal to have a school resource officer in one of their schools, I believe is truly unfortunate. I also want to say that I've read, you didn't mention it today, I've read that you say that this is going to save $3 million, but then you also say today that you're not going to fire any police officers, which I certainly agree with. So how are you saving $3 million?
Would you like me to answer that?
I would.
So I've spoken to the county executive about this as well. So as I tried to do with the budget savings plan, if you eliminate the positions, you take advantage of open or lapsed positions, or you don't bring in a new recruitment class, and you use those 24 or so officers to be beat officers. I mentioned that one of the potential solutions, you could make beats around the high schools, that these officers could use their relationships to be the beat officers in those areas and do better community policing and respond if needed. But that's how you do it, be through lapse or not taking a class in. So that would allow you to actualize the savings.
Well, I guess we're going to get into this much deeper, but I believe that you don't have a relationship with someone when they're driving past you in a car. But I do believe you can have a relationship when someone has the time to stand there and talk and be a mentor to. And I'm not saying that the exact way that school resource officers have been used in the past in Montgomery County, where they're highly trained. Other areas throughout the United States, they have not been as highly trained. But I'm not suggesting that everything is perfect. But what I am suggesting is that we wait to hear from the Board of Education and our partners. And you've mentioned people that have been supportive of this. I've spoken, and it's my understanding the School Principals Association has come out unanimously against this. So I believe we need to have the good, open, honest, and discussions on it. But I do believe that this is premature legislation. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Katz, and thank you for clearing up some of the mischaracterizations. But let me just start with a couple others. The idea that many school districts don't have SROs, that's not true. Every single school district in the state of Maryland has some SROs. They may not have one assigned to every single high school, but they have them assigned to schools. It's part of the Safe Schools Act and their adherence to Maryland state law. So that's not true. Also, the fact that we have SROs in middle schools, we do not. We approved 5 additional positions, but those were never deployed and never filled for that position. So we do not. We still have SROs who still are assigned to middle and elementary schools, those same high school SROs, and go to those particular middle schools and elementary schools, as they've always done, to do the programming that you mentioned. So I just want to put that out there because, again, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's being said that's not necessarily exactly what happens. And then I'm going to push a little bit harder on the $3 million. Look, the reality is this. We all know, and we fought this battle before, and I'll say this, we being Councilmember Reamer, Councilmember Navarro, and myself, when it came to fighting the reassignment of police officers and how we had to legally allow for the chief to be able to do that. And they're still limited in terms of what they can do. You can't force a school resource officer to be a patrol officer, Councilmember Juando. It just doesn't happen. It's not allowed within union regulations. And so from that perspective, the reality is that you can't fill these open positions. You're talking about people who have had 20, sometimes 30 years experience on the force. You're not going to assign them to a rookie patrol position. That's not going to happen. You're still going to have a person hired to fill that position. And so, again, I'm not litigating or relitigating what we already talked about in terms of our budget back in March. If you don't want school resource officers, that's one thing. But let's not put other stuff in to make it seem as though this is justifying it. If you don't believe in it, that's fine. That's perfectly fine, and I'm okay with that. I've talked to plenty of parents and students who don't believe in them, just as I've talked to just as many who do believe in them. So for every student that you can produce that tells me that school resource officers are horrible and they don't want them, I can produce the same number that say that they do. Same with parents, same with administrators, same with teachers. It's the whole 9 yards. And I will just remind folks that the last time MCC PTA took a vote on this, they voted to support school resource officers in school. That's our Montgomery County Council of PTAs. That's our Parent Teacher Association. So again, I think that what I said at the very beginning as chair of the Education and Culture Committee, I believe in a working relationship with our school system. I believe in supporting them in their needs. And certainly if the school system feels as though there's a way in which we need to work together with them to ensure the safety of the students, we should do that. Just as Councilmember Reamer said, well, you know, we need to make decisions. Yeah, we need to make decisions on how to be creative in terms of supporting our school system, not abandoning them in a time of need when it's difficult. You know, it's important for us to roll up our sleeves and figure out a way to work, you know, together in cohesion with our school board. And so I'm anxious to hear what our school board says, and I will be the first one to cast a vote to take out school resource officers if our school system says that they don't want them. I'm not going to force something on someone. So let me be very clear. Public, even though I believe in the program, if the school system says they don't want it, then we shouldn't have it. There's no question. But conversely, if they say they do, we should figure out a way to make sure that it's safe and effective.
That's all I'm saying. So let's give the school system a chance, as we said we would back in March, to come up with where it is that they are, and then let's work with them on how to make that happen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And let me just say that I want to exactly ditto what you said at the end. If the Board of Ed comes back and says they want to change or need some other system, I would certainly agree with that. But until they do, and until we hear from them, we haven't even heard from them yet, then I feel that this is not the best legislation. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President. So back in the summer when we had this particular conversation, I share with Councilmember Jawando that, as someone who served on the Board of Education for 5 years and actually presided over that body for 2 years and was at times labeled a troublemaker because my impetus for running was always, and my priority was always, to address the issues of disproportionality. So much so that when actually SRO issues came up, I was one of those members who said we need to put brakes and we need to come up with a better system in terms of understanding the MOU and the training and all of those things. And so I've worked on those issues where we eliminated evening high school, which was identified as a way of tracking students and contributing to the disproportionality. It was hard because the backlash was really fierce. When we had to make very, very difficult decisions against many who would push back in the name of, addressing issues of disproportionality. I was usually the target, but it was okay because it was doing the right thing. And so what I shared with Councilmember Jawando at that time was that as a member of the Board of Education, I very much, and all my colleagues on the board very much stood by the sense that we were the ones who made school policy and we were the ones who had to respond to that. We were an elected Board of Education and we did not like it when other bodies tried to impose certain things on us, even if we agreed with that. And so what I shared was that, out of respect for that tradition of knowing that this is an elected body, I wanted to wait for the report to understand what do they believe from the perspective of what is in the best interest of the student population and how to best move forward. What do they believe could be some options? Because if we are going to eliminate it, which again, I have not been the champion of SROs, everybody knows that. But if we're going to do that, then we do need to have something in place to address the fact that there are many parents who do like the SRO programs. There are certain students that actually look up to the SROs when, for example, they're being targeted for gang recruitment. I mean, there are some issues out there that we have to pursue. And I am a believer that we can come up with a comprehensive way of rethinking student safety in our schools. And so I am very open to that. And this is what I shared. I said, yes, students are not in the schools. So it is a good time for everybody to have a little bit of a breather, if you will, to take a look at what could be. And once we get that report, then we can come together and rethink and shift focus, which I think it's a wonderful thing that we should be able to do. So I was surprised to see this being introduced right now because, of course, the school system has not yet, the Board of Education has not yet released their report. They will soon. I would love to hear, what people like the Street Outreach Network would want to say. I would like to know how we can come up with an alternative. What I saw in the bill, to me, that just doesn't seem very well thought out in terms of what we could use that money for, or what could be the replacement. So there's a lot that needs to happen, which I'm sure now it will during the deliberation. But I just want to be on record again to say that, we could very well come up with an amazing alternative But to just get in front of the Board of Education and completely dismiss their role, to me, is a mistake. And I don't care that, oh, it's our program because we fund it. The bottom line is that it is their schools. And we have to also recognize that the school to prison pipeline and disproportionality issues will not go away just because we ended up eliminating the SRO program. And so we have to level set the expectations, because there's a lot of more work that needs to take place. So I look forward to the Board of Education's report. I look forward to, working again together. I think we've done some incredible work, the council in collaboration with, the executive, the school board, with our partners in the community to come up with innovative initiatives very quickly and under a lot of duress. So I have no doubt that we can come up with an important approach that doesn't necessarily have to include the police officers per se. But for that, I believe that we need to take a step back. We need to be deliberative, and we need to understand that it's a school system of 160,000+ students, and these issues of public safety, school, student safety, et cetera. All of that, we need to figure out how do we best provide that while eliminating opportunities for disproportionality. And again, I'm hopeful that we can get there. But as I said in the summer, I would like to wait for the Board of Education to say their piece, and then we can from there take it and work together. And I don't think we have time again. So we'll see where we go from this. But I just want to be on record again in terms of my position and my experience, having served on the Board of Education for those 6 years, and knowing that ultimately these issues of disproportionality run very deep. And regardless of what we do here, we will have to continue to work on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Albornoz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, having a well-timed meltdown downstairs, so please bear with me. This is an emotional issue. We have discussed this now. This will be the third time just in the last few months. And as has been stated, I certainly associate myself with those of my colleagues that would have preferred, until we had let the process run its course, which is being facilitated by the Board of Education, which includes multiple conversations and interviews with key stakeholders, looking at best practices around the country. It's a comprehensive analysis of where we are right now with this program. And I am open to, as others have stated as well, a transition of some sort, because I'm not sure that this is the best answer or that this is the best solution. But the point is, I don't know. And I do have, as I've stated before publicly, a connection in that, as the former director of the Recreation Department, and even before that, I used to be a youth development worker who worked with gang-involved youth when I worked at the Latin American Youth Center. And I worked primarily in Langley Park for several years and saw firsthand the unbelievably complex and difficult and hard to imagine circumstances that some of our students find themselves in. Some of which involves gangs, some of which involves other levels of criminal behavior. And as a frontline youth worker, there was no way that I was going to be able to address those issues on my own, and did work with law enforcement in numerous instances and the students who were being impacted by this in a way that was productive and helpful, and helped squash beefs and helped de-escalate violence that in some cases had led to previous murders. And so I am very sensitive to wanting to make sure that we are deliberate and thoughtful in how we approach this, because there does need to be some level of school security. There does need to be some level of positive interaction with law enforcement and a definitive partnership, so that in those instances that Councilor Reamer, you mentioned, where there are severe, and nobody would disagree, need for police intervention. Just at Clarksburg High School 2 years ago, there was a student that brought a ghost gun and had a manifesto and was going to shoot teachers and fellow peers. And yes, it was a school resource officer who helped de-escalate that situation, who was familiar with the layout and the geography of the school, was familiar with the administrators, and even had a relationship or knew of this student who was troubled. And so I think that we have to be careful as we transition in some form or fashion in ensuring that we do it in a thoughtful way. And that's why I felt the introduction of this bill now is somewhat premature. Now, having said that, I have grown to have a great deal of respect in the last 2 years for the County Council legislative process. The committee sessions, the opportunity to meet from different stakeholders. We have phenomenal staff that will continue to conduct due diligence. Susan Farag, who leads our Public Safety Committee, is among the best of the best. And so I'm confident that as we go through this process and more information becomes available, including the information from the Board of Education, that we'll be in a better position to make a decision on what to do moving forward. But this is a very volatile time right now. It's emotional on a lot of different levels. It's complex on a lot of different levels. And I think we as a body need to be cautious and thoughtful and, yes, facilitate the discussion, yes, make difficult decisions, but do it with the best information available. Not just national data, which is relevant and important, but local data, local information. And I co-sponsored a bill that we just introduced 45 minutes ago that will head us in that direction, which systemically I think will help us moving forward as we make not only decisions about SROs, but a variety of other issues within law enforcement as well, as we look at criminal justice reform. So I think this will be an important discussion, and I look forward to it on some level, particularly as we gain more information. And I just want to make sure that we do a very broad outreach to ensure that all voices are heard here, because there are a number of voices that need to be heard. So thank you, Mr. Council President, and I look forward to this discussion in January. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you so much. Good discussion. I think there's more common ground here, than it might appear. And I want to just say on the timeline of this bill, we could have introduced this legislation earlier in the summer. That would have put the legislative process ahead of the BOE. I felt good about introducing it this time because we could hear from the BOE during the normal course of working on the legislation. I do feel that the police department is our accountability at the end of the day, and public safety is our accountability. And I think, only the party that really owns it, I think, is responsible. So, but what I wanted to say, I think somewhat, in the spirit of what Councilmember Albornoz and Navarro were speaking to, the reason why I think this bill is so important is I think there's a lot of inertia here. And as I have dived into this issue, the complexity has impressed me. All of our desire to have trusted adults, to use tools like the Street Outreach Network. Every path that I've gone down, there are more questions and more challenges. And in order to really build a system that can achieve the goal here of creating diversion and support for students, preventing incidents from happening, responding to them in a different way, we obviously have to go far beyond withdrawing SROs. We have to build something new and substantial and better. And I think at the end of the day, it is our school system that best is positioned to do that with support from HHS and REC and other programs, but it is fundamentally our school system. And that is why I think we as a council have to stand up and send a message that we want change, we want big change, and we want the institutions to take on a heavy lift, because this is a big, heavy lift, and there's no easy answer, and we're not going to find even the answers in a few meetings of the committee. What we're going to, I hope, say is there's a different direction that we want to go in, and we're going to start a process of building something bigger and more effective and better for our children. And so it's with that spirit that I take this on. And I feel that it's important for us to support this so that we start that in motion. And I think if we don't, then I think, unfortunately, the status quo will persist. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the discussion as well, and we'll have continued discussion. As I said, I think people are coming to this from places of genuine, all of us, care and concern about our community and our students. You know, I've dedicated much of my professional life to these set of issues around criminal justice reform and education policy in particular, as a civil rights lawyer and as a student in MCPS. And I'm going to tell you that we do need to hear from every voice, but the voices of students have not been heard to the level that they need to be in this process. And I'm going to tell you, I talked to a lot of students, and I did it before I was elected and after. The vast majority of students either don't have a relationship with the SRO, don't feel that they keep them safe, or in the worst scenarios have had a bad or multiple bad interactions, or are scared, right? And those are all different issues and have different complex problems and approaches to them. I do think it is a good goal, and much of what I've tried to do here, not only here but before, is to improve police-community relations through established rules and trust and transparency and resources and the like, and we'll continue all that important work. But I think the importance in the role that we need to play is to eliminate the disproportionate harm. No one, but many of us didn't have police in schools growing up. And when I went to school in the 90s, crime was much higher than it is now. And I think that we have to pull back and resist the temptation to say that that's the way we're going to solve it. And I'm not saying that we're all saying that. There is a path forward that doesn't require law enforcement to be a daily presence at schools. And in the face of the data, all of the data I mentioned at the top is local data. All of that juvenile justice data, all of the arrest data, the types of offenses, all of that is local. We had two students speak earlier today about some very devastating experiences that they have had and their family members have had with law enforcement in Montgomery County. And I agree that it's not just the school building. That is a fraction of the issue. But it shouldn't be a further gateway. And it should be a place of safe haven where trusted adults that have the skill set and are trained to interact and support students as their primary mission. That's what we should be funding and supporting. And that's what this is about. I know we can get there. I think we will get there. I will say, as a member of the Education Committee, and I've had many conversations with school board members and the superintendent. I do not expect this presentation of here's what we think we should do on January 28th when they come back. And that's not the role they're taking. That's not the presentation they're going to have. Now, whether the school board members themselves push it in that direction, they'll have to see. But either way, I think we would be doing them a great service. And this is not without information that I have, a great service to allow them to focus on the what's next, which we have all talked about is important. And we can fund that and we can give ideas and work with them. And I've done that and continue to do that. I think we did a very smart effort today with the 3 appropriations that we put forward to start to suggest some proven strategies based in research that will help students both now and when they go back to school eventually. So I think we've started this process, and that's what this goal of this bill is. And I look forward to the continued conversation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
So Councilmember Jawando, I'm not going to be disrespectful here, but I've been chair of this committee longer than you've been on the council. Let me just tell you that when it comes to the conversations with our school board and superintendent, who I talk to all the time, I do not get that. And so again, I just take umbrage with you laying on descriptions of positions that these folks are having that they're not espousing to me as chair of the Education and Culture Committee, nor have they been things that they've ever said were concerns in all the time that I've been on the Education and Culture Committee. So again, let's just get down to the facts. Let's talk about what's there. Let's not put words in people's mouths. Let's just go off of what we know and try and come up with a solution. Again, I don't like the fact also that we continue to argue about whether or not children are for or against SROs. You know that I've been in schools all throughout, just as you have, born and raised here in Montgomery County Public Schools, have children who went through Montgomery County Public Schools, who are still in Montgomery County Public Schools, who have friends who like their SROs and love them. I've done videos on them and talked to them and talked to individual students about their interactions with school resource officers and why they like them so much and value them. So again, let's not try and play tit for tat and try and say, oh, well, I have more or I have less or whatever the case may be, because like I said at the beginning, for every single student you show me, I can show you one as well. Let's not go down that road. Let's go down the road of trying to figure out how we best build a system that works for everyone involved to ensure that the issues that you care about and I care about, which are the same, they are the same, the safety of our students, and to make sure that we don't have students whose rights are negatively impacted, who don't have negative experiences by having a member of law enforcement who may be around them, whether it be on campus or in their hallways, whatever the case may be. There's no one who wants any of those negative things to happen. We're all on the same page. So from that perspective, can we please stop getting away from, oh, well, I'm so right, and let's talk about what needs to happen and move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Albornoz.
Well, just my last thought is, obviously this is a specific issue, but we can't look at it in a vacuum, right? So the underlying issues that led to those 137 arrests, some of them may or may not be inappropriate. We're absolutely going to dig into those numbers, but the unique and complex needs of a lot of our students are part of a lot of what's going on here. And so I appreciate that the appropriations were introduced along with this specific legislation, but because I think that is a good faith effort to at least initiate that discussion. But as we talk about the SRO program individually, you can't not talk about those underlying and complex issues that lead to so many students having such different reactions and such different relationships with those officers. And so while this is going to be viewed, obviously within the lens, as it should be, of education and culture and public safety, there are some elements of health and human services here too, a lot of them. And those interventions, I think, are really important and have to be considered within the context of the solutions that we want to come up with. And we got to go way further upstream. And that involves not just support for students, it involves support for families. And moms and dads. So I think there's a lot here. And this is just a preview of what's to come. I think that we do need to be cautious in our rhetoric and how we go about this discussion. I have found a lot of this discussion to be incredibly helpful and the right tone. But there's a lot of passion from incredible organizations that are out there that have already started the text messages, that have already started the calls, that have also already started the social media campaigns, pushing us aggressively to enact this legislation as soon as possible. And to those folks who I have a great deal of respect for and admiration for, I, for one, want to make sure that we go through a very important and thoughtful and subjective process. And unfortunately, our students are not going to be back in schools anytime soon. And so this is a good time for us to be having this conversation. But I think, let us have that conversation and let's do it thoughtfully. And again, include those stakeholders and those students who may have a differing opinion on this bill and why. So thank you. And there will be a lot more discussions about this. And I appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate serving with all of you as always. Thank you, Mr. Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President. My last comment about this is the following. I'm the only woman serving on this council, and we have an all-female Board of Education with the exception of the SMOG. And I think it's paternalistic to insinuate that our Board of Education needs help or a little push in order to make a difficult decision. These are extraordinary leaders, elected women leaders, who are not shy about making difficult decisions. And they will take into consideration whatever it is presented to them. They will evaluate this, and they will take a very good close look at what is in the best interest of our school buildings, and they will make a determination. And we owe them the respect. We might disagree, but we owe them the respect of allowing them to come up and present and release whatever decision it is that they have. And then we can take that into consideration, hopefully after a very, robust conversation. And Councilor Alvarez is right, HHS needs to be a part of this, regarding how will we then envision and or provide the appropriate support, security, and safety to our students that does not promote disproportionality. I think we can do that, but I am absolutely, completely opposed to the notion that for some reason, the Board of Education, all these amazing, very intelligent women need cover from us. That does not make any sense. Again, on the one hand, we can't say that we need to do this, but then let the school system determine what is in the best interest in terms of the programs that follow. It's contradictory. So I just have to say that because it is not easy to be a woman in these positions, okay? And when I start hearing this over and over again, it really does get on my nerves. Let's give them the respect they deserve. Let's allow them to release the report, and then we can come back. We're not in a rush. We don't have to deal with our budget until March. There is no rush here. And like it was said, I don't think our students are going to be going back to school, unfortunately, anytime soon. So we have time to allow them to do their work, for us to deliberate, and then work together on making a proposal. We've done this before. We did it with the Kennedy Cluster Project. We have, established extraordinary protocols for interagency and departmental collaboration in the best interest of our students and in the best interest of our families. We can do this, but to just, kind of rush it, to just get a few headlines, I'm sorry, that is not right. And to disrespect the Board of Education like this, that is not right. So that's what I have to say about this. Again, I think that we can come up with something very, very productive here. And I've said it from the very beginning, I am committed to doing that. Absolutely. Okay. But to do this in this manner and to position it in this manner doesn't make sense to me, given the fact that we have a process that we have said since this summer that we could very much pursue and very much, I think, end up in a really great place. So that's all I have to say. Again, I look forward to the deliberations. I hope, again, that, we can get this done and that hopefully we'll have the necessary resources, because it will take a lot more than this $3 million to come up with something that makes sense for our students. I am committed to fight, for that. Absolutely. But there is a process that I think we can follow, and I think we should. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, this bill is now introduced. That was Bill 4620. We have a tentative public hearing scheduled for January the 12th, 2021 at 7:30 in the evening. And with that, we are going to adjourn. Thank you all very much for being here.